Chapter 923. P.S. Thank you, Zhao Huang, for the reward again. Yesterday, I made a mistake. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival and a happy Valentine's Day. If you have a lover, hug your lover. If you don't, go home and hug your pillow. A fatty? Following the direction, Lin Fei appeared in a cloud. He restrained his breath and looked down. He saw a fatty surrounded by 8 black-clothed men. The fatty was as fat as a bucket, but he was very agile. He moved up and down, avoiding the attacks of the 8 black-clothed men. From a distance, he looked very funny. 8 demon generals, you guys are really shameless. The 8 of you are ganging up on this fat lord. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. This fat lord will kill you one by one. The fatty hooted and shouted, "Eat this fat lord's hidden weapon." Everyone, be careful of the fatty's hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, after a feint, the fatty attacked a black-clothed man on the left. "Damn fatty, go to hell. Eat my hidden weapon." The fatty shouted loudly. This time, the black-clothed man did not fall for the trick. Several black balls flew over and exploded in front of the black-clothed man before he could react. Black fog filled the sky and engulfed the black-clothed man, instantly turning him into a pool of black water. Old 6. The remaining black-clothed men exclaimed and glared at him. Kill him and avenge Old 6. In the cloud, Lin Fei saw everything clearly and thought, this fatty is so cunning. It's hard to see through him. I have to be careful. Below, the wind swept and the power of law spread. The remaining 7 black-clothed men were powerful, all of them were middle-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. They could not suppress the fatty and were defeated by him. This method was shameless to the extreme. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The fatty was shameless enough to play all kinds of tricks. The 8 black-clothed men were really wronged. The fatty was just a middle-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He had many treasures in his hands, but he tricked the 8 demon generals. I'm done. To think that a few blind fools would dare to fight with this fat daddy. How reckless. Now, all of your treasures belong to this fat daddy. The fatty smiled and stared at the corpses on the ground. Kid, you've been watching for so long. Don't you want to come out and talk? Suddenly, the fatty in embroidered robes raised his head and shot out several hidden weapons at Lin Fei's location. His movements were quick and without any hesitation. What a sinister fatty! Lin Fei was inwardly startled. He had retracted his aura, but the other party could still see through his position. He had to be careful lest he failed miserably. He sent out 2 palm strikes in quick succession, dodging the attack. What do you mean? Lin Fei was not interested in the treasures on the ground. Right now, Lin Fei was not interested in ordinary treasures. The lowest grade would be a sacred artifact. If he had not seen the fatty's sinister and shameless means, he would have thought this guy was a simple and honest person. If he hadn't seen fatty's sinister and shameless methods, he might have mistaken him for a simple and honest person. This kid is only at the Golden Immortal realm. He must have a lot of treasures on him to be able to hide in the clouds without anyone noticing. You're really unlucky to run into me. You're lucky. If you met someone with a bad temper, you wouldn't be so easy to negotiate with. Lin Fei turned to leave. His targets were the celestial demon and the people from the Nether Palace. Bush. Lin Fei turned around, and the fatty waved his hand, sending out a black net. The black net glowed with a cold light. It was the Heaven and Earth net. Aside from this, behind the Heaven and Earth net, several hidden weapons attacked. Damn, what a shameless and sinister fatty. Lin Fei used the sacred dragon steps to dodge the inescapable net. He tore through space and appeared behind the fatty. Then he sent out a palm strike. The fatty had attacked him several times. Lin Fei was angry and did not show mercy. The palm landed on the fatty's body. A strong divine force pressed down and the fatty was smashed to the ground. There was a loud rumble and the ground shook. A piece of wood? This palm strike contained the power of 20 dragons' divine force. Anyone who did not die would be severely injured. Lin Fei was surprised to see a wooden statue. Brother, don't be angry. Peace brings wealth. I was just testing your strength. I didn't expect you to be so strong. I admire you. How about we stop fighting? Dozens of miles away, the silhouette of the fatty in embroidered robes appeared. He had a playful smile on his face as if nothing had happened. This fatty is not simple. He could dodge my fatal attack. He must have some trump card. There's no need to fight with him. Lin Fei thought. This was the first time he met a fatty with so many tricks up his sleeve. He could use a wooden statue to block his palm. He was definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, the heart of the fat man in embroidered robe was also in shock. What a terrifying young man. He actually managed to blast the wooden stand-in talisman into pieces. The wooden stand-in talisman was refined using special materials. In the past, even a peak mortal-ranked immortal king was unable to break the wooden stand-in talisman and was only able to cause a small amount of damage. Today, the wooden stand-in talisman was shattered into pieces under the attack of a golden immortal. You attacked me for no reason. Do you think you can end it with a few words? Lin Fei glared at him, not giving face to the fatty. The fatty smiled. Brother, we won't get to know each other if we don't fight. I'm Gao Shisan, a compassionate Taoist from the Blue Cloud sect. I pursue peace and hate fighting and killing the most. Yes, I'm a kind person. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This fatty was too thick-skinned. He couldn't look him in the eye. He attacked him twice and acted as if nothing happened. I think you're just a shameless and insidious person. Lin Fei curled his lips. You have the nerve to say that? Gao Shisan said. Hee brother, you can't say that. I'm not shameless or despicable. We won't get to know each other if we don't fight. We're already friends. Why do you have to be so calculative? Lin Fei could see that this fatty's skin was as thick as a city wall. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei's words at all. Whoever befriended this guy would definitely be killed. If Lin Fei couldn't offend him, couldn't he just leave? Hua hua hua. The sound of flowing water descended from the sky. Huge pillars appeared in the area, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Shameless fatty, let's see where you can run to this time. At the end of the road, more than 10 people appeared in their sight. They were brimming with killing intent. Damn old cow, I just borrowed some things. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Gao Shisan rolled his eyes. If you insist on making things difficult for me, once my senior brother makes a move, you'll all die. Xiao. Gazes quickly fell on Lin Fei, filled with endless killing intent. Chapter 924. The fatty's words caused Lin Fei's hatred to rise. Their murderous gazes seemed to want to swallow him whole. Damn fatty, what did you do? Lin Fei asked angrily. Gao Shisan felt wronged and said, Actually, I didn't do anything bad. I just stole something. Who knew they would be so stingy and chase me all the way? Lin Fei glared at him and said, You damn fatty, don't play dumb with me. What did you steal? Why did they mobilize so many people? Gao Shisan chuckled and said, Actually, I didn't take much. I just stole a treasure from one of their merchant associations. Lin Fei was speechless. This fatty was really shameless. He stole a merchant association's treasure, so it had to be something extraordinary. He even dragged Lin Fei down with him. Everyone, don't believe this fatty's words. I'm not his senior brother. Don't be tricked by him. Lin Fei didn't want to get involved. This damn fatty was born to trick people. The leader of the black-clothed men revealed killing intent and said, Everyone, let's attack together and turn them into meat paste. Kill! The dozen people split into two groups. One group attacked the fatty, and the other group attacked Lin Fei. Senior brother, this group of blind guys is purely here to die. Quickly send them to hell. Gao Shisan rolled his eyes. He only wanted to see the world in chaos and add fuel to the fire. This bastard! Lin Fei cursed the fatty for being a scumbag. If there was no one else around, he would kill this fatty with one slap. After the black-clothed men heard this, their killing intent intensified. A scene of hell appeared and 5 or 6 low-grade saint artifacts appeared in their hands. Without any explanation, they smashed them down. Large amounts of rocks shattered and the dense, deathly aura turned into powder. Clang clang. Lin Fei did not dodge at all. He charged up and allowed the low-quality Saint artifacts to land on him. His current body's defense was monstrous, so when so many low-quality Saint artifacts landed on him, sparks flew and metal clashed constantly. My goodness, this guy's physical body is so strong, he can even block this. When the fatty Gao Shirsan faced the black-clothed man, he had been paying attention to him. When he saw the black-clothed man forcefully resist a low-grade Saint artifact, he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. This fat lord is really smart. I dragged an expert down with me. A low-tier Saint artifact? That's all there is to it. 3 heads and 6 arms came out of Lin Fei's body. His 6 arms grabbed at the 6 inferior-grade Sage artifacts. He was fast and accurate, and the 6 inferior-grade Sage artifacts fell into his hands. Not good. Our sacred artifact. The 6 black-robed men were horrified. They had used low-grade Saint artifacts to attack Lin Fei, believing that he would die without a doubt. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had cultivated a powerful physical body and was able to resist their attacks? They hesitated, and Lin Fei took the opportunity to take control of their low-grade Saint artifacts. Hurry up and get it back. They activated their Saint artifacts, trying to snatch them back from Lin Fei's hands. Once they lost their Saint artifacts, their battle prowess would plummet greatly. However, when they activated their Saint artifacts, a powerful force like a sharp sword light crushed over their bodies. The Saint artifacts were out of their control, and they lost contact with them. Ah, I lost control of my Saint artifacts. Impossible, the Saint artifacts in our hands have been refined for hundreds of years. How could that kid erase them in such a short time? While they were shocked, Lin Fei was smiling. Good. 6 low-grade sacred artifacts. No matter how you cut it, they are sacred artifacts. Beating people up will give you a better feeling. Lin Fei snickered as his 6 arms mobilized the 6 sacred artifacts. All of you die. Lin Fei's immortal force was vigorous, and he didn't feel any pressure when activating the 6 Saint artifacts. Damn it, he really activated them. The 6 Saint artifacts, under the majestic immortal force, enveloped the area with extraordinary might. They pierced through the void and the ground collapsed. The continuous attacks caused the space to tremble. This time, the 6 black-robed men suffered. They were all villains of the northern underworld chaotic space domain. When had they ever suffered such grievances? The 6 arms and the Saint artifacts made them vomit blood non-stop. They couldn't suppress it at all. In a short time, the 6 black-robed men's bodies exploded, and they couldn't be more dead. Lin Fei killed the black-robed men and took their storage rings. However, they didn't have anything good on them. They were probably only low-grade Saint artifacts. On the other side, Fatty also had the upper hand. He took out a huge black sword that was hundreds of meters long. It was like a huge wooden board, shining with cold light. Fatty, I'll smash. This huge sword shocked Lin Fei. Looking at its quality, it was definitely made of top-grade materials. Every time it slammed down, the space would tremble. The black-robed men couldn't resist it, even if they took out their Saint artifacts. They were sent flying one after another. Shameless Fatty, you dare to kill me? Once our great solar heavenly demon comes out of seclusion, he'll chase you to the ends of the earth. I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Soon, only one black-clothed man was left, threatening him with a strong front. Even if the great solar heavenly demon comes, Fatty will still kill him. Bang, bang, bang. Gao Shirsan waved the huge sword and slammed down 10 times, killing the black-robed men. Now, all of them were dead, and no one was left alive. Brother, what do you want? Suddenly in the sky, a huge black bell fell down. It was hundreds of meters wide. With a boom, it landed on the vast land, and a large area of the ground cracked like a huge spider web. Nothing, just beating you up. Let's see where you can run to this time. Aya, Fatty's handsome face. My teeth. My nose. Below the black bell, wails and the sounds of battle could be heard. After a long time, the black bell disappeared, and 2 people, one in black and one in embroidered clothes, appeared below. At this moment, the fat man in embroidered clothes was in a sorry state. He used his celestial power and immediately returned to normal. This fatty also cultivates a body-tempering cultivation technique. If not for the increase in my divine power, I might not be able to do anything to him. The heaven realm is truly capable of producing many talents. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Brother Lin, you and I are like old friends at first sight. If the two of us work together, we will definitely be invincible. Gao Shisan said proudly, Fatty knows a good place. There are many treasures buried there. With our skills, won't it be easy to get them? Treasures? I like that. Lin Fei smiled and did not reject the treasures. 6 low-grade sacred artifacts were not bad. If they were top-grade sacred artifacts, his strength would increase by several times. Even if this fat man was shameless, as long as he was careful, there should be no problem. However, I still have one thing to do. I must do it before I can go with you. Brother Lin, if there is anything, just say it. Fatty will help you settle it. Gao Shisan said. You should know the great sun heavenly demon that person mentioned just now, right? Lin Fei said. This person is my target this time. You want to kill the great sun heavenly demon? Gao Shisan was startled and gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin is mighty. I know this great sun heavenly demon. He is sinister and ruthless. He has a large group of evil people under him. It is not easy to kill him. However, if you are willing to share half of the benefits with me, Fatty will help you. You are really evil. Chapter 925. P.S. Thanks to Zhaoqing and Zero Windflied Zero for their tips. We're almost at the base camp of that bastard celestial devil. In the northern underworld chaotic sky territory, 2 silhouettes turned into black shadows and flashed past, shattering the deathly aura that pervaded the clouds. In the end, Lin Fei still let Gao Shisan join in. He had no choice as Gao Shisan was thick-skinned and persuaded him. More importantly, Fatty knew the exact location of the celestial devil. The 8 dark generals were sent by the celestial devil to deal with Fatty. Lin Fei and Gao Shisan had become friends after fighting. Because of this, Lin Fei could avoid a lot of trouble and save time to look for the celestial devil. Boom, boom. In the dark north chaotic airspace region, it was not just the 2 of them. Adventurers could be seen from time to time in groups of 3 to 5. It was rare to see lone travelers. In Fatty's words, there were very few lone wolves in the dark north chaotic sky territory. They didn't dare to travel alone. If they were unlucky, they would be eaten alive. Only those with extremely tyrannical strength would dare to be a lone wolf. There was also the possibility that they were devils, and they would eat each other. In the void, a huge black battleship appeared in the dark north chaotic airspace region. A terrifying aura was released from the black battleship, suppressing the adventurers passing by. Large amounts of deathly aura were destroyed. The black battleship sailed past slowly, smashing the ghosts and yakshas that were charging at it into pieces. Oh my god, I actually saw the priceless Hell battleship. What Hell battleship? That's a first-class battleship. It said that the death light cannon on it can kill existences like immortal kings. I know, the Prince of Hell is here. It's really the Prince of Hell. It said that he's a genius from the Hell world. He's really rich to be able to own a treasure like the Hell battleship. If I can sit on it, I'll die from pleasure. After recognizing that the battleship was the Hell battleship, everyone was shocked and confused. Why would the Prince of Hell come to the dark north chaotic airspace region? Bush. At the same time, at the bow of the Hell battleship, a death light cannon shot a black light beam at everyone, gathering the deathly aura around it. Boom, boom. A perfected golden immortal propped up a treasure, and the death beam landed on him. The treasure exploded, and his body exploded as well. The fragments turned into dust, and he died. For a moment, everyone was in trouble. Dying tragically at the hands of the Hell battleship's light cannons, they panicked and fled in all directions. A sinister laugh rang out from the Hell battleship. The Crown Prince is out. Everyone retreat. Run! The death light beam shot out, spanning a distance of 10,000 feet. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Fei and Gao Shisan were shocked. They each executed their divine arts and fled outside. Even so, there was still a beam of light that blasted towards their location. God Devil's sacred body, block for me. The terrifying aura of death made even Lin Fei feel pressured. Activating the Fiend God's Saint Physique, Lin Fei's Fiend God and Holy Light aura surged. Gao Shisan's movements were not slow. He took out a set of battle armor and put it on. It was the Black Cloud sacred armor. It was not inferior to the Zilong sacred armor. Its defensive power was shocking. A huge black sword turned into a shield in front of him. Damn you! What a vicious method! The huge beam of light was too fast. It crushed everything in its path. Destruction was accompanied by death. The 1,000-foot-long torrent killed a large number of immortals. Puff, puff, Lin Fei and Gao Shisan activated their protective treasures. Facing the death beam, their blood boiled. They had successfully escaped. The others were not so lucky. They all died tragically under the attack of the beam of light. The two ran 1,000,000 miles away from the pressure of the Hell battleship. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. King Crown Prince of Hell. I'll beat him until he looks like a pig in the future. How despicable! Gao Shisan cursed. Too arrogant. He wants to kill everyone when he's out. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Lin Fei was also angry. He activated the Fiend God's Saint Physique and was also injured. It took him a lot of effort to suppress his blood. The Crown Prince of Hell was too overbearing. What is the background of the Crown Prince of Hell? Also, that battleship gives off a terrifying feeling. Gao Shisan took out a pill and swallowed it. He recovered quickly and explained, "You should know that the Crown Prince of Hell is from the Hell world, right? Our heaven world is called the Great Heaven World and is one of the many worlds. The Hell world is one of them too. The Hell Prince of Hell is the Crown Prince of a celestial country in the Hell world. As for the Hell battleship, it is a flying battleship crafted by an expert. Not only is it fast, but it is also equipped with combat weapons. It is really terrifying. Damn, don't let me see it again. Otherwise, I'll show you what I'm capable of." When Gao Shisan said that, Lin Fei understood that this world was only a small part of it. Just the Crown Prince of Hell alone could control a Hell battleship and show off. What about the other worlds? It seemed like he was a frog in a well. The Heaven world was just a starting point. Crown Prince of Hell, I will remember you. Don't let me see you again. Lin Fei squinted and listed the disciples of Hell as his targets. His current goal was to kill the Great Sun Heavenly Devil. The appearance of the Crown Prince of Hell caused Lin Fei and Gao Shisan to deviate from their path. Luckily, they were not too far away. Along the way, the Crown Prince of Hell swept through everything. Boundless death aura could be seen everywhere. We have arrived. Gao Shisan landed on a mountain with Lin Fei. The mountain was barren. Within the radius of the mountains were densely packed like a forest. There were too many to count. The Great Sun Heavenly Devil's underlings are inside. They would often hold auctions. In truth, it is a gathering to sell stolen goods. If they meet some ignorant people, they would just do evil to them. Gao Shisan chuckled. Grandpa Fatty dares to guarantee that the Great Sun Heavenly Devil is in seclusion right now. Just nice, we can make a name for ourselves. Lin Fei's spiritual sense enveloped the area. After adding divinity, his spiritual sense became strange and its grade increased. It was not detected by others. He could easily see that in the mountains ahead, there was a valley surrounded by mountains. The area was not small. At this moment in the valley, there were people coming and going. Some had demonic aura, and some looked fierce. None of them were simple. Just in the valley alone, there were close to 300 to 400 people, and almost all of them were Daluo Golden Immortals. Lin Fei did not go in. He was alerted by the Great Sun Heavenly Devil and was discovered. "Fatty, leave the rest to me." Lin Fei said. "The Great Sun Heavenly Devil has many underlings. You don't have to help me get surrounded." Gao Shisan did not think much of it. He pointed to the valley below, a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs. "What kind of danger is that? Grandpa Fatty can take care of them with a move of my fingers. Your enemy is Grandpa Fatty's enemy. Moreover, Grandpa Fatty has a grudge with them to begin with. Just watch from the side and see what Grandpa Fatty can do. Lin Fei saw Fatty take out a white jade bottle. It looked very ordinary. He saw him chuckle and open the bottle. A white light shone down, like a curtain hanging upside down from the sky. After the white light landed, it turned into a 10,000 zhang long torrent. Tens of thousands of mountains collapsed as the torrent rushed towards the base camp of the great Sun Heavenly Devil. Everywhere it passed, there would be loud rumbling sounds. The mountains collapsed and melted completely. It was like a courtyard with its door opened, and the valley appeared before them. This is, Gao Shisan said proudly, this is the Yellow Springs holy water. Just a little of it will melt your body. It is good for tricking people. Grandpa Fatty spent a lot of effort to get this. You must have stolen it, Lin Fei said casually. Gao Shisan was so pleased with himself that he didn't pay attention and blurted out, of course, for this holy water of the underworld, Grandpa Fatty dug up 23 graves of experts. His voice suddenly stopped as he realized that he had spilled the beans. He smiled awkwardly. Damn, this Fatty is indeed shameless. He actually dug up graves for the Yellow Springs holy water. What a capable person, Lin Fei thought to himself. In the valley below, the evil people who were disposing of their goods did not care when they saw the Yellow Springs holy water. Many people rushed up to block it. The result was just as Fatty said. Once they came into contact with the Yellow Springs holy water, their bodies turned into white bones instantly. They fell into the Yellow Springs holy water, and even their primordial spirits were not spared. Damn it, who released the Yellow Springs holy water? Don't let me find out. Otherwise, I will kill his entire family. Oh my God, it's the Yellow Springs holy water. Those evil people were crying for their parents. They did not have their usual awe-inspiring aura. They wished that they could have more legs to avoid the Yellow Springs holy water. The Yellow Springs holy water had never been refined before, but its power could not be underestimated. As it swept through, the evil people who were disposing of their goods suffered heavy casualties. Even if some of them had saint artifacts to protect themselves, once the Yellow Springs holy water passed by, they turned into scrap metal and lost their power. What a pity, what a pity. So many saint artifacts were destroyed. Gao Shisan stared below and licked his lips. He had a pained expression. Brother Lin, how is it? Grandpa Fatty's method is not bad, right? Lin Fei could not help but be moved when he saw the power of the Yellow Springs holy water. As the Yellow Springs holy water swept out, the huge valley was in chaos. Everyone's expression changed. I found them. This kind of change naturally attracted the anger of the crowd. Soon, someone found out where they were. Everyone attacked together and killed these two brats. Under the impact of the Yellow Springs holy water, more than 2/3 of the few hundred people in the valley died. The remaining evil people were furious. They could not wait to skin Lin Fei and Gao Shisan alive. If you want to die, Grandpa Fatty will send you. Gao Shisan took out a jade bottle and poured it down. Black light rolled down, and an intense stench rushed out. Again. Oh no, this is Xianming holy water, an evil otherworldly item. As Gao Shisan fiddled with it, the first wave of immortals and demons felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to turn around and run, but unexpectedly, they had already fallen into the Xianming holy water. Splash, splash. They turned into white bones. Boom, boom, boom. At the end of the valley, a huge mountain collapsed. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, followed by the sound of immortal music. The sky was filled with immortal patterns and multicolored light. Chapter 9:26. This is my territory, and you dare to attack. With a loud rumble, celestial music descended, and multicolored light shone brightly. The mountains collapsed, and from the depths of the valley, a 9-zhang tall black giant walked out. The giant stared, and the evil aura turned into little ghosts that chased each other. Great Sun Heavenly Demon is out of seclusion. Brother Great Sun, kill them quickly. The great overarching golden celestial who was lucky enough to survive was full of resentment towards Lin Fei and the fatty. Great Sun Heavenly Demon, spare us. Gao Shisan's expression changed, and he trembled in fear. We will admit defeat and surrender immediately. The black giant was the great sun heavenly demon who was in seclusion. His gaze landed on the Yellow Springs holy water and Xianming holy water, and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. Fatty, quickly offer up the Holy Springs holy water and Xianming holy water, destroy your own cultivation, and await my punishment. The Yellow Springs holy water and Xianming holy water were good things, and even the great sun heavenly demon was tempted. Don't kill me, I will give it to you immediately. Lin Fei was puzzled. Was the fatty trying to trick him? The 2 jade bottles flew out, and everyone looked on with envy. They regretted not saying the great sun heavenly demon's name, or else wouldn't these treasures be in their hands? Good stuff, good stuff. The great sun heavenly demon squinted. That fatty is not bad. After some training, he can become an errand boy. The jade bottles flew over, and the great sun heavenly demon grabbed them with his hand, wanting to control them. Unexpectedly, a cold light came from the void, and the fatty's voice came, "Damn you, you dare to take my things." Whoosh, it was a huge sword light, and it was as big as a door. It fell from the sky and chopped down on the great sun heavenly demon's hand, and the huge hand was sent flying. Ah, my hand! The great sun heavenly demon lost one hand, and then the Yellow Springs holy water and Xianming holy water rushed out, turning into 2 iron chains that wrapped around the great sun heavenly demon's body. It was like a huge millstone, and his skin was torn open, and white bones were everywhere. It was extremely terrifying. The sudden killing move caused everyone to be startled. The great sun heavenly demon was defeated. I'm going to kill you 2 stinking brats. The great sun heavenly demon was enraged. After cultivating to become an immortal king, he was just planning on setting out his grand plans. Yet, he was tricked by 2 stinky brats and even had one of his hands chopped off. How could he swallow this anger? How's Lord Fatty's move? Gao Shisan chuckled. This Yellow Spring holy water and mysterious in holy water are top-notch sneaky things. They can completely torture a great sun heavenly demon to death, leaving nothing behind. Amazing! Lin Fei was shocked. If he had used this move back then, it would have been difficult for him. Kill! With the great sun heavenly demon trapped, Lin Fei let out a loud roar. Ancient sword will burst forth, and the rustling sword will pierce straight at the great sun heavenly demon's forehead, wanting to kill him on the spot. This was the best time to kill the great sun heavenly demon. Sky demon incarnation. The great sun heavenly demon struggled. The Yellow Spring holy water and mysterious in holy water worked together, making it hard for him to break free. His physical body was restricted. He opened his mouth and swallowed. A great sun heavenly demon incarnation walked out, turning into a 100-meter tall giant. He waved his hand and slapped at the ancient sword will. One of my incarnations will send you down to the earth domain. The great sun heavenly demon incarnation's palm landed on the sword light. It could topple mountains and overturn seas. The sword light shattered and shot out in all directions, exploding mountains and causing the ground to shake. What a strong incarnation to be able to break through my sword light. Lin Fei thought. You want to block me with just an incarnation? Dream on. Lin Fei had a thought. The 3-headed and 6-armed form behind him activated the 6 saint weapons. Holy light expanded and smashed towards the great sun heavenly demon incarnation, causing the sky to collapse. I can do it too. The incarnation turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed form. There was nothing in its hands as it slapped towards Lin Fei. Suppress. Watch, the gravitational field was activated. The great sun heavenly demon's incarnation came to a stop. The attacks from the saint weapons landed on its head, causing its flesh and blood to explode as it smashed into the valley below. Its huge body instantly killed more than 10 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Damn it, his strength is too strong. The great sun heavenly demon exclaimed, in addition to the saint weapons in my hands, this incarnation of mine was formed not long ago and has yet to be equipped with a saint weapon. It is innately weaker. Again. Lin Fei was delighted. He activated his god power and stomped down from the sky. With a loud rumble, The ground sank and the mountains collapsed. Shameless brat, it hurt so much. Stop quickly, or I will use my killing move. In terms of pure god power, Lin Fei had reached the divine power of 200,000 dragons. When he activated the saint weapons, there was almost no one who could block him. The attacks landed on the great sun heavenly demon's body without any regard for their lives. This incarnation was in tatters and was almost unrecognizable. But Lin Fei was unmoved. He slapped the great sun heavenly demon away. The 6 saint weapons smashed on his body and the ancient divine weapon judgment staff smashed over. Ah, my incarnation! With a full force strike, the great sun heavenly demon's incarnation exploded. A black pillar appeared, undamaged by such an attack and emanating a mysterious aura. An incarnation made from a pearl. Good stuff, a huge treasure. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed it. The pearl landed on his hand and he kept it in his storage ring. Great Sun Heavenly Demon, die. Fatty Gao Shisan used the Yellow Springs Holy Water and Xianming Holy Water to suppress the Great Sun Heavenly Demon's strength, forcing him to use his incarnation to attack. Who would have thought that he would meet this monster, Lin Fei, who destroyed the incarnation and stole the treasure? Old ancestor, save me. The Great Sun Heavenly Demon was at a disadvantage and was restricted. Seeing Lin Fei charging over, his injuries worsened and he had to call for help, or he would die. Old ancestor? Lin Fei was still fearful of the word old ancestor. Damn it, let's talk after I kill him. Lin Fei kept the 6 saint weapons and god power surged from his 8 arms. The god power turned into a gale and smashed down on the Great Sun Heavenly Demon. He used the Eternal God Fist's 10 times power, a full 2 million dragon god power. You can't kill me. I am a heavenly demon and can transform into thousands of forms. When the old ancestor comes, you will be the first one I kill. The Great Sun Heavenly Demon said fiercely. 1 slap, the Yellow Springs Holy Water was blasted away. 2 slap, the Xianming Holy Water was blasted away. 3 slap, the Great Sun Heavenly Demon's body was covered in cracks. 4 slap, the left and right arms exploded. 5 slap, the Great Sun Heavenly Demon's physical body exploded from within, breaking into pieces and turning into countless heavenly demon clones. 6 slap, the heavenly demon's clones were minced into pieces. There was no way for the Great Sun Heavenly Demon to revive. A strong celestial king Great Sun Heavenly Demon died in the hands of Lin Fei, not even his bones were left. Brother Lin, what a domineering attack. The Great Sun Heavenly Demon's physical body was injured. As in Celestial King, his physical body is terrifyingly strong, but he couldn't block Brother Lin's attack. Is Brother Lin someone with a special bloodline? Luckily, I didn't use the Yellow Springs Holy Water to sneak attack. Fatty Gao Shisan secretly wiped his sweat. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the Great Sun Heavenly Demon's storage ring. Last time, he didn't control his strength well, causing the storage ring to explode. This time, he was especially careful. Lin Fei, you are finally here. This old servant has waited for you for a long time. Chapter 927. P.S. Thank you Muyunpa for the tip. Heaven and earth turned blood red. A sense of danger surged in Lin Fei's heart. The wind is tight, pull back. As soon as the blood-red saber light appeared, Gao Shisan put away the 2 streams of holy water, took out a treasure and fled. As for Lin Fei, he had to pray for his own luck. Lord Fatty couldn't help him. God Fiend Sacred Body. Saint Dragon Step. A terrifying aura crushed all the way, and the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the valley all fled. The blood-red saber light was incomparably domineering. Even if there were afterimages, they were cut in half and killed. The saber light was too strong, and Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His god-fiend sacred body was covered in wounds, and his bones could be seen. Who is this person? He's not weaker than the Prince of Hell at all. In fact, he's even stronger. Lin Fei suppressed his injuries and used the 3 heads and 6 arms form to send out a terrifying palm strike to buy time for himself. The blood-red saber light shattered, and it instantly returned to its original appearance. Enough. The The Saint Dragon's step became more and more proficient, and he traveled hundreds of thousands of miles in a breath, reaching the limit. After 3 breaths, he was 1,000,000 miles away, and he saw the fatty Gao Shisan. Brother Lin, who did you offend? This person is already a peak mortal step immortal king, and is about to step into the earth step immortal king realm. Gao Shisan asked hurriedly. Lin Fei himself was confused. The immortal king realm was divided into the mortal step, followed by the earth step, and lastly, the heaven step. A peak mortal step immortal king realm was sent to kill him. This I really don't know. Lin Fei had killed too many people and he couldn't remember them all. Whoosh, in 3 breaths, the blood-red saber light arrived. Wherever it passed, a large number of spirits and yakshas were turned into ashes, and a large amount of death chi evaporated. Lin Fei, you can't escape from this old servant's palm. The blood-red saber light crossed 1,000,000 miles and appeared behind Lin Fei. With one slash, it expanded hundreds of thousands of miles. The saber light was domineering, and the god-fiend's sacred body bled. Sky-shaking bell. Lin Fei took out the sacred tool heaven-shaking bell and covered himself in it. Naturally, it also included Fatty Zhang, Gao Shisan. The blood-colored saber light blasted on the heaven-shaking bell. The saber intent crushed the huge black bell and blasted it away. It smashed into a mountain and fell to the ground. Celestial demon, that piece of trash. He couldn't even take care of Lin Fei. Instead, he was killed. The blood-colored saber light dissipated, and an old man walked out. He had a cold aura around him. Search, his vast spiritual sense swept out, and everything fell under his control. You want to walk underground? Get out here. The giant hand pierced through the clouds and appeared on a mountain 100,000 kilometers away. With a single grab, a large portion of the mountain was uprooted. With a casual squeeze, it completely crushed the mountain, turning it into powder. You can't escape. The gigantic hand casually slapped down in a direction, and an incomparably dense force slapped down. The mountains were flattened, and a huge crater suddenly appeared. The number of such craters kept increasing, and the path was filled with them. Damn it, Brother Lin, you've tricked me to death. Under the ground, 2 figures sped away. At this time, their faces were pale, and they kept coughing up blood. The terrifying force from the ground constantly shook them, injuring them. Under the blood-colored saber light, Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking bell and barely blocked most of the attack. The remaining part of the attack was not easy to deal with, and they suffered heavy injuries. The strength of a peak mortal step immortal king is even more terrifying than I imagined. This person calls himself an old servant. Who ordered him to do this? If this goes on, I'll fall into that person's hands sooner or later. Lin Fei spat out another mouthful of blood. The attack contained complete laws, and it was horrifying. Even with the sacred body of gods and demons, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. Brother Gao, why don't we go our separate ways? One goes east, and the other goes west. Maybe we'll be able to survive that. Lin Fei was very sure that the terrifying old man was coming for him. This was an undeserved calamity for Fatty. How can this be good? Gao Shisan said. However, his movements were very fast, and he went west without any hesitation. Lin Fei was originally feeling guilty, but seeing the fatty leave just like that, he cursed him for being shameless and flew east. The hard ground, under the impact of the divine power, turned into a passage. If you dare to use such a small trick. The old man revealed a mocking smile. An incarnation walked out from the left, and it had the same face as the old man. It nodded and rushed west, and waved its hand downwards. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was earth-shattering. Very quickly, Lin Fei and the fatty met again. Damn it, the old man above has taken out his incarnation, I can't take it. Gao Shisan looked sullen, and the injuries on his body worsened. We still underestimated this person's strength. Lin Fei's heart tightened. Are we really going to die here? Under the old man's attack, the two fled underground, wanting to take advantage of the old man's large consumption of celestial power to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, the old man's attacks were the same and they couldn't find any flaws. They couldn't use up the old man's celestial power anymore. Brother Gao, you are familiar with the northern underworld chaotic space domain. Do you know any way to block the old man's attack? Lin Fei's celestial power was being consumed quickly, and it wasn't a solution. Yes, I thought of a place, but I don't know if you dare to go. Gao Shisan raised his head, and a cold light shot out. If that old fart dares to come, maybe we can turn the situation around. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. What place? A big tomb. Gao Shisan added, a big tomb of an ancient powerhouse. Lin Fei seemed to understand why the fatty came here at this moment. Maybe, there's no time to lose, let's go, you lead the way. A big tomb of an ancient powerhouse might be able to block the attack of this peak human stage immortal king. Let's go all out. Hey, they changed direction. The old man was the blood slave arranged by the Sky Devil Emperor, who arrived at the northern underworld chaotic space domain one step ahead, found and subdued the great sun heavenly demon, and waited for Lin Fei to arrive. Who knew that when he went out to collect the treasure, the great sun heavenly demon would die at the hands of others, which made the blood slave very angry. It couldn't even deal with Lin Fei. It was really a disgrace to the heavenly demon. This Lin Fei's body is not bad. He didn't collapse after taking a blow from the blood knife, and that fatty is also not bad. I saw the Yellow Springs holy water, Xianming holy water, rare good things. The blood slave squinted. No matter what tricks you play, don't think of escaping from this old servant's hands. The blood slave didn't attack anymore, and calmly followed behind, following Lin Fei and Fatty. Phew, walking underground, Lin Fei panted. Fatty, are we almost there? Almost there, it's not far ahead. The blood slave didn't attack anymore, but Lin Fei and Fatty still felt great pressure. The calm before the storm was the prelude to the storm. Once they appeared, they would be attacked by the old man. Southeast. Lin Fei had 3 heads and 6 arms, constantly shaking the ground. The soil layer in front of them was thick and contained a special aura. His expression changed, and thick divine power kept hitting the rock layer. Yes, it's this direction. The rock layer is strengthened by the law of gravity. Lin Fei's method was violent, regardless of whether it was strengthened by gravity or not. He hit the rock layer with his palm and rushed forward. This aura? The blood slave, who had been calm, frowned when he saw the aura in front. Not good. It's a dangerous place ahead. The 2 brats are going to risk their lives. From the aura in front, the blood slave felt a terrible dangerous aura. Even with the strength of his clone, he still felt the fatal aura of death. If Lin Fei and the others knew that this old man was just a clone, and still had the strength of a peak mortal stage immortal king, they would probably be shocked. We can't let them die in there. The old ancestor needs the divinity of Lin Fei. Rumble, the blood slave punched the ground below, broke a huge hole, and landed inside. With a slash of the blood sword, 1,000 zhang long blood light shone brightly. Not good, that old thing is coming down. It seems he knows our plan. Gao Shisan's forehead was full of cold sweat. Lin Fei's heart sank. Help me stall the old thing, buy me time. I can break through this place soon. Just a little bit more. Old thing, eat my sword. The huge black sword rushed out, also with 1,000 zhang long sword light. The blood light surged up and crushed the sword light, breaking it into pieces, unable to block the attack. Yellow Spring holy water, Xianming holy water. Gao Shisan clenched his teeth, took out 2 treasures, hoping to block this terrible blood light, which contained the complete power of the law. Sai. As soon as the 2 treasures appeared, the blood light exploded, surging towards the blood slave, melting the ground, turning it into a bottomless black hole. Good stuff, give it to me. The blood slave waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared, flickering with light. The mouth of the bottle was facing the Yellow Spring holy water, the Xianming holy water. The huge tearing force pulled away part of the Yellow Spring holy water. Gao Shisan cursed inwardly, hurriedly pulled back, and slashed with his huge sword. The blood slave waved his hand, knocking the sword away. Ancient sun shooting divine arrow. A terrible aura came from underground, a rainbow light, the shadow of an arrow, containing great terror. On the arrow light, an illusory figure appeared. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he was holding a big bow, pulling the string. The blood slave's expression changed, and he kept the jade bottle, cutting off the yellow spring holy water. You want to use ancient saint weapons to deal with me? You don't have the qualifications. Blood sea golden body, blood sea holy armor, protect me. A terrible aura came from his body. His whole body was covered by blood clouds, covering a large area. Fatty, let's go. The ancient sun-shooting divine arrow was incomparably domineering. The blood clouds exploded under the power of the divine arrow, revealing the blood slave's blood sea golden body, and sent him flying, crashing into the depths of the ground. Open, Lin Fei took back the ancient sun-shooting divine arrow. The body of the arrow had dimmed a lot, losing a lot of energy. The ancient saint weapon should be able to kill this old thing, right? Rumble. Under the bombardment of the 3 heads and 6 arms, the last rock was finally broken, and the 2 rushed in without hesitation. Chapter 928. Tomb of an Ancient Powerhouse? I'm rich, I'm rich. At the most critical moment, Lin Fei activated his 3 heads and 6 arms, violently breaking through the rock layer reinforced by the law of gravity, and luckily entered the underground space. A resplendent palace, sun, moon, and stars, and a vast ancient aura appeared in front of the 2. It's definitely a tomb set up by an ancient powerhouse. Gao Shisan squinted his eyes and thought, should I get rid of Lin Fei, then all the treasures will belong to me. If I get rid of Lin Fei, it's not good. That old thing outside has the strength of a peak mortal-ranked immortal king. I can't deal with him alone. Lin Fei stared at the sun, moon, and stars, and let go of his thoughts. This tomb of an ancient powerhouse must have belonged to an amazing powerhouse when he was alive. To be able to set up a technique like the sun, moon, and stars, his strength must be extraordinary. There must be many treasures inside. They should belong to me. Should I slap this fatty to death? No, no, no. Who? Gao Shisan's black sword slashed out from the void. The resplendent sword light swept towards the sun, moon, and stars, and as soon as the sword light met the sun, moon, and stars, the sword light exploded, and a sun, moon, and star fell. The underground space shook. Good stuff, good stuff. The sun, moon, and stars were huge beads, covered with mysterious runes, as heavy as Mount Tai. Gao Shisan smiled and took it without hesitation. Come down. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Seeing that the sun, moon, and stars were extraordinary, the god and demon hand slapped down towards the sun, moon, and stars. The violent divine power collapsed the void, and another star fell. So heavy. The god and demon hand grabbed out. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, almost impossible to lift. He used 60% of his divine power, and the bead landed in Lin Fei's hand. Ancient saint artifact. My god and demon hand's divine power is unparalleled. I almost couldn't lift it up. Using this to smash people, it must feel very good. Lin Fei didn't say a word and put it away. He looked to the side and saw that the fatty was very busy. One star after another fell and smashed into the ground. He was even shouting, "Mengtine, they're all mine." Damn it. Lin Fei activated his 3 heads and 6 arms and attacked the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. He couldn't let an ancient treasure go to waste. If he could gather a full set, it would definitely be a good offensive treasure. Boom, boom, boom. The resplendent sun, moon, and stars all turned into meteors and fell, no longer as resplendent as before. Swish, swish, swish. When there were not many suns, moons, and stars left, a mountain of sword chi shot up from below the palace. There were more than 1,000 strands of sword chi, truly like a mountain. My arm. A sword mountain smashed over, smashing apart the godfiend's arm that was extracting treasures and sending it flying. A second sword mountain shot over, and Lin Fei was horrified. His scalp went numb, and he retreated, not even bothering to take his treasures. On the other side, Gao Shisan suffered as well. He stared at a large sword and barely held on. Be careful, this is the great divine ability, the 5 elements great sword. You can't take it head-on. The 2 were like stray dogs, constantly dodging the 5 elements great chi swords. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. The remaining 5 elements great chi swords shot through the sun, moon, and stars, cutting through rock formations. A 5 elements great chi sword struck the hanging sun, moon, and stars, causing light to explode and disintegrate. The 2 scalps went numb. The 5 elements great chi swords were too terrifying. Why would there be 5 elements great chi swords below the palace? Lin Fei stared at the fatty while dodging. Well, I'm afraid we've touched the bottom line of the ancient experts by collecting the sun, moon, and stars, so Gao Shisan was too embarrassed to continue. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements great chi sword was like a mountain, piercing through the earth, cutting it, and killing into the sky above the northern underworld chaotic sky region. A group of ghosts swayed past, and the mountain of sword chi smashed down, shattering into pieces. The 5 elements great chi sword shot up from underground, and the ancient expert's tomb appeared in front of the northern underworld chaotic sky region. Your Highness, the sword chi in front is like a mountain, and the sword shadows are terrifying. Someone must have gotten here first and activated the 5 elements great chi sword below. In the northern underworld chaotic sky region, a black battleship slowly sailed by. It was the Hell battleship that the Hell Crown Prince was on. Ants, how dare you covet my treasure? You don't know life from death. Full speed ahead, kill anyone who comes near. A cold voice came from a black-clothed young man. Yes, full speed ahead. In a deep cave in the northern underworld chaotic sky region. With a loud bang, the cave collapsed, and a white figure rushed up from below. He stood in the sky, and his eyes were like torches as he looked in one direction. Good, good, I didn't expect there to be such a big tomb in the northern underworld chaotic sky region. I didn't come in vain. Whoosh, a pair of huge black wings grew out from under the ribs, stretching to a length of 100 zhang. With a casual movement, he disappeared on the spot. In other places, many people saw the divine power of the 5 elements chi sword and realized that an extraordinary treasure had appeared. They stopped what they were doing and rushed to this area. Brother Lin, it's not good. The big tomb has appeared, and a large number of experts will come soon. Needless to say, the rock layer above was covered with the power of law. Under the 5 elements chi sword, the rock layer above was cut open, and the top was exposed. It's all your fault. Who asked you to be greedy and take the sun, moon, and stars? Now you've attracted enemies for no reason. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Damn you, you also took a lot of sun, moon, and stars. Gao Shisan muttered, what now? Of course, the early bird gets it. The treasure here is fated with me, so I'll take it, Lin Fei said seriously. Yes, the treasure is fated, so I'll take it. The 2 rushed to the palace in front of them and took the treasure before the crowd arrived. Cough, cough, cough. Good boy, you have such a treasure on you and it injured me. You're really not ordinary. Fortunately, the divine power of this object is limited, and I can't use its full power. There won't be such a chance next time. From the rock layer, an old man flew out, his eyes cold, and the blood sea behind him surged endlessly. This person was the blood slave. The ancient sunshot divine arrow had blasted him away, and he was injured badly, but couldn't kill him. Swish, how dare you sneak attack me? The sword chi attacked, and the blood slave's eyes flashed with cold light. These 2 little brats really thought that this old slave was easy to bully. Come out. He rushed out of the passage and stretched out his hand. The blood sea surged and everything was red. He wanted to let these 2 brats know regret. Not good. The blood slave realized something was wrong, and the blood hand was broken. Then, a terrifying and dangerous aura came, and he saw the sword chi mountain coming, cutting the void. This old slave isn't finished with you. The sword mountain cut the old slave's body, and the endless anger of the blood slave came, but was immediately suppressed by the sword mountain. Brother Lin, I think I heard the old thing's voice. Gao Shisan winked. Could it be that he was hit by the great 5 elements chi sword? Lin Fei also heard it. I think it's completely reasonable. The divine power of the great 5 elements chi sword left the 2 with lingering fear. The sacred body of gods and demons couldn't withstand a sword, let alone an immortal king. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the palace, a huge shadow shrouded over, and a battleship appeared not far away. Above the battleship, a big black disk flew out, turned into a huge vortex, and swallowed the Sword Chi Mountain. Chapter 929. P.S. Thanks to Shallow Smile Shurji Antsnake's tips, as well as Bugs Bunny, Gui Chong Tian Little Cow. Snake's monthly votes. The appearance of the tomb in the northern underworld chaotic space domain had attracted experts from all over. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Hell battleship shuttled through the void, arriving in an instant. The death beams were like an inescapable net, sweeping through a large number of immortals and killing them one after another. Hell Crown Prince. The power of the 5 elements energy sword was terrifying, killing many immortals. The moment the Hell Crown Prince arrived, he took out a treasure to collect the 5 elements energy sword and killed a group of immortals with a wave of his hand, intimidating everyone and making them not dare to act rashly. Seeing the Hell Crown Prince appear, everyone's faces showed fear. The previous death beam was equivalent to giving them a show of strength. The black mass of Hell battleships were like a large knife above their heads, ready to chop off their heads at any time, taking their lives. Hell Crown Prince, what do you mean? Do you want to stop us? A young elite raised his head and looked over. He spoke and pulled everyone up, as though he wanted to strike fear into the Crown Prince of Hell. You guys? Ha! In the sky above the Hell battleship, a giant hand slammed down, turning into a face that mocked, "You think you're worthy?" The young elite was torn apart with one slap, not even having a chance to block. A figure walked out of the Hell battleship, waving his hand to keep the Hell battleship. A black-robed man appeared on the left and right, covering their faces, exuding a thick aura. You can't even block one move from this Crown Prince, yet you still dare to talk big here. The newcomer was a handsome young master in black, the Hell Crown Prince. The group didn't dare to make a sound. The Hell Crown Prince was too strong. They knew they weren't his match. Hell Crown Prince, you're from the Hell world. How dare you come to the northern underworld chaotic space domain? There was a loud boom. A beam of sword light shot out from the void. It was thousands of feet long, and the sword light was resplendent. It contained the power of laws, and it was vast and mighty. Finally, an expert has arrived? The Hell Crown Prince's robes fluttered as he slapped the air. Thick immortal power turned into a 9-headed hell snake with 9 heads and a ferocious aura, meeting the sword light. The experts from the 10,000 Swords Villa are here. It's rumored that the Myriad Swords Villa has sent out all of their experts. They might be able to contend against the Crown Prince of Hell. Someone exclaimed. The 9-headed hell serpent opened its mouth to spit out venomous creatures, and the other heads bit down on the sword light. Crunching sounds rang out as the sword light was devoured. Then, it opened its mouth again, and a huge vortex appeared, which bit off half of the person in the depths of the void. Trash! A casual palm strike from the Crown Prince of Hell had defeated an expert from the 10,000 Swords Villa. People of the Heavenly Feather clan, how long do you want to watch? Suddenly, the Crown Prince of Hell raised his head and looked into the depths of the void. As expected of a genius disciple from the infernal realm, to be able to see through my existence. A silver-armored man walked out of the void. He retracted the wings on his back and returned to human form. He looked calm and relaxed. Heavenly Feather Race expert. Don't they rarely have disciples outside? The Sky Feather Race was a powerful race in the great metropolis. They were known as the Kings of the Skies and had an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Other than a few races, the other races could not compare. Is Miss Yu of the Divine Palace not going to come out? Kuan Sheng of the Sky Feather Clan looked at the void with his hands behind his back. What? The people of the Divine Palace are here. This is interesting. Don't forget that after the chaotic sky territory of the northern underworld was turned into ruins, it became a battlefield. It is not surprising that the people of the Divine Palace came out to gain experience. Kuan Sheng of the Sky Feather Clan, you have good eyes. You even noticed this. 2 men and 3 women walked out of another void. The 2 women in the lead were dressed in black and had black veils covering their faces. Even so, it could be seen that the 2 women were stunning beauties. So it is Miss Yu of the Divine Palace who possesses the exquisite heart. I have long heard of your name. Now that I have met you, you live up to your reputation. The Crown Prince of Hell cupped his hands together and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. It is rare for people from the infernal realm to come to the great metropolis world. I am very surprised. The black-robed woman, Yu Linglong, chuckled. Are you here for the treasure of the ancient immortal King Luoding? The Crown Prince of Hell's pupils shrank and a look of anger flashed in his eyes. Then he calmed down and said to himself, You are indeed a genius with the exquisite heart. You saw through my intention with just one sentence. I must deal with you carefully. As long as I get the treasure, it will not be too late to fight with you. After hearing Yu Linglong's words, everyone knew that the tomb belonged to the immortal King Luoding. I have read about the origin of the immortal King Luoding. He was an ancient immortal king with tyrannical strength. However, this immortal king was not interested in fighting for power. Instead, he liked to collect all kinds of rare treasures. Not only that, but he also collected many great magic skills. People called him the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King. Ah, so it is the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King? Isn't it said that the tomb of the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King is illusory and no one knows about it? Is this tomb another cenotaph? Who cares? Maybe there are treasures left by the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King. Immediately inform the sect that a large tomb of the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King has been found. The Crown Prince of Hell's face darkened. Originally, no one knew about the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King. Now that everyone knew about the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King, experts would soon come. Miss Yu, I have something to do today. Let's chat another day. The Crown Prince of Hell squeezed out a smile and rushed down to the palace with his two subordinates. Senior Sister Yu, isn't it inappropriate to do this? A young man behind Yu Linglong asked with a frown. It's fine. The Crown Prince of Hell is not simple. He came all the way from the underworld world to the northern dark chaotic sky domain. There must be something important to him here. Yu Linglong said calmly, The Crown Prince of Hell's heart is in a mess. As long as we follow him, we will definitely find his so-called treasure. Besides, I am also very interested in the tomb of the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King. Let's go. Yu Linglong led her people into the palace. A place that even the Crown Prince of Hell is interested in? Interesting. Kuan Sheng of the Heavenly Feather clan rubbed his chin and followed them into the palace of the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King. Everyone, let's go. There must be a lot of treasures waiting for us in the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King's tomb. Everyone was tempted. The northern dark chaotic sky domain suddenly became lively. The appearance of the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King's tomb in the northern dark chaotic sky domain attracted many young geniuses. Lin Fei and that fatty, how dare you trick this old man? This old man will make you regret it. Another old man rushed out from the ground near the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King's tomb. His clothes were tattered. His left arm and right leg were gone. There was a fist-sized hole in his chest. Huh? There's a heavily injured guy here. Go to hell. An evil man from the northern dark chaotic sky domain came after hearing the news. When he saw the old man, he raised his large bronze hammer and smashed it at the old man. He had the intention to kill and rob the old man. But the old man's eyes turned cold. He reached out and grabbed the old man's neck. The evil man struggled and then turned into a dried corpse. The blood slave's injuries had mostly recovered. He hated Lin Fei and the fatty even more. He was injured by the ancient sun-shooting divine arrow. Then he encountered the 5 elemental chi sword and lost a few treasures. His battle prowess had plummeted. He only had about 30% of his battle prowess left. If it was someone else, he would have died to the 5 elemental chi sword. The Plentiful Treasures Immortal King's tomb? The blood slave killed many people who came to seek treasures and devoured their blood essence. He recovered 50% of his injuries and searched through his memories. They must be inside. This old man's injuries aren't light. It won't be a problem to capture them with 50% of my battle prowess. However, the Plentiful Treasures Immortal King's tomb will attract many experts, even Earth Immortal Kings. Normally, I wouldn't be afraid. But today is different. This old man lost some treasures. I need to collect treasures in the tomb and recover my strength. Then, I'll take the opportunity to capture those two thieves. Lin Fei and Gao Shisan saw the Crown Prince of Hell coming. They took the opportunity to break into the palace while the Crown Prince was collecting the 5 elemental chi sword. This fake mountain is made of black gold. They're really rich. As soon as the two of them entered, they landed in a back garden. The first thing they saw was a fake mountain. Fatty Gao Shisan exclaimed in surprise. It's really black gold. It's a material that can be used to forge saint tools. Lin Fei was shocked. None of the materials needed to forge a sacred artifact were valuable. For the sake of forging a sacred artifact, many people would spend at least 100 years just collecting the materials. Some would even spend 400 to 500 years. Look, this blue stone is actually a star brilliant stone. And that water, it seems to be the Heaven Lake sacred water. And that big tree over there, it seems to be the Netherworld tree of the Netherworld realm. It can bear Netherworld fruit. Fatty Gao Shisan blinked. Do you think we've encountered a tycoon? Lin Fei nodded. We must have encountered a tycoon. If we don't collect the good stuff, we'll be struck by lightning. Collect. Lin Fei and Gao Shisan didn't stand on ceremony. They used their divine abilities to collect the treasures. The fake mountain was moved. The big tree was dug out. The sacred water was taken away. All the good things in the back garden were taken away. Fortunately, the two had countless storage rings on them. They didn't leave anything that could be taken away. They realized that they had come to an inconceivable place. A huge opportunity was waiting for them. Soon, the back garden was in a mess. It was full of potholes. Even if a mouse came in, it would cry and run out. There was almost nothing left behind. The two rushed to the next place. This is a herb mountain. After leaving the back garden, they arrived at a herb mountain. Fatty looked. That herb in front of us looks like it's over 10,000 years old. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. What kind of place had they come to? Why were there treasures everywhere? Look, Fatty, collect it. Gao Shisan's eyes narrowed into slits. He waved his hand and grabbed at the herb. With a rumbling sound, a divine light smashed onto Gao Shisan's body, sending him flying away. There was a burning smell. Chapter 930. Fatty, are you okay? Lin Fei rushed up and saw Gao Shisan crawling out of the charred pit. Damn it, who set up this formation? This is a scam. Gao Shisan's body was charred black, and the armor on his body had long been destroyed. If not for that, he would have ended up worse. Lin Fei had checked before, but who would have thought that there was a formation set up to prevent people from picking? The herbs on the herb mountain have been set up with a formation. Looking at the power of the formation, it won't be easy to break. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment after checking a dozen herbs. My herbs! Gao Shisan gritted his teeth. It was a pity that he couldn't get any more herbs. The formation on the herbs was extremely mysterious, and it wasn't an ordinary formation. The two worked together and tried to break the formation, but the formation counterattacked. They could only give up on the herbs on the herb mountain. Let's go to the front. In a back garden, treasures were piled up. It was already extraordinary, and now there was a herb mountain. Many of the herbs were old, at least 10,000 years old. Lin Fei and Gao Shisan realized that this ancient powerhouse's tomb wasn't simple. As soon as they left, many immortals from the northern underworld chaotic space domain barged in and started to fight for the herbs. They weren't so lucky and died from the formation's counterattack. After passing through the herb mountain, a large palace appeared in front of them. Look at that palace. Gao Shisan pointed at the front, where there was a huge palace. Treasure Hall. In front of the palace stood a huge statue that was very eye-catching. Who is this? Lin Fei's eyes landed on the giant. This giant was extremely lifelike, and it held a treasure in its hand. Every part of its body was filled with treasures, and he was filled with curiosity. Treasure Immortal King? Looking down the statue, Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Gao Shisan asked. This giant statue seems to be called Treasure Immortal King. Gao Shisan jumped up. What? Treasure Immortal King. Let me take a look. He rushed up in large strides to see what was going on. After a while, Gao Shisan's laughter was heard. We're rich. We're rich. So the great necropolis belongs to the immortal king of plentiful treasures. No wonder there are so many treasures everywhere. Lord Fatty thought that the immortal king of plentiful treasures was so rich that he could leave behind so many treasures. Lin Fei hurriedly went to find out about Plentiful Treasure's immortal king's origins, and learned everything about Plentiful Treasure's immortal king from Fatty. An anomaly among immortal kings? From the looks of it, there really was such a thing. I forgot to mention that the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king usually stands aloof from worldly affairs. However, his battle prowess is valiant, and he has a large amount of treasures on him. Among all the immortal kings, practically no one dares to provoke him. Gao Shisan narrowed his eyes. This place might be a tomb left behind by the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king. Rumor has it that all of his treasures are hidden in a mysterious place. This kind of tomb might have clues. Lord Fatty is going to search for treasures. After greeting Lin Fei, Gao Shisan went into the palace to look for treasures. Even I'm tempted by the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king's tomb. Unwilling to fall behind, Lin Fei dashed into the palace ahead. After learning about the tomb's owner, he was even more eager to search for treasures. Since the owner was known as the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king, there should be a lot of treasures in this tomb. Currently, Lin Fei lacked treasures. Scram. Many immortals rushed in to fight for the treasures after the tomb's appearance. Hell's Crown Prince led his 2 subordinates and swept through all the immortals along the way. As for the treasures along the way, he didn't pay any attention to them. A bunch of ignorant children. The most valuable things in the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king's tomb aren't these roadside goods. Hell's Crown Prince stood on a 9-headed hell snake. The 9-headed hell snake had 9 heads that spat out unstoppable attacks. Your Highness, will the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king really leave behind that treasure? A middle-aged man on the left asked in a low voice. Uncle Han, that thing definitely exists. Hell's Crown Prince said. The Plentiful Treasure's immortal king has countless treasures, but who knows that he's related to a huge secret? This secret will soon fall into my hands, and once I get my hands on it, no peerless genius will be a match for me. They'll all become my stepping stones. Boom, 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 one of the palace gates was torn apart, and a person barged in. Divine Abilities Hall. Lin Fei casually tried his luck in the many palaces. Every palace door had a restrictive spell formation setup. Lin Fei used his god force to break through the restrictions and entered a place called the Divine Abilities Hall. Could it really be as Fatty said? The Plentiful Treasure's immortal king doesn't just collect treasures, he also has a hobby of collecting divine abilities. Lin Fei looked around. The Divine Abilities Hall was filled with dazzling divine light that wrapped around something. He could vaguely see that it was a jade slip. So many divine abilities. There's a total of 100 jade slips. Those that can be left here must be extraordinary. They're all mine. Lin Fei displayed his 3 heads and 6 arms and used all his god force to grab the divine light cloud. He understood why Fatty left. Under such circumstances, neither of them could remain calm, right? The divine light can block my grab? Lin Fei had the god devil's sacred body and 3 heads and 6 arms. With a grab, the power of 200,000 dragons was repelled. It was clear that the divine light cloud was not simple. Come over here. Boom, boom, Lin Fei directly burst forth with 10 times his god force, 2 million dragon gods' god force, and grabbed out with all his might. The ball of godlight landed in Lin Fei's hand, and he pressed it down, causing the godlight to explode, and the jade scroll appeared. Good, I got a jade slip. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. This Divine Abilities Hall is completely prepared for me. Ping, ping, ping. Most likely, the Plentiful Treasure's immortal king who set up the formation would not have expected that there would be a human with unparalleled god force. He did not need any saint artifacts or treasures to easily break the divine light and take the jade slip. Lin Fei was very busy. One by one, the jade slips landed on Lin Fei's hand. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 100 jade slips were all in Lin Fei's hand. After taking the 100 jade slips, the divine abilities hall was empty. The divine light didn't disappear after being hit? Lin Fei was shocked. Could the divine light survive after being hit by his palm? This divine light is definitely an ordinary item. I'll take it first. Lin Fei spent some time to gather the divine light. He kneaded it together and turned it into a fist-sized divine pearl. It was crystal clear and very heavy. At this moment, Lin Fei felt uneasy. A sword light swept over from the void. The majestic sword light contained the power of a storm. It was a time-space storm that was above 10 points of sword intent. Brat, go to hell. The sword light was fierce. The time-space storm was contained within. It was a truly powerful sword. In addition, a poisonous power spread out, corroding the air. Chapter 931. The Dark North Chaotic Sky territory had always been a place for sect disciples to train. The appearance of the tomb of the plentiful treasure Immortal King attracted the attention of many disciples. They put down what they were doing and came here to try their luck. Li Hua was one of them. He was in Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and had comprehended 50% of the nomological laws. Although it was only 50%, with the power of the nomological laws, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the same level were no match for him. The reason was simple. Li Hua had comprehended the power of poison. It was extremely vicious and specialized in destroying people's bodies and primordial spirits. My luck is pretty good. A golden immortal kid dares to covet the treasures of the Divine Abilities Hall? I'll destroy your body and the treasures will be mine. The Divine Abilities Hall was empty. There were no divine abilities or treasures. Immortal Li Hua was sure that Li Hua had it. No need to struggle. You've been poisoned by my power of poison. Just accept your death. The power of poison invaded Li Hua's body. A tyrannical sword light flashed and landed on Li Hua's body. Li Hua smiled proudly. A mere golden immortal dared to fight? Clang! The powerful sword filled the air with the power of poison. No one could get close. But when Li Hua's sword landed on Lin Fei, sparks flew. It was as if he had landed on a boulder. Sacred body of gods and demons, expel the poison. Lin Fei was infuriated. This person was too vicious. The demon god's hand slammed into the sword, sending it flying. Wing sounds rang out continuously. The second demon god's hand grabbed the sword in the air. It was as if he was trying to fish the moon out of the water. My sword! Li Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. His sword was destroyed and he was injured. He waved his hand and the power of poison filled the air. It sliced towards Li Hua, poisoning everything. You're courting death. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei sent out 6 palms. Divine power surged and shattered the power of poison. The 6 demon gods' hands suddenly appeared above Li Hua and slapped down. The void caved in and then collapsed. Li Hua screamed and his body exploded. You dare to sneak attack me? You're courting death. Lin Fei retracted the godly demon hand and put away the storage ring. He expelled the toxic energy from his body and shot it at the palace, corroding it. The disciples who are training outside are all here. I have to be careful. After exiting the Divine Abilities Hall, Lin Fei headed to the next palace. At this moment, many figures appeared in the air as many people descended. Many palaces exploded with immortal energy as they fought intensely, causing many palaces to explode. Lin Fei executed the sacred dragon steps and avoided the battlefield. He searched for the palace halls that had yet to open, not wanting to waste time. The plentiful treasure Immortal King tomb was huge, and there were more than just a few people in the northern dark chaotic space domain. If they kept coming, the treasures would decrease. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations erupted in front of him. You dare to steal this crown prince's things? Lin Fei heard a familiar voice coming from the front. He knew that it was the voice of the Prince of Hell. Infernal Crown Prince. How dare a mere infernal realm cultivator like you act so atrociously? Senior brothers, let's work together to suppress the infernal Crown Prince. Suppress the Prince of Hell. Kill! An earth-shattering battle came from the front. The treasure that the Crown Prince of Hell has his eyes on? Lin Fei was tempted. Who told him to lack treasures? Although he had low-grade sacred treasures with ordinary power, they could not meet the requirements in his heart. Let's go. With the sacred body of God and demon, how could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? The treasures left by the plentiful treasure immortal king must be extraordinary. Lin Fei broke through more than 10 palaces in a row. A road leading to heaven appeared in front of him. At the end of it was a magnificent palace. Outside the palace, several figures were fighting fiercely. The Crown Prince of Hell from the infernal realm indeed has the capital to be arrogant. He is fighting 8 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals alone and still has the upper hand. Lin Fei looked over. Could that be a 9-headed hell serpent? It has 9 heads, yet it's able to ignore the attacks of 8 golden immortals of the great overarching heaven. What a powerful fleshly body. Its strength is probably at the peak of the mortal king realm. Roar! All of a sudden, one of the 9-headed hell serpent's heads glared at Lin Fei, and it let out a mighty roar that shook the mountains. How dare a puny ant like you have designs on me? I'll eat you. Whoosh! An incarnation of a 9-headed serpent charged out, its bloody maw wide open. A fishy stench assailed the nostrils as it charged in front of Lin Fei. Even though it was just an incarnation, it was still dozens of meters tall. Lowly ant, I smell something delicious on you. Let me think, what is it? I remember now. You have the aura of the dragon tribe on you. I love eating dragons. It's so refreshing. Be a good boy and let me eat you. Lin Fei did not expect that with a thought, the 9-headed hell snake would separate an incarnation to eat him. The 9-headed hell snake bit down, and the fishy smell was almost suffocating. Lin Fei slid sideways, causing the attack to miss. However, a large part of the road leading to heaven was cut off by the 9-headed hell snake. It was horrifying. How dare you run? The 9-headed hell snake was furious. In the underworld, it was a supreme existence. It could eat whoever it wanted. No one had ever dared to say no. The word no just had to be avoided by a puny little ant. Untactful, the 9-headed hell serpent decided that it would devour this fellow in one gulp. Talent Totem Seal. The 9-headed hell snake opened its mouth and spat out a huge totem pillar. A loud roar came from the totem pillar, and a mysterious power spread out. Lin Fei's body froze and he could not move. The 9-headed hell snake's totem talent? Lin Fei had heard that some powerful divine beasts were born with innate talents and were extremely powerful. Stop struggling, lowly ant. In front of the totem talent, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up. The 9-headed hell snake was drooling. Delicious dragon meat, here I come. The 9-headed hell snake opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Fei. A rotten snake incarnation wants to eat me? Lin Fei frowned. His god-devil body shook, and rumbling godly power rushed into the sky, breaking the totem seal and regaining his freedom. He reached out with his god-devil hand. I will let you eat your fill. The 9-headed hell snake's incarnation faced Lin Fei's iron fist. While Lin Fei immediately used 10 consecutive explosions on the 9-headed hell snake's body. One explosion after another, the incarnation was blasted into a bloody mess. It's still not dead? An incarnation couldn't even explode after using 10 consecutive explosions. The 9-headed hell snake was just too sick. Shameless ant, I will kill you. The 9-headed hell snake was completely enraged. Heaven's shaking bell, suppress. Lin Fei rushed into the sky and took out the heaven shaking bell. A huge black bell came down, suppressing the 9-headed hell snake's incarnation. With a wave of his hand, he kept it in the heaven and earth smelt. My incarnation. Shio shio shio, a sharp gaze shot out from the 9-headed hell snake's eyes. Lin Fei used his god-devil hand to deal with it. Master, my incarnation is dead. On the 9-headed hell snake, the crown prince of hell glared at him coldly. Of the 8 perfected golden immortals, only 3 were left. The rest were killed by the crown prince of hell. Many of the disciples present were afraid of the crown prince of hell. When they heard the crown prince of hell's words, they all looked at Lin Fei. To be able to make the nine-headed hell snake suffer a loss, he must have a treasure on him, right? The heaven-shaking bell suppressed the incarnation of the nine-headed hell serpent. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to refine it. If it were his true body, it would naturally not be easy to do so. But now that it was just an incarnation, it was a piece of cake for him. How dare you refine this crown prince's battle pet? The crown prince of hell waved his hand, and a dark moon rose. On the dark moon, immortal runes were activated, and the heaven and earth suddenly darkened. The night was like water, shocking everyone. 3 heads and 6 arms, divine power burst. In the face of the crown prince of hell's attack, Lin Fei's blood was boiling. His divine physique had reached the phenomenal success stage, and his celestial demon body had reached the 4th transformation. Lin Fei wanted to see just how strong the Hell World's Hell Crown Prince was. Whoosh, the remaining 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals stopped moving. Under the attack of the dark moon, they fell straight from the sky, lost their breath, and their primordial spirits were completely destroyed. Your Highness is a genius. You managed to refine the dark moon to 8 layers of restrictions so quickly. It won't be long before you completely master the dark moon. 2 middle-aged men behind the Crown Prince of Hell wore indifferent expressions. In the great metropolis celestial realm, there's no one who can do anything to His Highness. Don't forget, the dark moon is a top-grade saint artifact with 10 layers of restrictions. Once it's fully grasped, its power will increase by 100-fold, making it unstoppable. With this, the Crown Prince of Hell will be able to suppress everything. In the future, he might even have the chance to become the Hell Emperor. As the followers of the Crown Prince of Hell, they naturally hoped that the Crown Prince of Hell's strength would improve. Oh no, run. As soon as the dark moon appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. What a powerful sacred artifact. Its power is extraordinary. It killed a perfected golden immortal with a wave of its hand. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Fei took a deep breath. No matter what, I have to snatch the dark moon. Such a powerful sacred artifact will increase my strength by another level in my hands. I'll grab it. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, piercing through the void to meet the dark moon. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. He even dares to grab Master's dark moon? There's going to be a good show to watch. The 9 heads of the 9-headed hell serpent sneered coldly. He knew the divine might of the dark moon. Many powerhouses in the hell world died in the hands of the dark moon, establishing the reputation of the Crown Prince of Hell. The dark moon was like a bright moon. Its deep darkness blotted out the sky and the sun. Lin Fei's grab was powerful and fierce. It broke through the divine might of the dark moon and grabbed the sacred artifact in one breath. Brilliant light exploded, each with power no less than an immortal king's attack. The demon god's hand was badly mutilated and melted. Brilliant light constantly exploded. It could be said that it was asking for humiliation. Let's go. Lin Fei turned around and left with large strides. He withdrew the demon god's hand and the dark moon fell into his palm. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everything was reversed. Hua, 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 the dark moon kept exploding, trying to break free. Lin Fei's grab was as unmoving as a mountain, suppressing the dark moon. Damn it, that kid took the dark moon. The smiles on the faces of the 2 middle-aged men stiffened. His Highness's dark moon had been taken away. How was this possible? Even they didn't dare to suppress the dark moon with their bare hands. Chapter 932. Your Highness, don't worry. I will kill that kid and take back the dark moon's sacred weapon. The sudden scene caught them off guard. His Highness' dark moon's sacred weapon, which he had refined to the 8th layer, was suppressed by a kid. The Crown Prince of Hell's expression darkened. Oh no, I've lost contact with the dark moon. The dark moon's sacred weapon was obtained by the Crown Prince of Hell from a secret realm. There were 10 layers of restrictions placed on it, and each layer was more difficult than the previous one. So far, he had only refined 8 layers of restrictions, which could unleash 80% of its power. Just now, the Crown Prince of Hell lost control of the dark moon and the last connection. How could he not be shocked? Your Highness, how is this possible? There are 10 layers of restrictions. How can that kid suppress it? The two subordinates were completely shocked. Uncle Han, no matter how powerful that kid is, we must kill him. He must have a treasure on him. You must be careful. Yes. The middle-aged man called Uncle Han tore open the void and chased after the crown prince. Your Highness, the dark moon is not here. Will it be difficult to break into that place? The crown prince of hell calmed himself down. Don't worry. That kid is just relying on the treasure. Uncle Han, he won't be able to escape. We'll just have to wait a little longer. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. A supreme-grade sacred weapon that almost shook an immortal weapon. Lin Fei suppressed the Dark Moon's sacred weapon and realized its value. Fortunately, he had planned it out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch the Crown Prince by surprise. When the Infernal Crown Prince used the Dark Moon Sacred Tool, the might of the Dark Moon Sacred Tool surpassed that of the previous sacred tools. Lin Fei realized that the Dark Moon Sacred Tool was extraordinary, so he used the Emperor-grade palm to fool the Infernal Crown Prince, catching them off guard. How dare you covet His Highness' treasure? Rumble, rumble, the 1,000-zhang-long saber light was like a stream of light, and with a terrifying momentum, it attacked from behind. F***CK, another one comprehended the space-time storm. This was the second time Lin Fei encountered someone who could unleash a spatial tempest. From the moment the other party acted, he could tell that the one pursuing him was a peak-stage mortal king. In addition to the earlier one, this was the second one. Break for me. Lin Fei turned around. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his divine power surged as he slapped down on the blade light, creating a storm of divine power. When it collided with the domineering blade light, the blade light exploded continuously, destroying the nearby buildings. Lin Fei used this time to execute the sacred dragon steps and put some distance between them. The great tomb of the plentiful treasure Immortal King was filled with treasures, and Yang Qi didn't want to waste any more time on it. Therefore, he descended into the palace and began to play hide and seek. What a domineering divine power! It can even destroy the saber light. The one who caught up was Uncle Han. He was slightly surprised. Unfortunately, you stole His Highness' Saint artifact. You are destined to die. No one can save you. Phew, Uncle Han chased after him. What a fast speed. He caught up so quickly. Whoosh, the saber lights were like flowing water as they bombarded Lin Fei, shattering the buildings and causing them to collapse. You can't escape. Even after executing the sacred dragon steps, Lin Fei was still unable to widen the distance between him and his opponent. This person is very strong. A peak mortal step Immortal King is indeed not easy to deal with. His god-fiend body was covered in saber marks, but they weren't fatal for the time being. I can't let this drag on. I have to think of a way to shake him off. If there was no one else around, Lin Fei wouldn't mind fighting with them. He wanted to experience the power of a peak mortal step Immortal King. But now, Lin Fei didn't dare to do so. The peak mortal step Immortal King who chased after him might appear at any time. He had to be careful. After thinking it through, Lin Fei continued to enter the palaces. Many disciples came to the great tomb of the plentiful treasure Immortal King. They could be seen searching for treasures in the palaces. This spear contains restrictions that are comparable to a mid-grade saint artifact. It's mine now. In one of the palaces, a black spear floated in the air. A few people were fighting for ownership. One of them, a young man, grabbed the black spear. This belongs to me. Scram. A huge black sword smashed down like a wooden plank, causing the young man to be dazed. He saw stars and sank into the blue stone of the palaces. The black spear also fell into someone's hand. Damn fatty, he snatched the black spear. The person who came out from the darkness was the fatty Gao Shisan. He had obtained a treasure spear that was reinforced with restrictions. It wasn't an ordinary saint artifact. With the black spear in hand, Gao Shisan slipped away, leaving behind a group of people cursing. I wonder what good stuff Brother Lin snatched. Rumble, the palaces in front of him collapsed, and a figure flashed by. Gao Shisan glanced over and instantly recognized that person. His eyes rolled, as expected of Brother Lin, daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and even offended a peak-stage mortal-ranked Immortal King. This fatty can only sigh in admiration. That fellow is being pursued by experts. It's better for this fatty to hide further away. Senior brother, how do you think that Lin Fei kid will come here? In another place of the plentiful treasure's immortal king's tomb, a few young men killed more than 10 people. More than 10 treasures fell into their hands, leaving corpses on the ground. It's good that he's here. It saves us the trouble of searching for him in the northern underworld chaotic space zone. The northern dark chaotic space domain is so huge, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. However, we're lucky to have found one of the tombs of the plentiful treasure's immortal king. These 5 people were the inner disciples of the Nether Palace who chased after Lin Fei. Each of them was powerful and didn't hesitate to kill. Hunting down Lin Fei is a small matter. Hao Feng smiled. Finding the inheritance of the plentiful treasure's immortal king is the most important thing. Rumor has it that the plentiful treasure's immortal king didn't have much time left. He collected all the treasures in one place. That place is related to a big secret. If we can find the real inheritance of the plentiful treasure's immortal king, it will be a great contribution to the sect. Ah, there's such a secret. Apart from our Nether Palace, who else is qualified to have such a good thing? Who dares to ruin our business? Kill, kill, kill. The group of people went deep into the palace. Not good. I can't get rid of that guy. There were more than 10 wounds on Lin Fei's body. He sneak attacked his opponent several times but couldn't hurt him. You can't get away. Suddenly Lin Fei saw a group of people flying in front of him. He immediately recognized them. Aren't they the people of the Nether Palace? Damn, why did I run into them? Lin Fei's face changed slightly. It wasn't a good thing to run into them. There were strong enemies in front and people chasing behind. He was in a dead end. Do we really have to fight? A few breaths later, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration, and he immediately had an idea. Senior brother, well, the group of people from the Nether Palace had the battle prowess of a worldly immortal king. They were practically invincible immortals from all over the world. When they heard the sudden cry for help, their expressions naturally changed. Who was so bold as to make a move against the people of the Nether Palace? Chapter 933. Senior brother Hao, he's Lin Fei. Ha! The disciples of the Nether Palace had already memorized Lin Fei's appearance, so they recognized him immediately. Ha! Lin Fei has indeed come. Truly, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. Let's see where you can go this time. Their mission was to find Lin Fei. It was no surprise that they ran into the tomb of the plentiful treasure immortal king in the northern underworld chaotic space field. Liu Zi, go and kill that Lin Fei brat. Hao Feng said coolly. Lin Fei was a golden immortal. Hao Feng didn't take it seriously. Any of his junior brothers could easily suppress Lin Fei. He didn't need to do it himself. Little did he know that Lin Fei's words brought about 2 different reactions. The people of the Nether Palace were naturally excited. After getting rid of Lin Fei, they could focus on the treasure hunt and didn't need to waste time on Lin Fei. But to the other person, it wasn't good news. It made him angry. So his name is Lin Fei. No wonder he had to run. He has helpers. Han Lai's expression changed when he saw the 5 people in front of him. We can't let them attack. His Highness's sacred artifact is still in their hands. It won't be easy to take it back if they join hands. Kill. Han Lai's eyes were cold. The space-time storm was hidden in his saber. He slashed out over 100 times. Each slash was extremely domineering, crushing a palace below and causing it to collapse. Then, Lin Fei was sent flying and crashed into a pile of ruins, causing dust to rise. He has helpers. Everything happened so fast that the disciple of the Nether Palace called Liu Zi couldn't react at all. His expression changed and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He drew his sword and swept out with the space-time storm. Lin Fei, you want to sneak attack me? You're courting death. Just this move alone showed the powerful strength of the disciples of the Nether Palace. Bang, bang. Their attacks exploded in the sky, like raging waves beating against the shore, crushing everything in their path. His helpers are so strong. Han Lai was completely enraged. If he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't be able to retrieve His Highness's treasure. He had to end this battle quickly. Storm 18 cuts. The saber light transformed, containing the complete might of a peak-stage human-ranked immortal king. This was a flawless attack, causing the expressions of everyone to change. Not good. His strength is at the peak of the man-ranked immortal king realm. Hao Feng's indifferent expression changed the next moment. How could Lin Fei have such a helper? Go, a simple and unadorned mirror appeared in front of the 6 sons, trying to seize an opportunity. However, Han Lai didn't give it an opportunity. He slashed out with his saber, sending the mirror flying. You dare to steal His Majesty's treasure? Go to hell. The saber light crushed Lu Zi's body. Lu Zi's body exploded, and the saber light shredded the fragments into dust. Lu Zi. The remaining disciples of the Nether Palace were enraged. How were they going to explain losing a disciple to a mere golden immortal? Kill him. Hao Feng couldn't help but be enraged. As the senior brother leading the team, how could he not be enraged when he saw his disciple die in front of him? This was no less than a slap to his face. A peak-stage mortal-ranked immortal king and 3 mortal-ranked immortal kings. This was a powerful force that surrounded Han Lai. Saber light and sword light flashed unceasingly as rumbling energy fluctuations erupted in all directions. You guys take your time. I won't accompany you anymore. Lin Fei slipped away as quickly as he could from the huge battle above. No one noticed him. Sneaking out of the palace ruins, Lin Fei went straight to the depths of the palace. His surging immortal force healed the wound on his back. The attack of a human-ranked immortal king almost caused his god-fiend body to collapse. He was heavily injured, but at least he managed to shake them off. The Crown Prince of Hell's people killed the people of the Nether Palace. They will definitely fight for a while. Once they know they were fooled, they will definitely stop and focus on me. Lin Fei thought as he flew. There must be treasures in the depths of the plentiful treasure immortal king's tomb. Looking at that Crown Prince of Hell, there must be good things in the depths. I'll snatch one more and then leave. Relying on his impression, Lin Fei rushed in. Rumble suddenly, an energy wave erupted at the end of the path. Did the Crown Prince of Hell break in? Lin Fei rushed forward without hesitation. His powerful divine sense captured that there were also countless figures rushing in that direction. What a huge stone coffin! At the end of his divine sense, Lin Fei saw a stone coffin. It was 1,000 feet in size, like a huge monster. Is that the Crown Prince of Hell? On top of the huge black stone coffin, Lin Fei saw the Crown Prince of Hell fighting a group of experts alone. There were no less than 20 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. The energy wave killed one Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal after another. The terrifying energy hit the stone coffin, but it was not damaged at all. Uncle Feng, go and delay them. I'll go get the treasure. With a loud rumble, the Crown Prince of Hell sent the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals flying. The 9-headed hell snake slammed into the huge stone coffin. With a loud rumble, the hard stone coffin loosened. Open for me. The Prince of Hell waved his hand and took out a talisman that flickered with light. It was an extraordinary item. An illusory figure appeared and pressed down with a palm. The lid of the coffin caved in with a kacha sound and a large hole appeared. Go. The Crown Prince of Hell waved his hand and put away the 9-headed hell snake. Then he rushed into the stone coffin. The middle-aged man called Uncle Feng shook his body. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was 100 feet tall and dazzling starlight. He cultivated a peerless body-refining art. The first Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was sent flying with a palm. While he was still in the air, the destructive energy exploded in his body and blood splattered. Not good. It's the Starlight Divine Body. Uncle Feng, the subordinate of the Crown Prince of Hell, landed on top of the stone coffin. He killed the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals one after another. The attacks that landed on him were dissolved by the starlight. His Highness's things aren't something you can covet. Uncle Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms. He cultivated the destructive energy and killed a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He looked around coldly and said that he would kill anyone who came up. Suppress. With a shout, a stone tablet appeared above the stone coffin. There was a huge suppress character on the tablet. It was simple and powerful. Under the activation of the character, a dazzling light suppressed the surroundings. Not good. I can't move. As soon as the tablet appeared, it suppressed the subordinates of the Crown Prince of Hell. They charged into the stone coffin. The dazzling light disappeared and everyone regained their freedom. That was written by the great emperor. Who did it? Even I couldn't block it. Feng Shan's expression changed. His Highness has the 9-headed hell snake. Unless it's an earth immortal king, I only need to guard this place and not let anyone else enter. After this group of people charged in, there were a few more who tried to force their way in. They were all killed by the subordinates of the Crown Prince of Hell. The Starlight Divine Body was too powerful. It could reflect damage and suppress everyone. Lin Fei, I can sense something left behind by Master. The subordinates of the Crown Prince of Hell suppressed the stone coffin. Relying on the Starlight Divine Body, no one could enter. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a headache. Especially when the Crown Prince of Hell took out a treasure to break open the stone coffin. Just as Lin Fei was hesitating, an urgent voice sounded in his mind. Senior He Yao. The voice sounded in his mind. Lin Fei was shocked. Wasn't this Senior He Yao of Senfu? Go in quickly. The stone coffin contains Master's treasure. You must get it. You can't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He Yao's tone was very urgent. Could it be? An unthinkable thought flashed through Lin Fei's mind before disappearing. I'll go immediately. Xiu Lin Fei turned into a gust of wind and appeared above Uncle Feng's head. Uncle Feng was shocked. It's you? Why you here? Why can't I be here? Without waiting for an explanation, Lin Fei's 6 arms slammed down. A thunderous rumble shook the heavens and the earth. The void collapsed. Feng Shan wasn't simple either. His 6 arms met Lin Fei's. You can escape from Han Lai, but don't think of escaping from me. The Starlight Divine Body activated. Resplendent starlight covered his entire body. Boom boom boom, both of them had 3 heads and 6 arms. One used the power of destruction, while the other used unparalleled divine strength. The void exploded. Only the stone coffin was unharmed. Brat, you're only assist. Although Feng Shan was shocked, the other party's divine strength was enough to take him down. He slammed down again. His attack was many times more violent. Experts from the Hell Realm are indeed troublesome. They're not easy to deal with. Lin Fei needed time. Many ear-piercing sounds could be heard. If he didn't go in now, it would be too late. Get out of my way. Lin Fei's God Force surged as he activated the Eternal Divine Fist. 10 consecutive explosions, a total of 2 million Draconic Dragons God Force blasted out. The starlight around Feng Shan's body exploded, and several of his 3 heads and 6 arms exploded. Even his powerful Starlight Divine Body was severely injured. You dare trick me? So what if I trick you? Feng Shan was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. His Starlight Divine Body was also injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even such an attack couldn't kill him. Dark Moon. Lin Fei wouldn't give this guy a chance to counterattack. He took out a Dark Moon and used the treasure refining technique to break the seal. He controlled a part of it and attacked Feng Shan. Your Highness, Dark Moon. Feng Shan retreated. His Starlight Divine Body was injured and he didn't dare to take it head-on. He realized something was wrong. Lin Fei's mocking voice sounded in his ears. Sorry, I'm going in. Damn it. Feng Shan didn't have time to stop him. The two of them fought very quickly. Feng Shan had actually made a mistake. Otherwise, his opponent wouldn't have been able to enter. Everyone hurry up. That guy's Starlight Divine Body is injured. He definitely can't stop us. Kill. Chapter 934. I'm finally in. With a feint, Lin Fei successfully entered the black sarcophagus. Whoosh, power flowed over like water and Lin Fei was instantly enveloped by the mysterious power. My immortal force, the power of laws. Inside the black sarcophagus was a unique space. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the mysterious power sealed his immortal force. Was this set up by the treasure-snatching immortal king? Lin Fei tried a few times, but the immortal force and power of laws didn't react. As long as the divine force is still here, everything is fine. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief after confirming that the divine force was still there and examined the space. In the vast starry sky, the sun, moon, and stars, Lin Fei was surprised to find that he was in a mysterious space. Those aren't the sun, moon, and stars, they're treasures. Lin Fei focused his gaze and discovered that the sun, moon, and celestial bodies were not the real sun, moon, and celestial bodies. Instead, they were treasures left behind by the plentiful treasure's immortal monarch that had enhanced the effects of the sun, moon, and celestial bodies. It's in front, go! Black Yao's voice sounded in his mind. Rumbled, the ripples of battle came from ahead and the sounds that followed. You Linglong, do you think you can suppress me with the demon-suppressing steel? I'm invincible. Even with the power of laws sealed, I'm still undefeatable. No one can stop me. Deep in the space, the Hell Crown Prince's loud voice echoed. Hell Crown Prince, it's not your turn to be arrogant in the great metropolis heaven. Deep in the space, another ripple of energy came. A new battle had begun. When Lin Fei entered, he wasn't tempted by the treasures formed by the sun, moon, and stars. Senior Black Yao's words couldn't be wrong. There must be an eternal emperor's treasure inside. Giving up the watermelon for a sesame seed wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. They're so strong. Deep in the space, energy rippled and the sun, moon, and stars fell. The scene of the five fighting against the Hell Crown Prince was spectacular. I know that woman. Isn't she the one who went to the Nine Nether's secret realm? So you are called Yu Linglong. Lin Fei's eyes scanned the area, and soon after, his gaze landed on the area behind them. An item appeared in his eyes. It was 5 black keys that were glistening brightly, and they were floating in the air. A colossal creature kept blowing out magical abilities, creating ripples. Clearly, it was trying to break through the restrictions. Hell Crown Prince's 9-headed hell snake. Senior Black Demon, are you referring to those keys? Asked Lin Fei. That's right, it's those keys. No matter what, you have to get one of them. Black Demon's voice came. That's the Great Emperor's key, the key to open the Great Emperor's treasure. It really is the Great Emperor's treasure. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Although he had guessed earlier that the Black Demon in the Senfu wasn't ordinary, he still didn't know what it was. Hearing this, Lin Fei was shocked. The treasure of the Eternal Emperor. What a tempting existence, anyone would be tempted by it. You've improved rapidly. I was planning to tell you later, but who would have thought that you and Fatty would accidentally enter the plentiful treasure Immortal King's tomb? There are the Great Emperor's keys collected by plentiful treasure Immortal King. This is your opportunity. Even I have to admit that you're very lucky. Black Demon said. Lin Fei immediately had a question. Plentiful treasure Immortal King has 5 Great Emperor's keys. Why didn't he go there himself? Instead, he stayed in the stone coffin. It's not as simple as 5 keys to open Master's tomb. You also need to cultivate Master's secret art and be acknowledged to be qualified. Black Demon said disdainfully. Master's methods aren't something that an immortal king can peek at. Lin Fei seemed to have understood something. So you're saying that 5 Great Emperor's keys require 5 Great Emperor's descendants? Only then can it be opened? You're smart, but it's a pity that you're only half right. Master was a peerless expert among great emperors. The treasures he left behind are comparable to a super force. Black Demon harumphed. In order to choose a successor, Master refined a total of 10 Great Emperor's keys and chose one of them as the successor. You're just one of the candidates. Lin Fei felt bitter. It seemed like the treasures of an eternal Great Emperor weren't that easy to obtain. He was stunned. There are 5 Great Emperor's keys here. What about the rest? Once the Great Emperor's key appears, the other Great Emperor's keys will appear at the same time. If you want to obtain the Great Emperor's keys, you'll face a fierce battle. Black Demon said calmly, "What you need now is to obtain the Great Emperor's keys left behind by Master and inherit the benefits within them. Let me tell you one more thing. Once that little snake breaks the Great Emperor's key, the Great Emperor's keys will leave the stone coffin and fall into the hands of the successor. Be prepared." Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The 5 Great Emperor's keys would find their own masters? What a joke. Be careful, the restriction is about to break. Senior, do I have to forcefully take them in order to obtain the right? The Black Demon did not make a sound and fell into silence. Damn it, the eternal Great Emperor is really willing to go through so much trouble. I've cultivated the eternal godly fist, and am considered the successor, but I still have to risk my life. That's too much of a loss. Lin Fei cursed in his heart, but he knew that if he couldn't get his hands on one of the Great Emperor's keys, he would lose the right to inherit the Great Emperor's keys. Judging from Senior Black Demon's words, it seems like there's something special about the Great Emperor's key. It must be an incredible treasure. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. In the depths of the Great Emperor's senfu, a blurry figure appeared and said with a gloomy voice, "It's been 1,000,000 years, Master's treasures are finally going to start. I wonder if this kid can, once he inherits the Great Emperor's keys, the Netherworld Palace." The figure fell silent. Bang bang bang. After a series of attacks from the 9-headed hell snake, its strength was no weaker than a peak human rank immortal king. In addition to its 9 heads, it was equivalent to 9 human rank immortal kings. Walala, walala, and after a series of attacks, the restriction began to ripple continuously. It seemed like it was on the verge of breaking. Piss off. The Crown Prince of Hell's fist glowed brightly and knocked the people surrounding him flying. He managed to regain his freedom for a short period of time. He then charged above the restriction and slammed his hand downward. A black glow shone brightly as he displayed his formidable god body. "Ha! The Great Emperor's key, I've paid a huge price for it. Open it now, no one can stop me." Bang bang bang, the Crown Prince's body expanded rapidly. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed a black glow on the restriction. Crack 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 cracked, the Crown Prince of Hell and the 9-headed hell snake worked together. In just a short period of time, the energy of the restriction set up by the plentiful treasure Immortal King was depleted, and the barrier shattered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 935. No one had expected the plentiful treasure Immortal Emperor to have collected the keys left behind by the Eternal Monarchs and hid them in his stone coffin. The Crown Prince of Hell activated his divine body. To his surprise, the keys broke free from the restrictions and flew in all directions as if they had a mind of their own. "Stay here." The Crown Prince of Hell activated the Hand of Hell. It covered the 5 keys and took control of China. He would not allow any of the keys to fall into the hands of others. It was as if the world had become a part of his palm. The 5 Great Emperor keys fell into his control and slowed down. Just when the Crown Prince of Hell was brimming with confidence, the Great Emperor keys burst forth with blinding light and pierced through the air, piercing through the Crown Prince of Hell's demonic hand. Bang bang bang, 2 of the keys broke through the restrictions of the stone coffins and flew out of the coffins. No one could stop them, and they were being collected. The Crown Prince of Hell was startled. His godly body of hell failed to control the keys. His eyes flickered with anger. "Where do you think you're going?" The Crown Prince of Hell charged at the nearest key while his battle pet, the 9-headed hell snake, lunged at the second key. F***K. The Grand Emperor keys burst forth with divine might, breaking free from Lin Fei's control. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, and a Grand Emperor key brushed past his shoulder. "Come here." Lin Fei showed himself and waved his hand, grabbing at the keys. He would not let them escape his control. "Kid, how dare you steal from the sacred palace?" 3 figures flew over and took out their saint weapons. The 3 saint weapons were of high quality. Without any hesitation, they smashed down on Lin Fei's god-demon body. Clank clank. Lin Fei did not dodge the attacks. The head in the middle turned around with a cold glint. "You're asking for it?" His arm expanded and slammed down on them. The violent divine power was like a gust of wind that sent them flying. The ones who attacked were obviously from the sacred palace. The two senior sisters went after one of the keys, while they went after the other key. Who would have thought someone would be faster than them? Cough, cough, cough. This slap from Lin Fei did not explode with divine power, but the divine power of 200,000 dragons was enough to cause them to vomit blood incessantly, and their divine artifacts were simultaneously damaged. Continue to attack. I don't believe that kid's divine body can endure it. The three of them used their saint artifacts, yet they were unable to suppress that brat. They couldn't help but be enraged. They couldn't gain any advantage against the Crown Prince of Hell, but now, a brat dared to act arrogantly above their heads. This was a slap to their faces. Boy, how dare you attack a disciple of the Divine Palace? Surrender now. The three saint artifacts erupted with holy light and immortal sounds rang out incessantly. They activated them with all their might and consumed medicinal pills to activate them. They wanted to kill this brat. Reckless. Seeing them chasing after him, Lin Fei frowned. People from the Celestial Palace are really persistent. I spared their lives, but they still dare to stop me from taking the monarch's key. Before, when he attacked, Lin Fei wanted them to retreat. The Celestial Palace was very powerful and had a deep background. He didn't want to offend them. There was no need. But they didn't give up and attacked unscrupulously, treating his kindness as malicious intent. This made Lin Fei furious. They really thought he was easy to bully. Go, go, go. This time, Lin Fei didn't hold back. Three demonic hands grabbed the three saint artifacts. No matter how the saint artifacts struggled, they couldn't move. With a thought, cracking sounds rang out, and the three disciples of the Divine Palace vomited blood again. Our saint artifacts. The three of them suddenly had bitter expressions, and their eyes were full of resentment. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Go to hell. Lin Fei was not a person who liked to kill. People from the Celestial Palace were shameless. No matter who they were, he would kill them first. Moreover, he had destroyed their saint artifacts, turning them into scrap. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying palm force slammed down, blasting open their saint armors. They kept vomiting blood, and their faces were full of shock. Only now did they realize that this boy's strength was more powerful than they had imagined. The divine power of 2 million dragons crushed them on the spot. They couldn't resist it at all. In a few breaths, they were smashed into pieces. Oh no, my three junior brothers. Yu Linglong was fighting with the nine-headed hell snake when the aura of the three junior brothers disappeared in the stone coffin. Suddenly, the scene changed. She saw a giant smashing the three senior brothers to death. It's him, the boy from the Holy Heaven Academy. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She recognized him at a glance. This king of the Holy Heaven Academy's genius had suppressed everyone and killed the geniuses of the academy. He was like a big demon that didn't come into the world. Last time, in the 9 secluded secret realm, she chose to leave, and the disciples of the academy survived. What's going on? How long has it been? That boy's strength reached such a level in such a short time. He killed 3 junior brothers. The cultivation of those 3 junior brothers wasn't that great, but they were all mid-level perfected golden immortals with the help of saint weapons. He actually killed them all in one breath. Another black-clothed woman was shocked. As soon as the two sent out their divine sense, the 9-headed hell snake rushed over and roared. The sound wave attack made their blood and chi churn. Let's defeat the 9-headed hell snake and get the great emperor's key first. Yu Linglong was full of fear for Lin Fei. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have let her 3 junior brothers die. That person was a demon. Inside the stone coffin, Lin Fei killed the 3 disciples of the Divine Palace. It only took a few breaths. Haha, so it's a treasure. In a few breaths, the great emperor's key increased the distance between them. When Lin Fei caught up, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Inside the stone coffin, a few people appeared out of thin air. Brat, so you're here. A cold killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Fei. The disciples of the Nether Palace charged in as well. When they saw Lin Fei, they were enraged. They took out their sage tools and charged over. You two go up. I'll take the treasure. There were originally 5 disciples of the Nether Palace, but only 3 remained. 2 of them had died at Han Lai's hands. When they saw Lin Fei, they treated him as their mortal enemy. If it weren't for Lin Fei's tricks, their 2 junior brothers wouldn't have died at the hands of the people from the Netherworld realm. Scram! Lin Fei executed the sacred dragon step and arrived before the 2. He raised his hand, and divine energy surged out, knocking away the sage tools. Then he punched the sage tools each, bursting forth tenfold. The 2 disciples of the Nether Palace were already filled with rage. They received a punch each and were sent flying. Then, their 6 arms swatted at the remaining disciples of the Nether Palace. Indestructible netherworld body. Hao Feng's expression changed slightly. He also turned into a giant and cultivated a powerful body-tempering art. He raised his fists and met Lin Fei's attack. Bang! Bang! Divine energy exploded as the fists collided with each other. Hao Feng's tough, indestructible netherworld body cracked. He couldn't take Lin Fei's punches head-on. You have a special bloodline. Scram! The monarch's key was about to fly out if he wasn't careful. Lin Fei panicked. Once he got out, all the experts would come out. It wouldn't be easy to snatch it away. Bang! 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 The demon god's hand that contained the power of 2 million dragons slammed down. It didn't waste time talking to the disciples of the Nether Palace. Hao Feng struggled to resist such an overbearing attack. The treasures around him exploded, and the sun, moon, and stars fell. Impossible. He's just a brat from the lower world. How can he have such divine energy? One of Hao Feng's arms exploded. The divine energy swept over and exploded in his body. He couldn't stop it. He could only watch as Lin Fei lunged at the monarch's key. Come here. Lin Fei clenched his teeth. He shook off the disciples of the Nether Palace and lunged at the monarch's key. The demon god's hand slammed out, breaking the void and affecting the monarch's key. The monarch's key landed in his hand. Bang! 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 The monarch's key exploded with a blinding light that contained a world-destroying attack. The demon god's hand exploded on the spot. The monarch's key wanted to escape. You're mine! The divine-grade demon god's hand pressed down again, suppressing the monarch's key. Even so, cracks appeared on the demon god's hand. Senior Black Demon, how do I subdue the monarch's key? The monarch's key wasn't just a normal kind of terrifying. After the divine-grade demon god's hand suppressed it, Lin Fei felt the pressure. Lin Fei, you lowly brat, the treasure isn't something you can subdue. Hao Feng, who had been knocked back, took out a holy saber. It gave off a bright holy light and gave off a dangerous aura. Hao Feng's divine energy was at a disadvantage. Seeing that Lin Fei was suppressing a treasure, he realized that his opportunity had come. The holy saber sent out a resplendent saber light that was 300 meters long, locking onto Lin Fei. You still dare to come? Lin Fei was infuriated. The people of the Nether Palace were also displeasing. Die! The demon god's hand slammed towards the saber light. The saber light exploded and the demon god's hand was injured. The saber wasn't ordinary. It was extremely powerful. They were evenly matched. Whoosh! Just as the saber light was about to be destroyed, a terrifying beam of holy light shot out. It broke through all restrictions and flashed through Hao Feng's forehead. That's an ancient saint artifact. With a bang, Hao Feng, a peak mortal-ranked immortal king, exploded and died. Damn it, I wasted an ancient saint artifact. A peak mortal-ranked immortal king wasn't that easy to kill. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't mind exhausting his opponent to death. But right now, obtaining the treasure was more important. He couldn't afford to waste time. He used the ancient sun-shooting divine arrow to kill his opponent in one shot, reducing the pressure. Lin Fei had calculated that the Nether Palace's disciple must have thought that he was strong and didn't have any treasures. But who would have thought that he had the ancient sun-shooting divine arrow? After some calculations, he killed his opponent. Lin Fei, hurry up and refine the monarch's key. A voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind, followed by a technique to collect the monarch's key. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He activated the technique and left his mark on the monarch's key. The struggling monarch's key stopped. There's a restriction? Chapter 9:36. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. There's a restriction in the Great Emperor Key? What's going on? The first restriction in the space of the Great Emperor Key was as vast as the starry sky. The majestic aura showed that there was something different inside. Senior Black Demon, why is there a restriction in the Great Emperor Key? Is there something different about it? Lin Fei asked Senior Black Demon. To be able to place a restriction in the Great Emperor Key, it was definitely not ordinary. Kid, quickly break the first restriction. There will be benefits that you can't imagine. Black Demon's excited voice sounded. Benefits? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Lin Fei didn't doubt Senior Black Demon's words. There was no need to lie to him. Open for me. Lin Fei, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, was 100 zhang tall. He stopped and slapped the first restriction with his arms. Hundreds of palms landed on the restriction. Rumble. As soon as the seal was activated, a pitch-black demonic beast giant appeared. It looked ferocious, and without saying a word, it rushed forward with its huge body. It opened. The giant monster formed by the restriction looked ferocious. It wasn't an ordinary monster. To be able to block the 3-headed, 6-armed monster's attack, it was really extraordinary. Again. Lin Fei went up to meet it. There was nothing to worry about. The giant demonic beast was not simple. Its defense was astonishing, and since it couldn't use any divine abilities, its punches were all over the place. Lin Fei had encountered a rare opponent. After a long time, Lin Fei felt that it was strenuous. The first restriction set by the Eternal Great Emperor was indeed not simple. If an ordinary person entered, they wouldn't be able to block the giant monster's attack. To put it bluntly, the giant monster's spiritual sense was definitely not weak. It would cause injuries. Lin Fei, whose spiritual sense was blurred, was able to fight evenly with the giant monster with his 3 heads and 6 arms. He was shocked. If the first restriction was so powerful, what about the later ones? I can't. If this continues, my spiritual sense won't be able to block it. The giant monster was ferocious. Lin Fei, whose spiritual sense was blurred, couldn't display its true strength. After a long time, it was very bad. 30 minutes later, Lin Fei's spiritual consciousness began to show signs of collapsing. He could not hold on for too long. Wah! The giant demonic beast attacked again. Lin Fei barely managed to block it. He wondered if he should retreat and try again next time. Suddenly, the giant demonic beast dispersed. The first restriction was broken. Ah, that's it? Lin Fei stared blankly for a moment before revealing a joyful expression. I understand now. The first layer of restrictions only needs to block the giant monster for a certain amount of time. What are the benefits of this? With great difficulty, Lin Fei managed to block the monster giant's storm-like attacks. He couldn't help but look forward to what would happen next. Phew! A majestic aura descended from the sky. In that instant, Lin Fei felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. This is... Lin Fei was shocked. Life essence. Lin Fei would never have guessed that there was life essence hidden under the first restriction of the Great Emperor Key. My lifespan. A large amount of life essence rolled like clouds and rushed into Lin Fei's body. His lifespan continued to increase. So good. As the life essence entered his body, his lifespan increased. It was an indescribable feeling that he had never felt before. In the past, Lin Fei didn't have a clear grasp of his lifespan. However, with the arrival of a large wave of life essence, his lifespan became clearer. At first, it was more than 3,000 years. It continued to increase. 4,000 years, 5,000 years, 8,000 years, 9,000 years, and finally, 10,000 years. Boom! When his lifespan reached 10,000 years, Lin Fei's demonic aura started to change. An ancient demonic aura flowed out of his bloodline. Lin Fei's 100 zhang tall body began to grow. It broke through 3,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang, 50,000 zhang, 100,000 zhang, 200,000 zhang, 300,000 zhang, and only then did it stop. My body has reached 300,000 zhang. Lin Fei's jaw dropped. In his mind, there was more information. He instantly understood. So that's how it is. I understand now. It turned out that the taller god devil was the more powerful they were. Normally, Lin Fei would have reached a limit after reaching 10,000 zhang. But by chance, his lifespan increased and his god-devil body increased, reaching 300,000 zhang. In the ancient era, 300,000 zhang was considered a youth. 300,000 zhang was only the beginning. It was rumored that ancient god-devils had reached a height of 1 million zhang. Their true strength was monstrous. My divine power? Lin Fei was shocked. My divine power went from 200,000 dragon god power to 1 million dragon god power. Isn't this too terrifying? At 300,000 zhang, Lin Fei could feel the surging divine power in his body. It was as if he could tear apart the void with a single thought. This was a supreme power that could destroy anything with a wave of his hand. A great harvest, a truly great harvest. After his lifespan reached 10,000 years, it slowed down and finally stopped at 50,000 years. His god-devil body didn't change, but the god-devil aura on his body thickened. Brat Lin, you're really a monster. You made your god-devil body grow to 300,000 zhang. Every move of yours has 1 million dragon god power. Senior Black Demon had seen everything. Master left behind the Great Emperor Key to increase one's lifespan. He probably didn't expect Lin Fei to improve his god-devil body to the youth stage. In other words, the youth stage was the growth stage. Lin Fei chuckled and said, "Do you think I can open the second layer of restrictions?" With the first seal opened, Lin Fei's lifespan increased to 20,000 years. Naturally, he wanted to know the next seal. You won't be able to break through. My strength has increased greatly. Is that still not enough? Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. After hesitating for a while, Lin Fei decided to give it a try and activated the second layer of restrictions. With just a single move, the 300,000 zhang tall god demon body was smashed into pieces and knocked out of the martial monarch key. Cough, cough, cough. With his divine sense damaged, Lin Fei vomited blood. What a terrifying palm. It shattered my divine sense. That's a god-devil body formed by my divine sense. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe that palm. Terrifying. Brat Lin, you have to be content. 50,000 years of lifespan is enough for you to cultivate to a very high level. Black Demon said earnestly. You have to be careful when the Great Emperor Key appears. The location of the eternal Great Emperor's treasure has always been coveted. All kinds of experts, even great emperors, will be tempted. Any one of you will face great danger in a short period of time. I understand. Lin Fei also felt the pressure. However, his god-devil body had grown. The fourth transformation god-devil body had reached the peak in the blink of an eye. He was only one step away from the fifth transformation god-devil body. His defense had greatly increased, especially his divine power, which was enough to sweep through a group of experts. Lin Fei, you actually killed Senior Brother Hao Feng. Senior Brother Hao Feng, you died so miserably. Chapter 937. After they were knocked away, they were all injured and couldn't help in time. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would kill their senior brother Hao Feng in such a short time and die in the northern underworld chaotic space territory? Their mission was to kill Lin Fei and take revenge for their junior brother Luotian. But now, not only did they lose two of their junior brothers, even their senior brother Hao Feng failed miserably. Lin Fei was too cunning. He lured them into a trap and caused them to fight with the people from the underworld realm, losing two of their junior brothers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Kill! A set of black sacred armor appeared on the two disciples of the Nether Palace. It was the Black Cloud sacred armor, which was one level lower than the Zilong sacred armor. Sacred light protected them as they took out their sacred weapons. Under their desperate attacks, the sacred weapons unleashed 120% of their power. They turned into two beams of light that shot forward one after another. They were going all out. The power of the sacred weapons couldn't be underestimated. With the protection of the Black Cloud sacred armor, they planned to fight to the death with Lin Fei. Bastards who are tired of living. The 300,000 zhang tall Lin Fei had the ancient god fiend aura around him. The aura turned into ancient runes that swam around him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars, rumbling as if they were shaking the heavens. They were sonorous and forceful, crushing the void. The power of the 2 saint artifacts erupted, shooting out holy light. It was like scratching an itch on his finger. It didn't hurt at all. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely be injured. But now, the power of the sacred weapons couldn't break through his defense. Clank, clank. Lin Fei flicked his fingers. The 2 fingers hit the sacred weapons and they exploded into pieces. The 2 disciples of the Nether Palace were shocked when the 2 sacred weapons exploded. He destroyed our sacred weapons with just a flick of his fingers. Not good. Let's go. He has the Grand Emperor's key, and his strength has increased greatly. We're no match for him. The Nether Palace's disciples were quite knowledgeable. They realized that Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly. He had broken their divine tools with just a finger. They were far from being a match for him. You want to leave? Go down and accompany your senior brother. Lin Fei flicked his finger again, shooting out 2 balls of air that tore through the void. One on the left and one on the right, they landed on the bodies of the 2. 10 million dragons exploded with divine power, causing their internal organs to rupture and their bodies to explode. The black cloud divine armor on their bodies was badly damaged. This is the true might of a fiend god. Just a small burst of power was enough to kill them easily. What a waste of 2 black cloud sacred armors. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers, and the black cloud sacred armor landed in his hand. It was broken and incomplete, unable to withstand the destructive power of 10 million dragons. The Nether Palace's people all died in the northern underworld chaotic space field because of me. I'm afraid they will send another group of powerful disciples. Now that my strength has improved greatly, I'll kill as many as they come. He took their storage rings and found many good things, such as divine tools and armors, but their grades were not as high as the Black Cloud sacred armor. Now that my strength has improved greatly, it's time to vent my anger on the Hell Crown Prince. Lin Fei became bold. And the 2 women from the Divine Palace are also troublesome. Why don't I take care of them as well? Lin Fei had become bold after killing the Nether Palace's disciples. Plus, he had the Grand Emperor's key. Once the news got out, it would definitely be a big problem. Taking care of the people in the know could save him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei had always been bold. When he said he would do it, he activated his 300,000 zhang tall body and attacked. He didn't know what kind of treasure the stone coffin was, but it had an infinite space that could accommodate Lin Fei's battle body. Soon, Lin Fei saw the 2 women from the Divine Palace fighting the Hell Crown Prince. Unknowingly, the Hell Crown Prince had suppressed one of the Grand Emperor's keys. After returning, he and his battle pet, the 9-headed Hell Snake, were fighting the women from the Divine Palace. Hell Crown Prince, you've already obtained one of the Grand Emperor's keys. Why are you fighting for the other one? Yu Linglong took out an exquisite 9-layered pagoda, which was of a high grade, and blocked the Hell Crown Prince's attack. The Hell Crown Prince was in high spirits. If it weren't for you, the 5 Grand Emperor's keys would all belong to this Crown Prince, and nothing would have happened. The 2nd Grand Emperor's key belongs to me, and you, Yu Linglong. Rumor has it that you're one of the most beautiful fairies in the heavenly world. This Crown Prince has obtained the inheritance, and will definitely become a supreme expert in the future. If you're willing to be this Crown Prince's woman, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, this Crown Prince will personally capture you and make you my wife. How shameless! Yu Linglong looked at him coldly. Exquisite 9-layered pagoda, suppress the void. Swish, the exquisite 9-layered pagoda flew above the Hell Crown Prince's head and expanded infinitely, reaching a height of 10,000 zhang. Cracking sounds came from the Hell Crown Prince's body. Junior sister, hurry up and take the Grand Emperor's key. I'll hold him back. The Hell Crown Prince's body exploded and regenerated. The terrifying might of the exquisite 9-layered pagoda heavily injured the Hell Godly physique. What a good Yu Linglong, trying to confuse this Crown Prince. What a good exquisite 9-layered pagoda. This Crown Prince has truly underestimated you. The Hell Crown Prince laughed coldly. Activating his Hell Godly physique, He resisted the exquisite 9-layered pagoda's suppression. The Grand Emperor's key belongs to this crown prince. No one can take it away. The other black-robed woman flicked her sleeves, and her figure expanded explosively, sweeping towards the Grand Emperor's key, wanting to snatch it away. Roar! Heavenly fire and lightning bolts shot up from below. The Hell Crown Prince's gigantic figure flew up, tearing his sleeves apart. With a muffled groan, he lost his chance. 9-headed Hell Serpent. They had neglected the fact that the Hell Crown Prince's 9-headed Hell Serpent was a peak mortal-ranked immortal king. Even experts of the same level wouldn't be able to contend against it. Whoosh, 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 the 9-headed Hell Serpent opened its mouth, unleashing 9 different types of attacks. Heavenly fire, lightning bolts, and water filled the air. The black-robed woman quickly pulled out a saint item and backed up, not daring to take the attack head-on. The attack forced the black-robed woman back, and the 9-headed Hell Serpent sneered as one of its yellowish-brown heads opened its mouth and sucked in a black vortex toward the Grand Emperor's key. Just when the 9-headed Hell Snake was about to take the Grand Emperor key, an enormous hand appeared, fully 30,000 meters tall, and crushed down onto the black vortex. The 9-headed Hell Snake was enraged, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from its enormous body as it was completely immobilized. Crack, 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 crack. Yang Qi's eyes widened. "It's you!" the 9-headed Hell Serpent exclaimed. "Of course it's me." Surprised? With a swooshing sound, another gigantic palm shot out from the void, slamming solidly onto the 9-headed Hell Serpent's body. The defenses of the 9-headed Hell Serpent that not even a peak-stage human-ranked immortal king was able to break through exploded inch by inch. Not a single part of the snake's body was left intact. "Your strength, how did you improve so quickly?" The 9-headed Hell Serpent knew that this brat wasn't strong enough to deal with the 9-headed Hell Serpent. But now, this brat had actually broken through the 9-headed Hell Serpent's defenses. "The Grand Emperor's key is mine now." Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, unleashing boundless god power to break the suppression of the Grand Emperor's key. The Grand Emperor's key wanted to leave, but it couldn't move at all. Lin Fei easily grabbed it. "That belongs to us. How can you take it?" The black-robed lady who was forced to retreat was stunned. She was unable to believe that the Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei was able to suppress the 9-headed Hell Snake in a single breath. Even she herself did not think that she would be able to withstand the might of the 9-headed Hell Snake. "Yours." Lin Fei glared at the black-robed woman, causing her heart to clench. She felt immense pressure and couldn't speak. "Little snake, didn't you want to eat me just now?" Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the 9-headed Hell Snake. Godly power exploded on its body, and one of the black heads exploded. The remaining 8 heads gritted their teeth and said, "Stinky brat, you're dead. The great Samoyed wants to eat you." Bang! Another head exploded. The 9-headed Hell Snake, Samoyed, had gone completely mad. "Bah! You're just a human. You've offended the mighty 9-headed Hell Serpent clan. I'm going to send you to the 10 levels of hell." Bang bang bang, Lin Fei flicked his finger, causing their heads to explode. It was cold and merciless. "How dare you threaten me? Let's see how many heads you have." In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had destroyed 4 of the 9-headed Hell Snake's heads. The remaining 5 heads were now coughing up blood, and the enormous body of the 9-headed Hell Snake struggled violently to free itself from Lin Fei's grasp. "Master, I'm hungry." Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from Lin Fei's body. The noble 9-headed Hell Snake and the 5 clones were so suppressed by the aura that they couldn't move. They gasped for breath, and their eyes were filled with fear. Heavens! What kind of aura is that? Even I, the Hell Serpent, a noble race, feel fear. The noble bloodline of the 9-headed Hell Snake had always been a symbol of status. But now, facing that aura, an inextricable fear arose from the depths of their souls. It was as if their nemesis had appeared, and no matter how they tried to suppress it, it wouldn't lessen in the slightest. Yu Linglong and the Crown Prince were fighting. When the terrifying aura appeared, they were shocked to see the suppressed 9-headed Hell Snake trembling in fear. "It's you again, brat!" the Crown Prince roared. Then he frowned and said, "This aura?" Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. The voice sounded very unfamiliar, but for some reason he felt a sense of familiarity. In the next moment, a plump figure appeared in front of Lin Fei. It turned out to be a fair-skinned, chubby boy who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. His bright eyes were currently staring at the 9-headed hell snake, drooling. "Your hairball? Master, can he eat me? Hairball is hungry." The fair-skinned, chubby boy sucked on his finger and looked at the 9-headed hell snake. The 9-headed hell snake, Samoyed, felt a chill run down its spine. It couldn't believe that a fair-skinned, chubby boy was salivating about to eat it. Glaring at the boy, it said, "You little brat, you dare to eat the mighty 9-headed hell snake? Do you believe me when I say that I'll roast you and swallow you whole?" Chapter 938. The 9-headed hell snake was dumbfounded. So were the 2 women from the sacred palace. The crown prince of hell, suppressed by the exquisite pagoda, was also surprised. The 9-headed hell snake with a noble bloodline was one of the symbols of the strong in the underworld. Back then, in order to obtain a 9-headed hell snake, the crown prince's empire had expended a great deal of money and energy, barely managing to acquire one. The subsequent training of the 9-headed hell snake allowed the crown prince to achieve what he deserved. The crown prince was livid when he heard a brat boasting that he would eat the 9-headed hell snake. No one in the underworld would dare to say something like that. Not everyone could eat a 9-headed hell snake as they pleased. Not only would a snake fail to swallow an elephant, but it would also suffer. Lin Fei had always believed that Hairball needed a long time to transform. The primordial evil dragon wasn't easy to transform. From the lower realm to the upper realm, it had devoured a great number of immortal beasts and savage beasts, turning it into a bottomless pit. Yet, it still hadn't succeeded. Lin Fei was shocked by Hairball's transformation. After the transformation, it was chubby and fair, completely different from the ferocious image he had in mind. If not for the fact that Lin Fei knew that this fair and chubby little brat in front of him was Furball, he would definitely have suspected that this was a wild child that had popped out of nowhere. "Hairball, are you sure you can eat him?" Lin Fei asked. It wasn't easy to deal with the 9-headed hell snake before his strength increased. Only after his strength improved did he manage to suppress it. "He's just a little snake. Eat him." The 9-headed hell snake split into 5 bodies, suppressing its trembling body. "Brat, I'm going to eat you. I'll swallow you in one gulp as punishment for your lawlessness." With a thought, Lin Fei withdrew his suppression. "Go!" In fact, he wanted to see how strong Hairball was after transforming. His consciousness couldn't see through Hairball since it didn't contain any immortal energy. Even though Hairball was no match for it, Lin Fei easily suppressed the 9-headed hell snake. "Little snake, don't move. I'm coming to eat you." Hairball's actions were childish and laughable, the standard behavior of a brat. Not many people would dare to call the 9-headed hell snake a little snake. "You dare to provoke the mighty 9-headed hell snake." The 9-headed hell snake, Satsuma, had a cold look in his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, a figure pounced on one of the doppelgangers. A soft, white fist violently punched the doppelganger. This seemingly ordinary punch immediately sent the 9-headed hell snake flying. "Weak, so weak." Hairball danced with joy. She was very excited. This was the first time she had fought. "What speed? It's on par with my sacred dragon steps." Lin Fei was startled. Could this be a movement technique passed down by the ancient evil dragon race? Or Hairball inherited the ancient evil dragon's ability? "My doppelganger." The 9-headed hell snake, Satsuma, was dumbfounded. Even with his powerful strength and abnormal defense, he was sent flying by a brat with a single punch. He was dumbstruck, unable to react. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 9-headed hell snakes turned around and rushed forward, spitting out divine abilities. They didn't intend to give the brat any chance to attack. "If Hairball can't block it, I'll suppress it." Lin Fei observed the situation and made a judgment. Hairball rolled her eyes. "You can transform, so can I." Transform, transform, transform. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly erupted from Hairball's body. A gigantic black shadow that blotted out the sun appeared. It was tens of thousands of meters tall and had a pair of black wings that were covered in mysterious ancient runes. The ferocious aura it exuded was like that of an ancient ferocious beast, savage to the extreme. What a terrifying aura. I can't even breathe. The black-clothed woman retreated, her face pale. She was completely frightened by the enormous figure. An ancient ferocious beast, the overlord of a region. As soon as Hairball transformed, her terrifying aura pressured the entire sarcophagus. The domineering aura of a king. As soon as the enormous figure appeared, Hairball waved her hand and grabbed. A 9-headed hell snake was frightened and fell onto Hairball's claw. Hairball opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 9-headed hell snake. So hungry, so hungry. An extremely powerful 9-headed hell snake was eaten by Hairball in less than a breath's time. It didn't even have the chance to jump. You're the extinct ancient evil dragon. Satsuma, the 9-headed hell snake, revealed a rare horrified expression. Under the suppression of the aura, it couldn't move. Especially the words ancient evil dragon, it was extremely terrifying, stimulating this noble 9-headed hell snake. So hungry, so hungry. Furball displayed the might of a primordial evil dragon, accurately grabbing one. In terms of bloodline, primordial evil dragons were nobler existences than any other dragon race. It should be known that they used dragons as food in ancient times. The 9-headed hell snake had a noble bloodline that contained the dragon bloodline. Naturally, it felt the pressure. How is that possible? Rumor has it that the ancient evil dragons were wiped out by the gods a long time ago. Not even a blade of grass is left, not even a chicken or dog is left alive. How could there be a survivor? My battle pet. The Crown Prince of Hell's eyes were wide open. Behind him, the entire world of Hell was in chaos. He could only watch as his battle pets fell into the ancient evil dragon's stomach one after another. His heart was bleeding. Having lost his battle pet, the 9-headed hell snake's influence in the empire would be greatly affected in the future. Gurgle, Gurgle, the powerful 9-headed hell serpent had been showing off its prowess earlier, but when the primordial evil dragon revealed its true form, it immediately became its food without making a sound. So hungry, so hungry. Hairball's stomach was still growling after eating the 9-headed hell snake. She looked at the woman in black and said, "This one is delicious." The woman in black fainted on the spot after being glared at by Hairball. Hairball, don't eat people. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The disciples of the Divine Palace were too timid. Hairball felt wronged and patted her stomach, but I'm still very hungry. Let's eat that guy. Lin Fei was shocked by Hairball's strength. After eating the 9-headed hell snake in 2 or 3 bites, the foodie could finally exert her strength. She pointed at the Crown Prince of Hell. Whoosh! Hairball's huge body made her speed unrestricted. She opened her bloody mouth and bit at the Crown Prince of Hell while shouting, "Don't move! Let me eat you!" Explode, 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 the Crown Prince of Hell shouted. His hell-divine body expanded and opened the exquisite pagoda. The pagoda was covered with cracks as if it would break at any time. Lin Fei, I'll remember you. The Crown Prince of Hell tore open a scroll and the breath of time and space shrouded it. Crack. Chapter 939. Clatter. The angry voice of the Crown Prince of Hell came from the depths of the void. A huge demonic arm fell from the void. Eat it. Furball did not hesitate to eat the demonized arm in one gulp. The powerful Crown Prince of Hell chose to use the space scroll to leave when facing Hairball. However, Hairball, who knew how to travel through the void, took a big bite out of it, leaving a demonic arm behind. Master, that guy ran too fast. I couldn't catch up. Hairball was unhappy that the Crown Prince of Hell had escaped. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He had another powerful helper. It's okay. You will have a chance to eat him in the future. His body shrank back to normal size. Wallet, Furball had also returned to his human form, a fair and chubby little fellow. He curled his lips. When I reach adulthood, I guarantee I'll eat him in one bite. It seemed that Hairball was very unhappy about the Crown Prince of Hell's departure. Little did they know. On the other side, the Crown Prince of Hell was more aggrieved than anyone else. His battle pet, the nine-headed hell snake, had been eaten by an ancient overlord. It was painful to lose a helper. Phew, falling out of the void, the Crown Prince of Hell lost his left arm. He took a deep breath and finally returned to normal. His face was pale. This Crown Prince has underestimated the power of the ancient evil dragon. It can travel through the void. I almost died in its hands. A race that could be destroyed by the gods is indeed not to be underestimated. The Crown Prince of Hell felt lucky that he had broken free from Yu Linglong's suppression and left with the space scroll. Otherwise, he would have been completely annihilated. I can't let this go. The Crown Prince of Hell was unwilling to give up. An insignificant guy had caused him to lose his battle pet. The Emperor's key has appeared. The tomb of the Eternal Emperor will appear soon. This Crown Prince will not let that kid have it easy. The opening of the tomb of the Eternal Emperor will definitely arouse the interest of many people. Everyone in the universe will be tempted. Hee. What did you do to her? Yu Linglong had the exquisite pagoda above her head and a black-clothed girl in her arms. She was on guard against Lin Fei and the kid. She fainted from fright. Lin Fei said indifferently, "This woman was too overbearing." In any case, he had saved their lives. Yet she did not even say a word of thanks. Instead, she was questioning him. As expected of someone with the exquisite heart, Yu Linglong immediately realized her mistake and explained, "Senior brother Lin, I'm sorry, I was too worried about junior sister's condition. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me." Lin Fei said lightly, "Forget it, there's no need to forgive me." Suddenly, Yu Linglong said something shocking, "Are you considering whether or not to kill us? This woman is so smart. From the beginning to the end, I didn't reveal any thoughts, but she saw through me with a glance. Another woman comparable to Sister Mei? Lin Fei really wanted to kill them to prevent the news from getting out. With 2 monarch keys on him, once the news spread, and with the fact that the tomb of the Eternal Monarch had yet to be opened, there would definitely be many experts rushing over. He would then have to face an endless battle. "You're the second smart woman I've met." Lin Fei stared at Yu Linglong. "You're also the first stinky man I've met who doesn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Yu Linglong said unhurriedly, "Same to you. Unfortunately, you can't make a decision in the end. This little girl will take her leave first." A victorious smile appeared on Yu Linglong's face. The exquisite 9-layered pagoda came crashing down, tearing through the void and fleeing. Yu Linglong's voice could be heard, "Senior apprentice brother Lin Fei, if I were you, I wouldn't hesitate. You have 2 emperor keys, you'll definitely become the target of many geniuses. I hope that when the Eternal Emperor's tomb opens, I'll be able to see you again. What a cunning woman." Lin Fei couldn't stop her and could only watch as she left. "Master, if I knew this would happen, I would have eaten her in one bite." Hairball patted her stomach. "In our primordial evil dragon clan, everything is food." Lin Fei rolled his eyes. "So, you're a foodie. Do you understand? Next time, you won't be so lucky." Lin Fei really wanted to kill them. Previously, the Crown Prince of Hell had escaped. According to the Crown Prince of Hell's personality, he would definitely spread the news. It was easy to imagine that he would become the target of their pursuit at that time. He was hesitating whether he should kill the disciples of the Divine Palace or not. Yu Linglong was a meticulous person. She guessed his thoughts and left first, leaving him helpless. "Now that I have 2 monarch keys, I might as well break the restrictions on the second key to increase my lifespan." Lin Fei made up his mind. "Weren't you guys prepared to snatch it? I'll take the benefits first. If I can increase my strength, I might be able to live longer." "Open for this, Daddy." Lin Fei's divine sense entered the Grand Monarch key and triggered the restrictions within. He then arranged for Hairball to stand guard. With him here, they would be able to defend against any enemies. "Senior sister, how do you know that he wants to kill us?" Tens of millions of miles away. In a remote place in the northern dark chaotic space domain, 2 slender figures walked out. One of them had a pale face and looked exhausted. It was Yu Linglong and Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong sat down and took out pellets to recover her immortal energy. Activating the exquisite pagoda had consumed a large amount of immortal energy and she had to replenish it. He killed all 3 of our junior brothers. He was supposed to be an insignificant character, but who would have thought that he would turn the tables? He could kill the Prince of Hell's battle pet and our 3 junior brothers, not to mention us. Don't forget that he has 2 keys. Once the news gets out, Yu Linglong's complexion recovered after a while. Senior sister, why don't we make a move then? As long as we take out that treasure, we have a chance to get it. Xian, things are different now. Don't forget that he has the primordial evil dragon with him. That's a destructive existence. Not even the 9-headed hell snake is a match for it. Yu Linglong shook her head. There's no need to talk about this. The only thing we need to do now is to contact our people and get the monarch key from Lin Fei. Xian, who had been pretending to be unconscious to confuse Lin Fei, nodded. We'll contact the Divine Palace right away. It seems that we need to send an Earth Immortal King to suppress that bastard Lin Fei. We're 2 beauties and he's willing to kill us. I wonder where he came from. Yu Linglong's lips curled into a smile. I wonder if he'll still be as decisive as before when the beauties on the beauty ranking appear. I'm looking forward to it. Quick, chase after the monarch key refined by the eternal monarch. The northern dark chaotic space domain was in a state of chaos. Many forces had gathered here for the immortal king of plentiful treasures treasure. Then the appearance of the monarch key triggered a bloodbath. One-armed immortal lord, die. One-armed immortal lord, put down the monarch key and I'll spare your life. One of the keys landed in the hand of a one-armed immortal lord. In an instant, 7 or 8 immortal lords attacked him. Their violent energy tore the void apart. The one-armed immortal lord didn't even last a breath before he was reduced to dust. At first, it was the mortal-ranked immortal lords who attacked. Then, it was the peak mortal-ranked immortal lords. The scope of the battle kept expanding. Those who were slightly weaker would lose their lives. The Eternal Monarch's tomb? I like it. With a rumble, a gigantic hand slammed down from the sky. The power it displayed surpassed the mortal-ranked immortal lords. It injured the monarch key with a single move. Sloppy Immortal King, an Earth-ranked immortal lord. Why is he here? When the sloppy Immortal King appeared in the sky, everyone was shocked. He injured several mortal-ranked immortal lords with a single move. Even the Earth-ranked immortal kings were mobilized. Sloppy Immortal King, the monarch key isn't something you can covet. Put it down at once. A peak man-ranked immortal king with purple hair tried to threaten the sloppy immortal king by putting down the emperor's key. The combined strength of over 10 peak man-ranked immortal kings was not to be underestimated. They could even threaten an Earth-ranked immortal king. How dare you threaten me? Everyone saw the sloppy immortal king casually pointing his finger. 2 complete laws landed on the body of the purple-haired immortal king and instantly killed him. The power of 2 laws. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just a casual strike had killed an immortal king. Threat? To hell with it. Sloppy Immortal King, congratulations on your improvement in strength. However, the monarch key is fated with me. A beam of sword light shot over from the horizon. Everywhere it passed by, sword shadows could be seen everywhere, slaying all the enemies. Nobody could block a single strike. Everyone died under the might of the sword light as another Earth-ranked immortal king rushed over. And Monarch Key attracted an Earth-ranked immortal king. Makala Sword Monarch. The sloppy immortal king's expression changed. He used a supreme movement art and fled in front of everyone. Such a situation also occurred at the other Emperor's Key. Earth-ranked immortal kings that were usually hard to see all appeared, fighting for the key. It was unknown how many people died under the aftershocks of their attacks. Soon, the 2 great monarch keys disappeared without a trace. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Someone reminded, "Isn't there a great Emperor's Key in the stone coffin below?" They fought for the 2 keys, but they neglected the fact that there might be a monarch key in the black coffin. Isn't that the Crown Prince of Hell? Suddenly, the Crown Prince of Hell appeared, looking very wretched. Everyone, there's no need to search anymore. The monarch keys are in someone else's hands. There were a total of 5 keys in the black coffin. The remaining 3 keys were taken by Lin Fei. The Crown Prince of Hell gritted his teeth. This person has a great treasure. I'm not his match. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Whoosh, the Crown Prince of Hell tore open the void and left with his subordinates. Rumble, as he left, an immortal king tried to capture him, but he was too late. Chapter 940. Northern Underworld Chaotic Sky Domain. The Great Emperor's key left behind by the eternal Great Emperors appeared one after another. Experts who lived in seclusion came out to fight for the treasures. It was rare to see the elusive immortal kings. With the appearance of the Great Emperor's key, countless people died and were injured. The Hell Crown Prince's words were like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, shocking everyone. Lin Fei. Who is he, a disciple of a big family? Could it be another peerless expert? Northern Underworld Chaotic Sky Domain. Outside the tomb of Plentiful Treasure's immortal king, a group of people frowned, thinking about Lin Fei. They didn't remember this person's existence. Anyone with a reputation would know about him. They really hadn't heard of the Lin Fei mentioned by the Hell Crown Prince, unless he was an Earth Immortal King or above. Once an Earth Immortal King reached the Immortal Emperor realm, every one of them worked hard and rarely appeared in front of the public. It was understandable why they hadn't heard of the name Lin Fei. Everyone, don't be fooled. This Lin Fei isn't a famous person at all. He's just a lowly person who got lucky. Someone exclaimed in the crowd. Lowly person? Whoosh, an immortal king in the sky moved his fingers like a mountain, and a young man fell into his palm. The immortal king grabbed his neck as if he could kill him with a thought. Sir, please calm down. We are from the Phoenix Academy. A middle-aged man, a mortal king, flew out from the sky and cupped his hands towards the other party. So you are from the Phoenix Academy. In the Eastern Domain, the Phoenix Academy was famous. Their dean was an Earth Immortal King. The middle-aged man brought it up first to avoid angering the Immortal King. Oh, a disciple of the old ghost. The Immortal King had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze like lightning. I won't kill the old ghost's disciple. If you can't tell me who Lin Fei is, don't blame me for being impolite. In fact, everyone pricked up their ears. They wanted to know more than anyone else about the background of this Lin Fei. Don't kill me, I'll talk. Chen, she glared over with a gaze that was like a torch, and it almost scared the young man to death. The young man cried out loudly, and he didn't have the slightest bearing of a golden immortal. No matter how powerful a perfected golden immortal lord was, when facing a peerless immortal king, it would only take an instant to kill him. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single glance. Lin Fei is a disciple of the Holy Heaven Academy. It's rumored that he's the first genius to be bestowed the title of king in the last few hundred years of the Holy Heaven Academy. The Great Emperor bestowed him the title of King Invincible. His battle prowess is valiant, and he's unrivaled in the same realm. When the Phoenix Academy disciple said this, everyone was dumbfounded, suspecting that they had heard wrong. How could a golden immortal kid snatch the Great Emperor's key from the Crown Prince of Hell? Wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? It was hard to believe. The Prince of Hell wouldn't scam people, would he? They had personally witnessed the miserable state of the Crown Prince of Hell. It wasn't an intentional act. In the eyes of supreme immortal kings, there was no way this could be faked. In addition, the Hell world was a mid-tier world within the Heaven Punisher realm. The Crown Prince of Hell wouldn't lie. Quickly copy Lin Fei's appearance. They were tempted. If the Great Emperor's key was in the hands of the peerless immortal king, they could only stare, unable to do anything. But the Great Emperor's key was not in the hands of the peerless immortal king, but in the hands of a golden immortal. Everything would be fine. It didn't matter if you were the peerless immortal king or not. It depended on who was lucky. The young man moved quickly. A face condensed in the sky. It was a delicate and pretty face, long hair fluttering in the wind, vivid and lifelike. Search. Everyone copied it and used their powerful divine sense to search the Northern Underworld Chaotic Sky Domain. Inside the stone coffin. He's so daring. The peerless immortal king searched with his divine sense. Lin Fei's traces fell into their eyes. They tore open the void and rushed into the stone coffin. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince of Hell's words were true or not, they had to capture Lin Fei first. Cough, cough, cough. The Phoenix Academy disciple was sent flying. The force wasn't great, but it didn't feel good either. He coughed out blood. Junior brother, are you all right? The northern underworld chaotic sky domain had always been a training ground for Phoenix Academy. They killed demons and evildoers to train their combat ability. It's nothing, I've let senior brothers worry. The northern underworld chaotic sky domain is full of chaos. It's time to leave. There's no need to continue staying here. The previous middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Even a mortal stage immortal king felt great pressure. Mingfei, you've done very well. Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei boasted shamelessly, wanting to challenge all the geniuses of our Phoenix Academy. Now, he can't even protect himself. When we return to the academy, senior brother will help you ask for credit. Many thanks for senior brother's guidance. This is what junior brother should do. Inside the tomb of the plentiful treasures immortal king. Many experts were fighting over the treasures. It was a reign of terror. The plentiful treasures immortal king had countless treasures on him. He was a unique existence among immortal kings. Even if the treasures he left behind were not all of them, the power was not bad. For those who were hunting for treasures, every treasure left behind by the plentiful treasures immortal king was like a naked woman. For this woman, there was no harm in killing. The black stone coffin quietly floated in the air. Without the experts of the underworld, outsiders swarmed in. There's someone there. Let's kill him first. A little golden immortal dares to come to this place. Let me send you to hell. Not long after, the people who rushed in saw a young man in black with a white chubby child beside him. They looked harmless and immediately had evil thoughts. The child and the black man were Lin Fei and Hairball. Master said I can't eat people. It shouldn't be a problem to secretly eat a few, right? Lin Fei was in a meditative state, and Hairball was standing guard by the side. When he saw several people charging at him, his eyes rolled, and he looked back with a smile. He opened his mouth, and a huge vortex appeared. The several perfected golden immortals fell into the vortex without making a sound. Master doesn't know. Master doesn't know. Hairball peeked and secretly clapped her hands. The entrance of the stone coffin lost the experts guarding it. More and more people broke in. When they saw Lin Fei and Hairball, they had evil thoughts. As a result, they became Hairball's food. She swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Hundreds of perfected golden immortals were eaten. No one could get close to them. Hairball, you secretly ate again. After a while, Lin Fei opened his eyes. His eyes flashed and he spat out a mouthful of ancient fiend god chi. It was many times thicker than before. His body exuded an ancient aura. Chapter 941. P.S. Thank you Sky Snow Battle Emperor, and Crepe Myrtle Stars Tears Emotiona Degree Buffian, and the others' tips, as well as everyone's monthly votes. It's the end of the month, those with monthly votes, cast your monthly votes. Inside the black sarcophagus. Lin Fei's body blossomed with fiend god aura, turning into fiend god runes that filled the sky. He was like an ancient fiend god, standing tall and supporting the sky. Lin Fei benefited immensely from activating the two monarch keys. A large amount of lifespan flowed into his body. His fiend god body expanded to 600,000 zhang, and his divine power increased from 1 million to 2 million. Not only that, his fiend god body broke through from the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation. The fiend god race walked on the path of power. The improvement of his body represented the improvement of his strength. A large amount of pure lifespan greatly increased Lin Fei's room for growth, allowing him to break through one after another. Fiend god body 5th transformation. The fiend god aura turned into ancient runes, inheriting an ancient aura. It represented that he had entered the period of growth, and his future achievements were not something ordinary people could judge. Fiend god body 5th transformation. My physical defense is impenetrable, and the ancient runes formed from fiend god aura is also a means of defense. Lin Fei's body was filled with surging divine power, like a wave, drowning everything. If I meet that old thing that's chasing me again, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death. Kid Lin, this sarcophagus is a rare ancient holy artifact. Don't waste it. Black Demon's voice was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Alright. Lin Fei shook his body, and the fiend god runes rolled out, appearing outside the black sarcophagus. The sound of slaughter was endless, and blood flowed like a river. Plentiful treasure Immortal King's tomb had become a battlefield. The black sarcophagus was huge, like a giant. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and 100 zhang large hand reached out and grabbed the sarcophagus, but it didn't budge. Lin Fei used the divine power of 500,000 dragons, and was confident that he could grab anything that fell into his hand. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Fei was not stupid. He immediately realized that the black stone coffin left behind by the plentiful treasure's Immortal King was an incredible item. Lin Fei executed his god-fiend body, reaching a height of 600,000 feet. He turned into a towering giant and grabbed with his 6 arms. A loud rumble came from the black stone coffin. It's so heavy. Just who made this stone coffin? Lin Fei believed that something that could make Senior Black Demon speak was extraordinary. But now, it seemed that it was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Rise. With a loud rumbling sound, the void exploded, and then collapsed one after another. Kid, I've finally found you. A dazzling saber light that was 10,000 feet long appeared in the sky. The saber light was like a surging sea of blood. A blood-colored figure stood in the saber light. His gaze pierced through the void and stared at Lin Fei. Bang bang bang, the blood-colored saber light swept past. The saber light was imbued with complete laws, but anyone who came into contact with it was instantly turned into dust. No one was spared, and all of them lost their lives. Boom! The saber light was too fast. With a loud rumble, the resplendent saber light slashed down on Lin Fei's god-fiend body. The blood-colored saber light engulfed Lin Fei, and a blood-colored giant with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. It was like an octopus, and it coiled around Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, let's see where you can run now. This old man was Blood Slave. Now that he had succeeded, a smile finally appeared on his face. An attack that was both hard and soft. Ordinary peerless Immortal Kings could not reach this level. One of Lin Fei's heads was facing the Blood Slave, and he revealed a frightened expression. He trembled and said, "Are you saying that you will only be satisfied if I show this expression?" The Blood Slave snorted coldly, "You have a sharp tongue. If it wasn't for my master wanting to capture you alive, this old man would have already chopped you in half and sent you to hell to enjoy the torture of the 18 levels of hell. Who is your master? I don't think I've offended you before, right?" Lin Fei said, secretly stopping Hairball from making a move. "Blood Slave Immortal King, why are you here?" In the void, another peerless Immortal King walked out. The sea behind him surged, and sea beasts of various sizes swam up and down. This person exuded a vast and boundless aura. When this person appeared and saw the Blood Slave, his expression changed, and his eyes flashed with fear. Scram! Without saying a word, the Blood Slave slashed out, and the peerless Immortal King's sea was split into 2. The saber art was domineering and ruthless, and it forced the peerless Immortal King to leave. Blood Slave Immortal King, don't be too greedy. Even if you have the Sky Demon Emperor behind you, don't think of taking the 2 Emperor's keys for yourself. Be careful, or you'll anger everyone. The peerless Immortal King yelled. Courting death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the world fell silent. The peerless Immortal King's figure disappeared. If you run fast, Master's name isn't something you can blaspheme. I'll definitely kill you next time. The Blood Slave sneered, and with a wave of his hand, he sent a mortal-ranked Immortal King flying. Lin Fei came to a realization. Finally, someone wanted to deal with him. You're a subordinate of the Sky Demon Emperor. No wonder you're still lingering around. Lin Fei said, in order to deal with me, the Sky Demon Emperor sent out an expert like you. Seems like my reputation is quite big. Humph, when you see Master, I hope you won't be so scared. The Blood Slave said indifferently, also, hand over the Emperor's keys. When Master sees them, he'll definitely be very happy. Ha! After knowing who wanted to deal with him, Lin Fei felt relieved. It was unexpected for the Sky Demon Emperor to pay attention to him so quickly. At the same time, he was also prepared. Bang 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 bang, Lin Fei's body trembled, and the Fiend God runes exploded. Surging energy exploded from the blood-colored giant. This was the first time he used the Fiend God runes. This is the Fiend God talisman. Your Fiend God physique has actually reached this level. The blood slave's eyesight wasn't bad, and he immediately recognized it. These were the Fiend God runes, a common close-range attack technique of the Fiend God race. They were extremely sharp, and in the current myriad heavens, only 1 in 10,000 Fiend God physiques had reached this level. You have some knowledge, but this is only the beginning. Old thing, you chased me all the way here. Today, this daddy will kill you. Lin Fei's tremble caused a large area of the void to collapse. The blood-colored giant on his body was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow, and exploded into smithereens. With this tremble, the Fiend God runes displayed their terrifying power, shattering the saber light of a peak mortal-ranked immortal king. While the Fiend God runes surged, and countless runes turned into a river, crushing over. A dangerous aura enveloped the blood-slave immortal king. Eternal Divine Fist, Eternal Xana. Lin Fei threw out a punch, and a boundless sacred energy enveloped the entire space, sealing everything between the heavens and earth. This was one of the trump cards of the Eternal Divine Fist. Damn it, this is the ultimate technique of the Eternal Emperor. Why do you have it? The blood-slave immortal king's eyes widened in shock. As a servant that had followed his master for a long time, he had witnessed the glory of his master in the past. Back then, his master was still an immortal king and had some fame. However, the Eternal Emperor was already a famous figure at that time, a peerless expert among the martial monarchs. Even the higher-ups of the demon race had to admit that the Eternal Emperor had a bright future, and his strength was unparalleled. The Eternal Divine Fist was the ultimate technique of the Eternal Emperor, capable of sealing the void and time. The Fiend God runes exploded on the blood-slave immortal king's body, tearing his skin and flesh apart. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. This is only the beginning. Lin Fei reached out his hand, and a giant finger landed on the blood-slave immortal king's body. Half of the blood-slave immortal king's body exploded, and his bones were scattered everywhere. Despite his sturdy flesh, it still shattered into pieces. Does it feel good? Lin Fei, Master will definitely refine you into a puppet. Another finger landed on the blood-slave immortal king's body, and the blood-slave immortal king's body exploded again. That's a matter for the future. I already know that you're in my hands now. The Eternal Xana suppressed the blood-slave immortal king completely. The ultimate technique of the Eternal Emperor, you won't be able to suppress me for long. The blood-slave immortal king sneered, let's see how you're going to resist my attack. Lin Fei said calmly, I was going to kill you, but I've changed my mind. However, I've changed my mind. There's no point in killing you. I might as well let someone eat you. Master, this person's blood is boiling, he'll be very nourishing. Hairball drooled with a pitiful look. Go. The blood-slave immortal king was furious. This was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. A brat wanted to eat him? Did he really think that he was an immortal king, and that he could kill this brat with just a breath? Stop there, let me eat you. Hairball pounced forward, and coincidentally, the blood-slave immortal king regained his freedom. His saber light flashed, and a flood surged, wanting to eat this brat. I'll eat. Hairball did not move at all, but he continued to eat the saber light. He actually ate it? The blood-slave immortal king had seen many things, but he had never seen a tyrannical attack that could eat him. Again. Swish, 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 the saber light was like a net. The blood-slave immortal king was truly furious. But no matter how the blood-slave immortal king attacked, Hairball continued to eat him. An attack that could kill a man-rank immortal king was like delicious food to Hairball. Monster, he is a monster. The blood-slave immortal king wanted to retreat. A Lin Fei who had grasped the ultimate art of an eternal emperor was not easy to deal with, let alone a brat who could eat his attack. The immortal energy in his body surged, but he could not do anything to the other party. Go. The blood slave immortal king was decisive. Where do you think you're going? Hairball turned into an afterimage, chasing after the blood slave immortal king. He opened his mouth, and a vortex appeared. The blood slave immortal king struggled for a moment, but he could not resist the suction force of the vortex, and fell into it. Lin Fei, just you wait, this is merely a clone of this old man. When my true body comes again, I will definitely teach you a lesson. A furious voice came from the depths of the vortex. Hairball burped in satisfaction. After eating an immortal king, one could not even mention how energetic he was. This caused Lin Fei to be stunned. Hairball, are you full? Hairball patted his stomach. About 30% full. There are still many of them. Should I go and eat them? He pointed at the void. Huang Lin Fei's divine sense spread out, and saw the grand Luo golden immortals and immortal kings leaving one after another, clearly frightened. Chapter 942. Hairball once again showed her prowess, unknowingly scaring away the peerless immortal king who was about to make a move. Keep! Forcefully putting away the black sarcophagus, Lin Fei let Hairball use her spatial ability to escape millions of miles away. After a few breaths, they were gone. We were tricked. Quickly chase after Lin Fei, that kid has a lot of treasures on him. We can't miss it. It's related to the treasure of the Eternal Emperor. Even the Holy Heaven Academy won't dare to protect Lin Fei. Let's chase after him, lest someone else gets it first. Hairball's prowess scared the group of people. Only after they left did they realize why they were afraid of her. If everyone attacked together, it was uncertain who would eat who. Whoosh, sounds of air breaking could be heard as they chased after the direction Lin Fei left. Among them, there were dozens of peerless immortal kings and countless perfected golden immortal monarchs. After they left, the people who stayed behind couldn't help but curse. The black sarcophagus was gone. The treasures left by the plentiful treasures immortal king were all plundered by Lin Fei. After cursing for a while, they turned their gazes to the remaining treasures. If they could snatch them, they would snatch them without any hesitation. As for the others, they all sent messages to their friends or their backers, describing Lin Fei in detail. It was a moving treasure trove. Brother Lin is indeed mighty and domineering. You took all the benefits. Gao Shisan appeared out of nowhere. His eyes flashed and his eyebrows danced. Obviously, he had taken all the benefits in the tomb of the plentiful treasures immortal king. The treasure of the Eternal Emperor is about to appear. There will be a fierce battle. I must participate in such a good show. Gao Shisan's eyes swiveled. Since they are chasing after Brother Lin, this fat grandpa will be able to beat them from behind. His fat figure flashed as he dove into the void. The great emperor's key left by the Eternal Emperor appeared in the northern underworld chaotic sky domain. This news spread like wildfire and caused a great uproar. The forces of the great metropolis world couldn't sit still. The great emperor's key appeared in the northern dark chaotic space domain. In the following days, the great emperor's keys left behind by the eternal great emperors appeared in the southern region and the western region one after another, causing another round of fighting. The peerless immortal kings who hadn't shown themselves for a very long time made their moves one after another to fight for the emperor keys. More than 10 peerless immortal kings died, but in the end, they were all snatched away by mysterious people. At this point, the 10 keys left behind by the Eternal Emperor appeared one after another. A piece of exciting news spread throughout the great metropolis heaven. Out of the 10 Emperor keys, 3 of them had fallen into the hands of a nameless brat. As such, the great metropolis heaven remembered his name, Lin Fei. For the sake of a single Emperor key, supreme immortal kings were willing to risk their lives. A brat from the Holy Heavens Academy actually managed to snatch 3 Emperor keys. Undoubtedly, this caused them to feel very unhappy. At first, no one believed it. Later on, everyone found out that this information came from the Crown Prince of Hell. The cunning Crown Prince of Hell returned to the underworld, and from there, they found out that Lin Fei had at least one great Emperor key. How could a young golden immortal who was not even a perfected golden immortal have the great emperor's key? On the way to the Holy Heavens Academy in the northern domain, various forces acted upon hearing the news. Lin Fei had the great emperor's key. Apart from that, the stone coffin left behind by the plentiful treasure immortal king had also fallen into Lin Fei's hands. All kinds of gossip became more and more intense. The spearhead was pointed at Lin Fei. Holy Heavens Academy. On a towering mountain, clouds and mist lingered around it. Immortal Qi transformed into clouds, making it look like a paradise. Martial uncle, there are a few peerless immortal kings outside demanding that our academy hand over junior brother Lin Fei. What should we do? An elder stood under a pavilion with a worried expression. Let them do as they please, ignore them. Our Holy Heavens Academy is not a place where just anyone dares to enter. A cold voice came from the pavilion and sighed, Lin Fei, that little bastard, really knows how to stir up trouble. How long has it been since he left? And he has already attracted the attention of various forces in the great metropolis heaven. As a martial uncle, I have the heart but the strength is insufficient. This white-clothed elder was Su Yi. After hearing this news, Su Yi felt a headache coming on. The situation was getting more and more intense. There was no doubt that there was someone behind the scenes targeting junior brother Lin Fei. This situation was very bad for junior brother Lin Fei. I'll go see martial uncle and see if he can do anything. Su Yi sighed and tore open the void. In the next breath, he appeared in a space. Hundreds of flowers were blooming and immortal beasts of all sizes were chasing and playing. At the same time, Lin Fei's situation was not good. Since leaving the northern chaotic sky domain, Lin Fei had been chased by many people. As time passed, the number of people chasing him kept increasing, and there was a trend of him being drowned by the sea of people. Hell Crown Prince, I'll remember you. In a valley, there was a ravine with corpses everywhere, emitting a thick smell of blood. Lin Fei's face darkened. He finally understood why he was being chased all the way. It turned out that Hell Crown Prince was fanning the flames and using a borrowed knife to kill. It had to be said that this plan was very successful. In these 10 days, Lin Fei had not had a single day of peace. For example, in the battle just now, when he finally had a chance to catch his breath, a group of people attacked him. I can't continue like this. Once I'm surrounded, it'll be bad. Lin Fei thought to himself. Senior Black Demon said that the opening of the Eternal Emperor's treasury will take half a year. This half year will be for me to temper myself, and the next half year will definitely be an arduous battle. What a scam. Hairball, let me into your space. Hairy Ball possessed spatial divine abilities. It formed a space within itself, swallowing him in a single gulp. Using spatial travel, he entered the depths of the void in a flash. Lin Fei's orders were simple. Dive into dangerous areas and see if they dared to chase after him. My divine force has improved greatly, and my God-fiend body has reached the 5th transformation. If I want to protect the Grand Emperor's key for the next half year, I need to increase my strength. Within the space, Lin Fei sat cross-legged. His eyes were deep in thought. My strength has improved greatly recently. I need to learn and adapt to my new fighting style. I need to get rid of the bad and get the best out of it. With the recent fortuitous encounters, Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly. However, he was still not perfect in combat. He needed to filter again and find the most suitable fighting experience for himself. It's time to take a look at the divine abilities and cultivation techniques I've collected. I'll also refine some sage treasures to increase my combat strength. It'll be best if I can arm myself to the teeth. The pearl left behind by the celestial demon is also an amazing treasure. It's best to use it and not waste it. Chapter 943. P.S. Thanks to the heavenly snow battle emperor for the tip. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the east region was in a mess. The corpse was torn apart. It had been dead for a long time, attracting a group of ferocious beasts to feast on the corpse. Along with the sound of air being pierced, there was a group of ferocious beasts' corpses on the ground. Their heads were pierced by the sword light. This was a group of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. They were all dressed in the same uniform with maple leaves embroidered on their chests. If anyone was here, they would definitely recognize this group of people as the Maple Leaf Valley. The Maple Leaf Valley was an assassin organization with a reputation. Whoever was targeted by them would not rest until they were dead. There were few survivors. As an assassin organization, they never acted casually. Ordinary people couldn't hire the assassins of the Maple Leaf Valley, but once they acted, it would definitely be a big deal. The fallen immortal king would become their reputation. This group of assassins came quickly and left quickly as well. Junior sister, it seems like we're late. The people of the Maple Leaf Valley have already acted. Even the people of the Maple Leaf Valley can't sit still with the appearance of the great emperor's key. Not long after the people of the Maple Leaf Valley left, a group of young people appeared in the void. The leader was a middle-aged man in embroidered robes. He had a dignified look in his eyes. The people behind him were all youthful and arrogant. At this moment, they were standing on an ancient beast's skin. The beast's skin was covered in symbols that were incomparably profound. This group of people came from the Shen Palace. As a force in the great metropolis world, the Shen Palace naturally couldn't resist the temptation of the Eternal Emperor's treasure. They wanted to get a share of the action. You're a good assassin organization, but you're interfering in this matter. Even if you snatch it, you might not be qualified to own it. On the beast's skin rug, a slender woman in black clothes said coldly, "The key left by the Eternal Emperor isn't something that just anyone can have." Junior sister, I heard that you suffered at the hands of that brat Lin Fei. Right in front of the beast skin carpet was a red-haired young man. He was surrounded by a group of disciples and looked very impressive. Senior brother will definitely avenge you for this matter. His eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at you, Linglong. Linglong, you're the best at grasping people's hearts. In your opinion, where will that brat from the Holy Heaven Academy go in the end? The middle-aged man asked Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong lightly laughed. I heard that the Saint Heaven's Academy is currently under pressure. A supreme immortal king has come to visit. It's impossible for Lin Fei to return to the Saint Heaven's Academy. In our great metropolis world, everyone has a portrait of Lin Fei. It's impossible for him to go to cities and cities. The only places he would go to are all sorts of dangerous places. Senior sister, are you sure? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you listen carefully? If my guess is correct, Lin Fei cultivates a fiend god body refining art. It's an ancient art, and his fleshly body is so strong that he's almost at the level of a saint. The more dangerous the place is, the more advantage he'll have. The red-haired youth had a card up his sleeve. For half a year, he will hide in a danger zone and his chances of survival will be higher. Junior apprentice sister, don't you think so? Brother Xinyuan, you've already guessed it. Why bother asking me? Yu Linglong was a little conflicted by Xinyuan Wuqing's enthusiasm. Then let's go to a danger zone. We should be able to find the whereabouts of Lin Fei. Rumble! In a certain desert in the great metropolis world, yellow sand danced in the air. A space-time gate opened up in the sky. A huge black shadow descended from the sky. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and a large area of sand exploded. The sand beasts were turned into powder. Unknowingly, a huge red warship appeared in the sky. It was 1,000 zhang in length and covered the sky. On the deck of the warship, on the left and right sides, stood a group of young women. They were wearing light muslin and revealing clothes. They were faintly discernible and beautiful. Not only that, their strength had reached the peak of the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. They were only a step away from becoming a supreme immortal king. On the warship, there were no less than a few hundred of such beauties. In the center of the warship, on a pink bed, a red-robed young man could be seen lying there. His eyes were like peach blossoms, and his gaze was blurry. Beside him, there was another beautiful woman who had already reached the immortal king realm. Her jade-like hands moved lightly, massaging the shoulders of another handsome man. Another beautiful woman was also passing him fruits. If someone saw this, they would be shocked. Using a beautiful woman like the immortal king to massage the shoulders, it was not something an ordinary person could do. Amorous immortal king, you have quite a scene. Every time you go out, you bring your amorous woman. How envious. I really want to snatch your woman. An eccentric voice came from the other end of the desert. Dark clouds covered the sky densely, and lightning flashed. 9,000 Zhang-long bone dragons with death energy curling around them rushed out of the dark clouds. They surged up and down, shaking the world. I was wondering who it was. So it's the White Bone Crown Prince. You only rely on the bone dragons to scare people. The handsome man said indifferently, last time, you lost to me. Could it be that you have the ability to fight against me? You still dare to touch my woman? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until your teeth fall out. Behind the 9 bone dragons, there was a huge bronze war chariot that gave off an ancient aura. It was another supreme treasure. There was a young man holding a white bone spear. He wore white battle armor and had a pale face. He gave off a cold and gloomy aura. Haha, amorous prince, I lost to you last time. This time, it might not be the same. The White Bone Crown Prince said sinisterly, I've already mastered the last stage of the great summoning technique. I can summon the kingdom of death. The handsome man on the pink bed, the amorous prince's expression changed slightly. So you've cultivated the great summoning technique to the kingdom of death. You can summon ancient experts from the kingdom of death. You're qualified to be my opponent. However, you're just an opponent. The White Bone Crown Prince laughed sinisterly. Originally, I was prepared to fight you 300 times. However, the appearance of the Eternal Emperor's treasure has alarmed the all heavens. This battle has been postponed for another day. I forgot to tell you that the geniuses of the all heavens have come to the great metropolis world. Don't die at their hands, huh? The bone dragons galloped for thousands of li, bringing with them dark clouds that covered the sky. The world changed as they rumbled. Large swathes of the desert exploded, leaving behind the White Bone Crown Prince's sinister laughter as he left. Master, do you want us sisters to kill the White Bone Crown Prince? The amorous prince waved his hand. No need. The White Bone Crown Prince is nothing. He has successfully cultivated the great summoning technique. I still have a trump card to suppress him. The most important thing now is to snatch the key left by the Eternal Emperor. I wonder if they have come. If so, it will be much more interesting. Let's see who is the real expert of the younger generation. The Crimson Warship turned into a beam of rainbow light and sped away. The southern region. There was a black, stagnant swamp, filled with a rancid smell and bubbling. This was a dangerous place. Many marsh fierce beasts were waiting for an opportunity to attack and devour people. If one was not careful, one would die. White bones littered the swamp. A skeleton with hollow eyes looked up at the sky, as if it was unwilling to die. A marsh fierce beast crawled across the swamp. Bang! Just at this moment, a pair of huge feet descended from the sky, stepping on the swamp beast. The fiendish swamp beast exploded on the spot, starting from this swamp beast. The fierce beasts lurking within a radius of 1,000 li exploded one by one. Blood dyed the area red. Is this the Dutian Great World? The newcomer was a tall and sturdy man. His upper body was bare, and his waist was wrapped in a bright-colored beast skin. With his bare feet, he trampled a swamp beast to death, then shook a large group of swamp beasts to death. What thin immortal chi! I can't cultivate any strength here. No wonder I'm unknown in the major worlds. The burly man's eyes were cold. This world produced an eternal emperor and became famous throughout the major worlds. If not for this, it would not be worth me, Atai Gu, personally coming here. The eternal emperor was too famous in the major worlds. He was a top expert among emperors, and anyone would be tempted by the treasures he had left behind. There were even rumors that the treasures the eternal emperor had left behind were comparable to a top immortal sect. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to establish their own sect. But this was not the important point. The important point was that the eternal emperor's treasures contained treasures that could allow one to become a god. This level of secret only existed in a few powerful worlds. Atai was someone from one of these worlds. He had come to the Dutian Great World with great ambition to obtain the treasures the eternal emperor had left behind. The emperor's key left behind by the eternal emperor has already alarmed the major worlds. I have to snatch it before them, or else they won't be able to take advantage of me. Atai waved his hand, and a three-headed leopard leapt out. It sat on the leopard and flew off in a certain direction. The Northern Territory. Rumble. 3 figures descended from the sky, appearing on a mountain range in the Northern Territory. Senior brother, is this the Dutian Great World? It can't compare to our abyssal world. A young man in embroidered robes on the left sneered. I scanned the area just now. There aren't many immortal kings here. With my strength, I can blow them up 100 times over. The people of the Dutian Great World are truly too weak. They're not enough, the young man on the right said. The one on the right said calmly, Senior brother, you came all the way here just for the treasure of an eternal emperor. Isn't it not worth it? You too shut up. The two immediately shut their mouths. They were clearly very afraid of their senior brother. What do you know? The eternal emperor had many accomplishments in the past. I, your senior brother, coincidentally obtained a portion of the eternal emperor's inheritance, allowing my strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Now that the treasures have opened, it's time for me, Ren Xiaoyao, to display my grand ambitions. Who told the heavens to look after me and find the emperor's key? Senior brother. In the Dutian Great World, if the old monsters don't take action, ordinary people can't do anything to us. A puny Dutian Great World probably won't dare to make a sound after hearing about our great heavenly grotto heaven. Chapter 944. The geniuses of all the great worlds had arrived. Great Metropolis World instantly became the focus of all the great worlds. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei, who was in the limelight, was staying in Hairball's space, studying the magical power left by the plentiful treasure Immortal King. Hua hua hua, Hairball's body was like a rainbow. Following Lin Fei's instructions, she kept drilling into the depths. Those dangerous areas that were difficult to cross were as easy as drinking water. Master is really too much. What good things can there be in such a barren land? After entering the growth stage, Hairball's understanding of space had increased by more than 100 times, truly showing the ability of a space beast. Hey, there's a fierce beast down there. Master told me to drill into dangerous places, but he didn't say that I can't eat anything. Not only could Hairball travel through the void, but she also had a pair of divine eyes that could see through the void. Although she couldn't reach this level for the time being, it was undeniable that Hairball could see very far at this moment. Whoosh, Hairball broke through the void and flew away. In the space, the man in black sat cross-legged with hundreds of jade slips floating around him. His face revealed a rare look of exhaustion. In the past few days, Lin Fei didn't move at all. He silently digested all the magical power cultivation methods, including the jade slips that he plundered from others. After continuous battles, Lin Fei understood a principle. Blindly cultivating was not a good thing. The key was to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. It seems that mastering is not easy. Even so, I have benefited a lot. The man in black opened his eyes, showing helplessness. He shook his head gently. I thought too much. Mastering a cultivation method is not an easy thing. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and my brain's calculation ability is also constantly improving. But I still can't bear the exhaustion brought by calculation and analysis. It would be great if the system update was completed. Lin Fei believed that once the system update was completed, it would definitely become a great help to him. He wanted to master the magical power cultivation method and turn it into his own unique technique. Perhaps the system could be of great help. The system had been updated for a long time, but there was still no response. Lin Fei did not know when the system would complete the update. Let me refine this bead first. Lin Fei took out a pearl that gave off a black glow. This was the pearl that he had obtained from the Great Sun Heavenly Demon back then. When the Great Sun Heavenly Demon was trapped, he activated an incarnation that was powerful and left a deep impression on him. I remember the immortal emperor of many treasures left behind in 8 Desolations 6 Directions great art. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and the cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was about refining an incarnation to become a combat helper and increase the overall combat strength. Refine. Lin Fei summoned his divine fire and erased the traces of the great sun heavenly devil in the depths of the bead. He left his own consciousness in the depths of the bead. Once his consciousness transformed, divine light shone brilliantly. He sat down cross-legged like an immovable mountain. "Come out." After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Fei. His appearance and aura were exactly the same as Lin Fei's. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Lin Fei laughed. "Fellow Taoist, please sit." He was overjoyed. The great sun heavenly demon really gave me a good treasure. So this bead is called the dark fetus bead. He obtained it from a dangerous place. It is most suitable for cultivating incarnations without any negative effects. The incarnations that are cultivated will have 50% of the original's combat strength. Wait, this is the dark fetus bead. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly, as though he recalled something. "Come down." He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and one of the hundreds of jade scrolls landed in Lin Fei's hand. He looked inside with his consciousness and instantly revealed a smile. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. Turns out the immortal emperor of many treasures had obtained an ancient mystic art in the secret realm, and the key item was the dark fetus bead. Lin Fei retracted his consciousness. "This dark fetus 10th level domain is suitable for me to cultivate." The dark fetus 10th level domain was an ancient mystic art. Although this mystic art was impressive, no one had managed to cultivate it, apart from the ancient immortals who had created it. There was an important reason for this. To cultivate the dark fetus 10th level domain, one needed the dark fetus bead. And the dark fetus bead was priceless and rarely appeared. This mystic art required one to collect 10 dark fetus beads and refine 10 incarnations. When the 10 incarnations activated the mystic art, their combat strength would increase exponentially, and they would be able to display 200 combat strength, which was enough to fight against an immortal emperor powerhouse. 10 dark fetus beads is too difficult. Lin Fei shook his head. However, since the great sun heavenly demon could find a dark fetus bead, there might be another dark fetus pillar. Since it is in a dangerous place, I can make a trip there. Thus, Lin Fei listed the location of the great sun heavenly demon as his next destination. This ancient mystic art was something that Lin Fei was very interested in. It would be a pity if he didn't go and check it out. Anyway, he had to go later. Following that, Lin Fei stayed in the space for a few more days, mastering his own attack techniques. He especially referenced the fist techniques after the Eternal God Fist, and derived another fist technique of his own. First stance, body explosion stance. In the space, Lin Fei transformed into a 90 zhang tall god fiend body, and a simple punch. The heavens and earth didn't move. After referencing a large number of body tempering techniques, he felt that this size would allow him to better unleash his combat strength. It would be more dexterous and convenient. Of course, if he met an expert, Lin Fei would return to his original size, which would allow him to unleash his true combat strength. After some research, Lin Fei learned a lot. Using this as a foundation, he created his own attack technique. The first stance was a pure attack technique. When the attack landed on the opponent, divine power would explode, and no one would be able to block it. It was the most straightforward way of fighting. Second stance, Mount Tai suppression. The second stance was also a domineering way of fighting. Lin Fei knew very well that he walked the path of strength, and that he would use the most direct way of fighting. He didn't seek to show off, but rather to use violence. That was why he had created the second stance, Mount Tai suppression. Mount Tai suppression. The God Fiend runes transformed into Mount Tai, and combined with the strength of the God Fiend body, one palm strike would be like the true Mount Tai suppression. Third stance, God Fiend 100 tremors. Lin Fei used all of his divine power to attack with this stance, which was equivalent to the 10 consecutive explosions from before. However, its power was dozens of times greater than before, and it was able to unleash 100 tremors in one breath. It was impossible to defend against, and one would be killed in an instant. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the 3 stances he had created. Lin Fei had spent a lot of time and effort to create these 3 stances. They were the most suitable for fighting. Even though it's only 3 stances, I'll create a 4th and 5th stance in the future. Together with my fist techniques, they will become more and more powerful. I'll call this technique Tyrannical God-Killing Fist. Perhaps one day, I'll be able to slay a god. Rumble, the space where Lin Fei was suddenly shook. Chapter 945. P.S. Thank you to Heavenly Snow Do D and Silly Puppet for their tips, as well as ZPiao1673 for their monthly votes and evaluation votes. Lin Fei was engrossed in the creation of the tyrannical god-killing fist and didn't know what Hairball was doing outside. At the beginning, Hairball was just to satisfy her cravings and hunt some beasts. As Lin Fei didn't say anything, Hairball became lawless. Her bloodline was noble, and the beasts were basically immortal beasts. Her bloodline was inferior to Hairball's aura, and the beasts were so scared that they didn't dare to move, waiting to be eaten. Hairball had restrictions at the beginning, but later on, her appetite grew, and she almost caught and ate everything. She didn't let go of any beast she saw, and one forbidden land after another was in chaos. Hairball swept through the beasts, leaving behind a mess, and killed her way to the next dangerous place. If Lin Fei had scolded her in time, Hairball wouldn't have dared to be lawless. As a matter of fact, quite a few of the vicious beasts that were eaten were in human form, and they had backers behind them. The people who had come for revenge had chased Furball all the way, but in the end, they were all like lambs walking into a tiger's mouth, eaten one by one. Those backers were unwilling and arranged for people to chase after her again, but the result was the same. For some reason, Furball's image was publicized, attracting quite a few people's attention. In particular, there were people who suspected that this was a race that had gone extinct since ancient times. It was unknown who suggested that if they could refine this strange beast, they would be able to improve their bloodline. Thus, the demon race was tempted. Hairball was also lawless. Relying on her ability to travel through the void, she tormented the people chasing after her and escaped from their hands several times. Speaking of which, Hairball's luck was bad. She finally escaped from their pursuit and found a dangerous place. Coincidentally, she was hungry, and when she saw a few Pegasi, she rushed up to have a good meal. She had a good meal, but in the end, she got into trouble and attracted the pursuit of an old man. It turned out that those heaven horses were used by the old man to pull the carriage, and were suddenly eaten by someone. Naturally, he was unhappy, and after seeing how extraordinary Hairball was, he wanted to capture Hairball. Hairball was usually invincible when she traveled through the void. Yet, she encountered an old man who knew spatial divine arts, and she couldn't get rid of him. "Damned old man, you dare to attack me? You're dead. My master will definitely beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground, I promise." After not seeing each other for a period of time, Hairball had learned to use vulgarities. At this moment, she was transforming into a rainbow light, shuttling through a dangerous area. From time to time, she would encounter spatial collapses. "Little brat, don't run. You won't be able to escape from my palm." Immortal King Windraiser was this old man's name. The heavens are really helping this old man. To be able to encounter a spatial beast in a place like this, and one that has just entered its growth phase, it has a bright future ahead of it. Immortal King Fueling's body was already filled with deathly aura. Clearly his lifespan was nearing its end, and the Deva's 5 declines were about to appear as well. As long as he could capture this spatial beast, he would be able to possess it. As for the master that the little wimp spoke of, he didn't care at all. Go, heaven and earth net. Immortal Fueling had grasped a portion of the spatial laws. Hence, he was able to catch up to Hairball. Immortal energy erupted forth, closing the distance between them. He took out a saint artifact, causing the sky to darken. Streams of laws rained down like willow branches, sealing off Hairball's path of escape. Bang! Hairball was sent flying back. The void was sealed. This heaven and earth net was unceasingly shrinking, trapping Hairball within. She couldn't struggle free at all. "Quickly release this, daddy. My master is about to appear and kill you until you piss your pants in terror. At that time, you won't even have the time to regret it." Hairball returned to his original form. That saint artifact was unbreakable, firmly suppressing him. He finally felt fear. Immortal King Windrazor's eyes narrowed as he laughed loudly. What an ancient aura! Although this old man doesn't know what you are, this old man knows that your bloodline must be extremely noble. After possessing you, this old man will have the chance to break through to the heaven-ranked Immortal King realm, or even the legendary Immortal Emperor realm. Come here. Immortal King Windrazor's lifespan was nearing its end. His cultivation had stopped at the initial stage of the Earth-ranked Immortal King realm. Normally, he would search for all sorts of secret realms, trying to obtain medicinal pills or even sage medicines that could extend his lifespan. When he discovered a spatial beast with a noble bloodline, he finally realized that his life had taken a turn for the better. He knew a possession technique. Once he succeeded, his future accomplishments would be limitless. The heaven and earth net shrank, bringing along the struggling hairball as it flew towards Immortal King Windrazor. Just when Immortal King Windrazor was feeling complacent, a giant appeared out of thin air and opened up his heaven and earth net. This giant was 600,000 zhang tall. With a swoosh, he opened up the heaven and earth net. You dare to snatch my things? The moment Lin Fei appeared, he transformed into a giant fiend god. With the protection of God Force runes, he broke through the heaven and earth net and walked out. Hairball, who was in the form of a wimpy kid, sat on his shoulder. Master beat him to death. This fellow has been chasing after me all this time. Immortal Fufeng was shocked. After seeing clearly that it was a giant, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed loudly. Ha! Truly wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. Lin Fei, so you are here. No wonder everyone couldn't find you. Seems like this old man will be qualified to enter the Eternal Emperor's treasury. Immortal Binding Rope. In the great metropolis world, the matter that caused a commotion recently was none other than the treasures left behind by the Eternal Emperor, as well as Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy who had the Emperor's key. Immortal King Windrazor didn't think that he was qualified to fight for the treasures of the Eternal Emperor. Who would have thought that the heavens would be so kind to send Lin Fei to his doorstep? You are not qualified to snatch my things. Whoosh! Lin Fei arrived in front of Immortal Fufeng, his lips curling up into a cold smile as he punched out with lightning-fast speed. Body Burst Stance. This Body Burst Stance was the first stance of the tyrannical god-killing fist. Haha, you want to kill this old man with this sort of attack? Immortal King Windrazor laughed loudly. This old man's defense, bang, 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 vast amounts of power exploded within Immortal Fufeng's body, and he instantly died. You want to block my punch with your old, decrepit body? Lin Fei shook his head, then collected his opponent's interspatial ring. It wasn't surprising at all that he had destroyed his opponent with a single punch. Immortal King Windrazor's lifespan was nearing its end, and his chi and blood were extremely weak. Even though he was an early-stage Earth-ranked Immortal King, he was actually only at the peak of the mortal-ranked. Naturally, he was unable to block Lin Fei's punch. The most important thing was that Lin Fei's body burst stance had been imbued with godly power, allowing him to kill his opponent with a single blow. If it had been an early-stage Earth-ranked Immortal King, they definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. Hairball, do you even know what you've done? Lin Fei glared at her. Hairball felt extremely wronged, and her eyes were filled with tears. Loudish, however, before she could finish speaking, her head was smacked. How old are you? Why are you calling me Loudash? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Where had Hairball learned all this from? Hairball's weak voice rang out in his ears. Aren't you just a few dozen years old? What does age have to do with you? He wouldn't lower himself to the level of a child. Remember, next time, you absolutely cannot eat randomly. After learning the reason why Hairball was being hunted down, Lin Fei didn't know what to say. But those Pegasi were eating at that time. Who knew that they had a master? Hairball pouted. Clearly, she wasn't willing to accept this. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I really don't know what to do with you. After killing the fueling Immortal King, Lin Fei didn't leave immediately. He opened the storage ring, intending to see if there was anything inside, especially those words. So, the moment he opened the storage ring, a black light flew out. Not good. As expected, The black light turned into a human figure. It was the fueling immortal king. Lin Fei, you dared to destroy my fleshly body. This old man has underestimated your strength. Unfortunately, you don't know that this old man doesn't have much lifespan left. I've been searching for treasures all day long. Afraid of accidents, I purposely left an incarnation in the storage ring. You just wait to be hunted down. You don't know, right? The geniuses from the various worlds are extremely interested in your whereabouts. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when you meet them. By the time Lin Fei caught up, the other party had already disappeared. He seemed to have activated some kind of treasure. What a shrewd fella. Knowing that his lifespan is running out, he left behind such a trick. Lin Fei's expression sank. Geniuses from the various worlds? Could it be that the Eternal Emperor's treasure is so important? Brat Lin, the geniuses from the various worlds have arrived. You must prepare for a fierce battle. Senior Black Demon's voice resounded. The great metropolis world you're from is just one of the many worlds. In terms of strength and influence, it can't be compared to the other great worlds. Hence, the strength of the geniuses from the great worlds can't be measured by ordinary standards. This was the second time Lin Fei heard that the geniuses from the various worlds were incomparably tyrannical. From the eyes of that immortal king, Lin Fei could see the gloating look in his eyes. Clearly, the strength of these geniuses from the various worlds wasn't simple. To be able to make an early-stage Earth-ranked immortal king feel fear, they must have some outstanding aspects. Senior Black Demon, since I've received the grace of the Eternal Emperor, I definitely won't let him lose face. Lin Fei's battle intent blazed. Aren't they just geniuses from the various worlds? I, Lin Fei, have nothing to fear. I'll fight as many as they come. Lin Fei's heart was as clear as snow. If he didn't do anything to them, they wouldn't let him off either. Since this was the case, he might as well have a great battle. Well said. A man must be like this. Senior Black Demon spoke. Back then, Master was just like you. In his dictionary, other than enemies, there's only friends. Alright, I can sense several auras. It seems that the inheritors of the Eternal Emperor have appeared. You must be mentally prepared. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. Let me remind you again. There are people coming from the southeast direction. Their target should be you. Senior Black Demon spoke again. They're here so quickly? Lin Fei's gaze shifted, landing on the southeast direction. His battle intent surged. In the depths of the Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Chapter 946. Bang, bang, bang. In the southeast direction, an aura rumbled like a war drum, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. Wherever the aura passed, mountains crumbled, the ground cracked, and birds and beasts were wiped out. The newcomer did not conceal his aura at all. His aura was like a surging river. Before he even arrived, his aura was already displayed, causing the beasts in the danger zone to flee in all directions. What a powerful aura! A true unification. His strength should not be underestimated. I wonder if he's a genius from the all heavens, or a genius from the great metropolis heaven. Lin Fei was unmoving like a mountain, unmoved by the imposing aura. His 9-zhang god-fiend body rippled with divine and demonic runes, vast and ancient. His body ignited with a raging battle intent, and the smoke of war was like 10,000 li of rivers and mountains. The great battle was imminent, and his aura rose to the peak. Lin Fei kid, I'm back. In the southeast direction, an old man wearing a sinister smile appeared first, Immortal Emperor Fufeng. Old fart, you dare to come back. Before Lin Fei could speak, Hairball let out a roar. Do you believe that I won't eat you in one bite? Little brat, it's still uncertain who will be the one eating who. Immortal Emperor Fufeng said in a sinister tone. Lin Fei crossed his arms and said calmly, Stray dog, I think you're back to die. I wonder if you'll be able to survive after you die. What a sharp-tongued Lin Fei, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when you're about to die. Immortal Emperor Fufeng's eyes were filled with hatred. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he wouldn't have ended up like a stray dog. 3 geniuses from the all heavens, he's Holy Heaven Institute's Lin Fei, with 3 martial monarch keys. I dare to guarantee it with my head. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 piercing sounds could be heard. Dong dong dong, 3 figures descended from the sky, unleashing their auras. The rift behind them was unable to endure the aura and exploded, razing everything within the vicinity to the ground. You are Lin Fei, the Divine Heaven Academy's King Invincible? I don't think you're worthy of your reputation. You can't even withstand a single blow. Any expert of our Heaven Wasteland domain can crush you with a single punch. The desolate emperor shook his head in disappointment, his black and white eyes filled with disdain. The 3 of you must be the geniuses of the All Heavens world. Lin Fei licked the corner of his mouth. You guys are stronger than I imagined. It makes my blood boil. Lin Fei, stop pretending. The 3 of them are geniuses from all the worlds. They are Heaven Wasteland World's desolate son of heaven, Buddhist World's formless immortal king, and Dark World's immortal king Hishan. The fueling immortal king said proudly, they can kill you with a single finger. Hurry up and hand over the martial monarch key. The fueling immortal king was unlucky to stumble into the maniac Lin Fei, who easily destroyed his flesh in a few moves. He managed to survive and swore to get his revenge on Lin Fei. Along the way, he stumbled into the geniuses of the All Heavens world and was captured by them. He then revealed Lin Fei's whereabouts and assumed that he could easily defeat Lin Fei now that he had a backer. Lin Fei said smilingly, a mere dog dares to act so arrogantly. You're overestimating yourself. The celestial demonic hand burst forward like a mountain. It was the second form of the tyrannical god-killing fist, Mount Tai Suppression. Bang! Lin Fei's speed was too fast. With Mount Tai Suppression, his entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. It was not an ordinary violent attack. The fueling immortal king screamed. He never expected that Lin Fei would really dare to kill him. He was destroyed by Lin Fei's Mount Tai Suppression with a single palm strike. He had truly gone to hell. It's finally quiet. It's indeed quiet. Desolate Heaven's Son said indifferently, if I didn't need to lead the way, I would have slapped this trash to death. I still have to thank you for your help. Actually, I'm also unhappy with this guy. He's about to die of old age, yet he still keeps on causing trouble. Lin Fei smiled and said, now that he's finally dead, it can be considered quiet. Lin Fei, hand over the martial monarch key. The faceless immortal king was a bald monk. Lotus flowers bloomed under his feet as he walked towards Lin Fei step by step. He was expressionless and looked sacred. Behind him, there was a Buddhist kingdom that shone resplendently. Buddhas were sitting cross-legged and chanting scriptures. Hand over the martial monarch key. Hand over the martial monarch key. Hand over the martial monarch key. Buddhas and bodhisattvas were sitting on the lotus platforms. Buddhist chants filled the sky and reverberated endlessly. At this moment, the world seemed to have quietened down. Bang bang bang. Buddhist light shone. The celestial demonic runes around Lin Fei exploded one by one. The illusory Buddhas and bodhisattvas were turned into fragments under the impact of the godly energy. What terrifying Buddhist chants! This guy cultivates a Buddhist technique. If it wasn't for the celestial demonic runes exploding and cutting off the influence, I might have fallen for it. The faceless immortal king's expression didn't change. He strode forward again. The Buddhist light became even more resplendent and a Vairocana appeared behind him. The Jingguang shone resplendently. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 12th grade lotus platform beneath him floated up. Lin Fei, someone from a low-level world like you will never understand the power of a true genius from a higher world. I, the faceless immortal king, cultivate the Vairocana Heart Sutra. Under the heavens, every grain of sand is a world. You are a grain of sand in my Buddha world. He's accumulating his aura. When his aura reaches its peak, it will definitely be terrifying. He's definitely a tough opponent. I'm going to strike first. What Vairocana? I'll crush them all. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. The runes around him exploded again, forming an absolute space that blocked the Buddhist chants. With the support of the sacred dragon step, he broke through the boundless Buddhist light and arrived before the faceless immortal king. Mount Tai Suppression. 2 million dragons god force immediately erupted, turning into 20 million dragons god force. The god force turned into a towering mountain, and the god and demon runes shone resplendently. The power of the god and demon runes increased tenfold, increasing the power of the god and demon runes. Brute! The faceless immortal king's body dissipated, dissipating Lin Fei's domineering attack. The domineering god power landed below, causing a mountain to explode. The Buddhists say that a grain of sand is a world. You are just a grain of sand, yet you dare to attack the world. The faceless immortal king's body appeared from another place, looking solemn and holy. Vairocana flower finger. Brother Faceless Vairocana Heart Sutra has improved greatly, reaching the point of perfection. Lin Fei has already lost. Desolate Heaven's Son said calmly. This Lin Fei's Vairocana Heart Sutra is extraordinary. He does have some ability, but facing Brother Faceless, the gap is like heaven and earth. They aren't on the same level at all. Immortal King Hishan said. Hypocrite, you've been tricked. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded from behind the faceless immortal king. Mount Tai suppression, God's strength 100 tremors. Lin Fei attacked from behind, using Mount Tai suppression to send the faceless immortal king flying. He followed up with God's strength 100 tremors, using 2 moves in a row. The Vairocana Buddha statue suddenly exploded, pieces flew everywhere, the Buddhas in the sky also disappeared. Peng peng peng, another terrifying power exploded from the faceless immortal king's body. His eyes, nose, ears all bled, red and white, turning into a ball. Every inch of his flesh and blood surged with God power, unable to escape misfortune. Every time the God power shook, his flesh and blood turned into powder. After a total of 53 times, the faceless immortal king exploded into nothingness. Even if an immortal emperor acted, he wouldn't be able to save him. You actually killed formless immortal king. How is this possible? He cultivates the Vairocana Heart Sutra. Desolate Son of Heaven felt as if someone had grabbed his throat and spat out these words with great difficulty. Chapter 947. Lin Fei had killed the formless immortal king in one move. Huang Zi from the heaven wasteland world and Hishan from the dark world were dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei was also extremely shocked in his heart. The geniuses of the all heavens world are indeed powerful. Fortunately, I had planned ahead, otherwise it would not have been so easy to kill the formless immortal king. The Buddhist divine powers are not to be underestimated. I almost fell for it. A genius of the Buddhist world could predict this with his divine powers. The other two should not be simple either. From the beginning, Lin Fei had schemed against the other party. Back then, Lin Fei had fought with the disciples of the Buddhist world. They were proficient in Buddhist divine powers. When they saw Lin Fei using Buddhist cultivation techniques, they listed him as the first target to be killed. If I don't kill him, it will affect my own battle and divert my attention. Everything was as he had imagined. The incarnation came in handy. After deceiving the other party, Lin Fei easily killed the other party. Hairball, go deal with Hishan. Lin Fei commanded Furball, and together with his clone, they charged toward Hishan. Even if they could not kill him, they had to stall him first. They could not allow him a chance to attack Lin Fei. He was confident that he could deal with Desolate Son of Heaven. One of the 3 geniuses from the all heavens world was taken care of. Among the remaining geniuses, Lin Fei felt that Huang Zi was the most dangerous. Be good and stand still. Let me eat you. Hairball returned to her original form. Her huge body covered the sky and the sun. Wind blades rotated around her like a bandit, wanting to swallow the other party in one bite. Huang Zi, the people of the heaven wasteland world mainly cultivate strength and strong physical defense. This Lin Fei is a bit strange, but he deserves it for encountering you. Who doesn't know that the people of the heaven wasteland world have the strength to tear immortal lord-level beasts apart? I'll leave Lin Fei to you. Hishan transmitted his divine sense. Without another word, he faced Hairball. Hishan, that bastard. How dare he scheme against me? Desolate Son of Heaven cursed in his heart. After Lin Fei killed the formless immortal king with 2 attacks, he realized that he had met a troublesome opponent. He Shan is an expert in scheming. He wants me to fight against Lin Fei so that he can reap the benefits. Humph, don't even think about it. Once he gets the monarch key, he can only watch helplessly. Rumble. Hairball and the Incarnation fought He Shan together, and they were evenly matched. One used divine power attacks, and the other used close-range attacks. He Shan had no choice but to distance himself, and he had no time to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei is not simple. Formless Immortal King cultivated the Vairocana Heart Sutra, but he was killed in the blink of an eye. My physical body is almost the same as his. If I were to go up, I might not be able to handle it. I might as well let Desolate Son of Heaven do it. It would be best if the two of them fight and both of them get injured. He Shan rolled his eyes. At that time, the monarch key would be mine. Boom. Boom. Desolate Son of Heaven's body grew taller, and his veins popped out. He turned into a horned dragon, reaching a length of 10 zhang. His aura continued to rise, and finally stopped at the early stage of Earth class. Bang bang bang, a flood of dazzling light flew out from Huang Tianzi's body. His entire body instantly sparkled like a perfect work of art, making one unable to let go of it. Lin Fei, you killed Formless Immortal King, very impressive. Desolate Son of Heaven's battle intent burned. However, you won in a sneak attack. Buddhist disciples never cultivate their physical bodies, which gave you an advantage. But I, Desolate Son of Heaven, am different. I cultivate the indestructible true body, and I walk the path of power. Now I will let you see what true power is. You are the first opponent who made me use the indestructible true body. Indestructible heaven covering hand. Light shot up into the sky, and a dense amount of immortal force runes appeared. A giant hand that covered the sky was imbued with light runes, and it contained an incomparably terrifying aura. It slammed down towards Lin Fei, and before the indestructible heaven-covering hand arrived, the ground had already collapsed. Power flow? Indestructible true body? Good, good, good. Lin Fei cheered. If it was anything else, it would be troublesome, but to compete with this daddy in terms of power, who was afraid of who? Was the god-demon body strong, or was it the body refinement of the world strong? Go. Similarly, the sky was filled with god-demon runes, and a giant hand appeared. Lin Fei's pure 2 million dragon god power met it head-on, and they collided fiercely. Boom. Both of them were imbued with divine power, and the giant hands collided with each other. The runes exploded one after another, and both of them were sent flying, crashing into the mountains behind them. This time, they were actually evenly matched. Again, Lin Fei bellowed and charged forward again. After that head-on clash just now, he did not see how terrifying the other party was. In terms of divine power, it was at most 1,500,000 dragon god power, which was far inferior to his own divine power. Since his divine power was inferior, he would beat the other party until his teeth fell all over the ground. The god-demon body and god-demon talisman offset the divine power attack, which filled Lin Fei with even more confidence. What's going on? How can a guy from a small world have more divine power than me? There's no justice in this world. Huang Tianzi's indestructible true body runes kept exploding, and he could not suppress the invasion of divine power. The blood in his body churned, and he felt a lingering fear. In the Heaven Wasteland world, his divine power was not considered strong, but he had a bit of a reputation. It was the first time he had encountered Lin Fei, and he had fought to a draw. In fact, he had lost by a bit. While he was thinking, Lin Fei charged forward, and his fists smashed down. Like a storm, the sky full of runes exploded again. This time, he used all his strength and banged on Huang Tianzi's body. The runes made of light kept exploding. I thought that the geniuses of your worlds were amazing, but it seems that they are only SOSO. No one had been able to withstand an attack of 2 million dragon god power, especially with their physical bodies. Lin Fei found a sandbag. Indestructible true body, 20x burst. After more than 100 punches, Huang Tianzi felt even more pressure, and his indestructible true body could not withstand it. This had never happened before. Divine power against divine power, and it was not easy for him to withstand it. However, he was depressed. Why did he meet such a freak? If this continued, it was hard to guarantee that his indestructible true body would collapse. I admit that you are a genius, but you might not be able to defeat me. Let's see how you fight me now. Huang Tianzi supported his attack, and surging immortal power burned, instantly raising his divine power to 30 million dragon god power. The void shook and mountains collapsed. Facing 30 million dragon god power, Lin Fei laughed loudly. Just this bit of divine power, and you dare to say it? I feel embarrassed for you. Let me show you what true divine power is. Explode. Lin Fei went up, and with a wave of his hand, resplendent god and demon runes appeared. Violent divine power surged out like a flood, and in an instant, the 30 million dragon god power was like a river meeting an endless ocean, drowning in it. 100x burst, 200 million dragon god power, explode them all. Time seemed to stop at this moment. 200 million dragon god power surged like a flood, and it was undefeatable. Huang Tianzi's 30 million dragon god power was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. In an instant, it disappeared, and the sky-covering hands exploded one after another. After testing it out, Lin Fei's palm exploded with 100x burst of divine power. Immortal power burned, and with a slap, the earth shook. Impossible, how can you explode with this level of divine power? Huang Tianzi desperately used his undying true body, and light flashed. You aren't human, Walala. Walalix 200,000,000 dragon god power was too domineering. With one palm, it broke through Huang Tianzi's attack, completely crushing the 30 million dragon god power. The light on Huang Tianzi's body shattered, and the crystalline undying true body cracked inch by inch. No matter how he used it, the cracking couldn't be stopped. Lin Fei, don't kill me, I don't want the great emperor key anymore. Huang Tianzi let out a cry of despair. Lin Fei wouldn't let go at all. With a slap, Huang Tianzi's undying true body was smashed into pieces, and the pieces exploded into dust. From then on, this person couldn't be found. Cough, cough, cough. Under the god and demon body, he was more or less injured, but not too seriously. Huang Tianzi is dead. He Shan, who was planning to plot, felt his scalp go numb. He saw Huang Tianzi's undying true body being smashed into pieces, and Lin Fei only suffered a small injury. Go. He Shan didn't have time to think about how Huang Tianzi died. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he would die in Lin Fei's hands. There's no need to leave, let's go down and accompany them. Lin Fei took a deep breath and burned his immortal power. Once again, he exploded with a 100x attack. A 10,000-foot god and demon hand shot out from the void and grabbed He Shan. 200 million dragon god power exploded from his hand. He didn't die, and it's the sacred armor on him again. Under the violent squeeze, He Shan was on the verge of death. He Shan was on the verge of death. It turned out that he had an extra set of divine armor on his body that could block his strongest attack. Explode. Rumble. Several explosions sounded from the man's body. I'm wearing the sacred armor, no, indestructible. He Shan, who was wearing the sacred armor, exploded into dust, leaving behind a dark red sacred armor that shone brightly. It was of a higher grade than the Zilong sacred armor and the Black Cloud sacred armor. With one look, one could tell that it was of a higher grade. I've finally finished them off. The battle didn't last long, but the pressure on Lin Fei multiplied. The three geniuses from different worlds underestimated him, which was why he could kill them one by one. If the three of them attacked together at the beginning, it would be very difficult for Lin Fei to kill them, and he would also be heavily injured. Collect. Lin Fei kept all three storage rings. The geniuses of the All Heavens realms would definitely have a lot of treasures on them. Master. Hairball flew back, her eyes wide. I'm still too weak. I want to eat. When my second offensive talent awakens, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. In the previous battle, Hairball's defense was great, but her offensive power was too weak. Okay, I'll let you eat them all next time. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the second talent was, hearing Hairball's words, it must be very domineering. Chapter 948. After killing the three geniuses, Lin Fei knew that his position had been exposed. Someone would definitely come soon, so he brought Hairball to a dangerous place. After reaching the fifth refinement of the God-Fiend body, his defensive power was astonishing. Dangerous places could hardly stop him. Little did he know that after Immortal King Fufeng spread the news, coupled with his understanding of Lin Fei, everyone seemed to have guessed his whereabouts and chased after him. Boom! Lin Fei killed a 100-meter-long purple centipede with a palm strike. Then he occupied the centipede's nest and burned everything inside with a divine flame. Let me see what treasures these three geniuses have on them. It wasn't easy to kill three geniuses, and most importantly, they were from the heavenly worlds. After killing the three geniuses, Lin Fei controlled his strength and didn't let the storage ring explode. Vairocana Heart Sutra? He opened the formless Immortal King's storage ring. It was of a very high grade. The space inside was very large, and there were many things inside. He scanned it with his divine sense and found the cultivation technique of the formless Immortal King. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in Buddhist cultivation techniques. He subconsciously felt disgusted, so he used his divine sense to study it. He would definitely encounter Buddhist disciples in the future. The cultivation techniques of the Buddhist world are indeed powerful. They can affect the essence soul. No wonder I almost fell for it. Lin Fei stroked his chin. I can leave this high-level cultivation technique for my subordinates in the future. I can't waste it. Unfortunately, it's not the complete copy. Sacred armor. He searched again with his divine sense and found a few sets of black battle armor. This is the Black Cloud Saint armor, the lowest grade of the saint armors. With the addition of the Buddhist holy light, its defensive power has increased by a lot. This is a good item. The monks of the Buddhist sect are really rich. This is a bargain for me. If I sell it, it will definitely be very popular. Lin Fei didn't have much use for sacred armor. With the God-Fiend body, he didn't need sacred armor unless it was a top-grade sacred armor. Other than these, the formless Immortal King also had a large number of Great Firmament Immortal Stones. There were millions of Great Firmament Immortal Stones of excellent quality. Lin Fei refined them in one go. Soon Lin Fei found something good. True Spirit. Lin Fei had an impression of this. Back then he had heard that after reaching the Celestial King stage, the Origin Immortal Stone could no longer satisfy the needs of the Celestial King stage, and the Celestial Spirit appeared, a higher quality cultivation resource. 100,000 true spirits. After counting, he discovered that this faceless Immortal King was very rich. He even had a good thing like a true spirit. Lin Fei attempted to refine one. The rich immortal aura exceeded that of a Zenith Heaven Immortal Stone. It also had an effect on his God-Fiend body, improving it slightly. Although it was slight, he could still feel it. Finally, there's something I'm satisfied with. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. With the replenishment of the true spirit, I don't need to worry about consumption when I use 100-fold divine power to attack. 100-fold increase in divine power consumed a great deal of immortal energy, but with a large number of Origin Immortal Stones and true spirits to replenish it, there was no need to worry about running out. If Lin Fei's divine energy had reached 10 million dragons' divine energy that day, he wouldn't have to consume so much. Undying True Body. The storage ring of Desolate Son of Heaven was almost on par with that of Faceless Immortal King. My God-Fiend body has reached the 5th refinement revolution. If I didn't have the advantage of divine power, it wouldn't have been easy for me to break through Desolate Son of Heaven's Undying True Body. Lin Fei looked at the Undying True Body. He was very interested in the body tempering technique. This Undying True Body does have a unique cultivation method. I wonder if my God-Fiend body can be modified appropriately? After looking through it, Lin Fei realized that the Undying True Body was extraordinary. Its defensive power was not inferior to the God-Fiend body. He had an idea. The Undying True Body refines all the bones in the body according to a special technique. After reaching the greater success stage, the bones in the body will be as heavy as Mount Tai and indestructible. The blood in the body will also be extremely heavy. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. He would use the undying true body to modify the God-fiend body and form an even stronger divine body. This was the first time he fought with the geniuses of the myriad worlds. Although they weren't the most famous, every one of them was much stronger than the geniuses of the great metropolis world. Lin Fei couldn't help but pay attention to them. Leaving Hairball and his incarnation outside to protect him, Lin Fei focused on cultivating the undying true body. Let's start from the bones. Lin Fei's God-fiend body was incomparably strong. Cultivating the undying true body was a piece of cake. First, the bones in his limbs began to transform. Then, the bones in his entire body began to transform. At first, they were white, then they turned dark gold. Every bone in his body changed according to the cultivation technique. Dark gold body? After checking his body with his divine sense, his entire body turned dark gold, unlike desolate son of heavens. With a thought from Lin Fei, his dark golden body disappeared and turned into the god-demon body. With another thought, he turned into the divine body. He now had 3 divine bodies in one body. If word of this spread, it would be shocking. There's still one last step left. With 3 divine bodies in one body, although he could transform them at will with a thought, Lin Fei still wasn't satisfied. If he encountered a powerful opponent, this instant was enough to suppress the transformation of the divine body. It's best if I fuse the 3 divine bodies together and form a new divine body. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I have the God-fiend body as a foundation. It's easy for me to cultivate all sorts of divine bodies. In that case, why don't I cultivate a divine body that belongs to me and walk a different path? 3 divine bodies, fuse for me. At this moment, Lin Fei took a step that belonged to him. In the great emperor's senfu, Black Fei blinked, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Impressive. I'm going to create a unique divine body. In the future, as long as I keep fusing various divine bodies, the divine body I create will be the strongest divine body in the world. Even if my strength is inferior, outsiders will be helpless. Unless I suppress it. The 3 divine bodies coexisted in one body. Now that they were about to fuse together, a huge battle erupted. What? Lin Fei's flesh and blood were lacerated, constantly exploding and collapsing before recovering. Sometimes, it was the God-fiend body, sometimes it was the undying true body, and sometimes it was the saint body. The battle didn't stop. The current Lin Fei was resolute. He gritted his teeth and allowed the 3 divine bodies to fight. 1 hour. 2 hours. Lin Fei was covered in blood. There wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed. Fuse. After the 3 divine bodies clashed, the impact began to weaken. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's determined face. At this moment, in Lin Fei's dantian, there was a boundless immortal sea. Surging immortal power slapped the shore loudly. In the sky above the immortal sea, there was a huge black bell. The surface of the bell was inlaid with runes. One was the God-fiend body, one was the undying true body, and one was the saint body. At this moment, they became a part of the surface of the bell. The more divine bodies fused, the stronger this divine body would be. Fumed Lin Fei stood up and let out a long breath. With a thought, the injuries on his body instantly healed. I really didn't expect that because of the undying true body, I would have the chance to create a divine body that belongs to me. Lin Fei was filled with emotion. Although this divine body is just in its infancy, I feel that it is even stronger than the previous God-fiend body. As long as I continue to fuse various divine bodies into it, my divine body will definitely reach an unimaginable height. In the future, it won't be impossible for it to be unprecedented. Chapter 949. P.S. Thanks to Sky Snow Doe Emperor for the tip. Invincible Golden Body, a good name. Kid Lin, you have taken a big step forward. Hearing Senior Black Demon's voice, Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. Senior Black Demon. Don't call me Senior, it sounds bad. Call me Big Brother Black. Lin Fei was not a pretentious person. Big Brother Black, what do you think of my divine body? After creating this divine body, Lin Fei was still in a daze. He had to rely on his feelings whether it was good or bad. He was not confident. "You have done very well," Black Demon said with a smile. Black Demon smiled. "Walking the path of the predecessors can save you a lot of time. However, it's not your own. Only the things you create belong to you and are suitable for you. Your invincible golden body God body lacks nothing more than the body refining technique. You have to constantly supplement it to reach the grand completion stage. I will walk my own path, I will persevere." After the three divine bodies merged into one, there was no more stagnation between them. They had completely become one. Master's treasure is about to be opened, and all the geniuses will come out. Your chance to perfect your technique is here, you know. If you miss this chance, you will not have another chance like this. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Yes, a genius from Heaven Wasteland World has the invincible true body. What about the other geniuses? The invincible true body is nothing. In the hands of the other geniuses, even the local geniuses, there will be many body refinement techniques. Isn't my chance here? The invincible golden body had just been created, so Lin Fei needed time to perfect it. The various body refinement techniques were the key. Apart from their divine bodies, the various bloodlines and physiques are also one of the ways to perfect your technique. Since Black Demon had taken the initiative to show his goodwill, he did not mind giving Lin Fei some pointers as a favor. Bloodline divine body? It was not the first time he had heard of it. The Purgatory Patriarch seemed to have thought that he had a special bloodline. Seems like you know about the bloodline divine body. Black Demon smiled and explained, there are all kinds of bloodlines in the boundless thousand world. The children of high-grade bloodlines will have cultivation talents that far surpass their parents. Some of the special bloodlines will give birth to powerful and indestructible bodies. They are very terrifying. Back then, I followed my master to battle and saw many terrifying divine bodies. They are 100 times more powerful than your invincible golden godly body. If you can study their bloodlines, you understand what I'm saying, right? Lin Fei was enlightened. So that was how it was. Thank you for your reminder, Brother He. I know what to do now. Lin Fei licked his lips. I have another target to fight against. A bloodline that is 100 times stronger than mine. It seems that I have to work harder. After spending a few days, Lin Fei consolidated his invincible golden godly body. Only then did he finish his cultivation and set his goal for the future. Congratulations to Master for making great progress. The moment Lin Fei came out, Hairball immediately flattered him. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei put away his avatar and said with a smile, "Oh you, when I was cultivating, was there any commotion outside?" Master, after you started cultivating, many people came outside. Every one of them was very powerful. They were shouting to capture Master. Hairball said, "At that time, I really wanted to eat them." They seemed to have guessed something. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. This place isn't dangerous enough. If I go to a more dangerous place, I'll make sure to make you suffer. Lin Fei took out the map he obtained from killing people and quickly found his location. He was already at the periphery. This is the ruins of the heavenly courts? The central heavenly courts of the past? Seeing the name marked on the map, Lin Fei recalled something. The central heavenly courts was recorded in history books. Back then, the great celestial world was a world with a centralized authority. The heavenly court's lord presided over it and controlled the entire great celestial world. The central heavenly courts was the Holy Land at that time. Later on, for some reason, the central heavenly courts lost its lord. The vassals rebelled against the heavenly courts. After 1,000 years of war, they overthrew the heavenly courts, and from then on, there were the 4 regions today. The central sacred region became a ruin. That place had experienced 1,000 years of war, and all kinds of big shots had fallen. Thus, it became the largest training ground in the great celestial world. I unknowingly approached the central sacred region. The ruins of the heavenly courts are said to be more dangerous than the northern underworld chaos sky region. The will of the strong turned into demons, and energy left behind from the battle. There's no better place to kill people there. Hairball looked at the side. She rolled her eyes. Master, what bad ideas are you thinking of now? I wonder who is going to suffer. Let's go. Lin Fei put away the array, left his nest, and headed straight for the central sacred region. After a few million miles, Hairball on his shoulder called out, Master, there are people looking for you in front. Why don't we eat them? Looking for him? It was better to say that they were looking for the great emperor's key. Alright. On a mountain in front of him. That bastard said that Lin Fei would appear in this area? I've been looking for him for 3 days, but I haven't seen a single shadow. I was almost robbed. A burly man carrying a Xianhua axe scolded a few of his subordinates with a straight face. Big brother, that's what everyone said. It shouldn't be wrong. One of the subordinates said carefully. To hell with it. Lin Fei would appear in a place like this? I don't believe that not only did we not find him, but we also troubled a few of our brothers. The burly man had a bad temper. He sent a slap flying over and slapped that person into the rock. Boom. A giant hand slapped down from the sky. The 5 fingers were as heavy as Mount Tai. The entire mountain was slapped down. With a loud rumble, rocks flew everywhere. The mountain was crushed into flat ground. The immortal on the mountain exploded on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. That bastard, the tall and sturdy man cried out loudly. Seeing that all of his subordinates had died, he pulled himself away and left. Another hand appeared from the void, crushing down and grabbing his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Soon after, a young man walked out, carrying a little brat on his shoulder. You are Lin Fei. The burly man was scared out of his wits. Soul search. Lin Fei reached out and pointed. Jingguang entered the burly man's mind. After a moment of struggle, he was dumbfounded. Hairball rushed up, opened its mouth, and ate him. The person who came out was Lin Fei. After digesting the news, he couldn't help but frown. The treasure of the eternal emperor. I didn't expect so many people to covet it. It's a mess outside. Lin Fei used an evil method to check the memories of the burly man. Luckily, I didn't return to the Sacred Heavens Academy. Otherwise, those immortal kings might have threatened to hand me over. So it turned out that after his identity was exposed, the Sacred Heavens Academy was surrounded by people. There was a restriction laid down by the Eternal Emperor. No one dared to force their way in, forcing them to hand him over. 10 Emperor keys appeared one after another. All the geniuses of the various worlds came. Agutai, the Yin-Yang Immortal King, all of them are extremely powerful. When they arrived at the Great Celestial Realm, they defeated many local geniuses and shook the entire heaven realm. The inheritors of the Eternal Emperor also appeared. Among them, there are 3 strong ones. They are Hai Budong from the Sea God realm, who is at the mid-phase of the Earth realm, Lan Xen from the Ice Snow realm, who is at the early phase of the Earth realm, and the last one, Zhan Tian. His origin is unknown, his strength is unknown, but he killed 10 human-stage immortal kings in a single move. After checking the memories, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The strength of the geniuses from the various worlds was extraordinary. The moment they appeared, they turned the great celestial realm upside down. Even the inheritors of the Eternal Emperor had appeared. This Zhan Tian, his origin is unknown, his strength is unknown. Maybe he will be a powerful opponent. Lin Fei drew in a deep breath. Other than them, many other major powers have arranged for experts to come here. Once I encounter those powerful existences, I'm sure I won't be able to stand up to them. I have to increase my strength and perfect my divine body before I have the qualifications to contend against them. The strength of an Earth-stage immortal king was already terrifying enough. If a Heaven-stage immortal king acted, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't be a match for them for the time being. After all, Heaven-stage immortal kings controlled a trace of the power of the Great Tao. After digesting this information, Lin Fei felt an immense pressure. The true danger had arrived. At the same time, if he could grow stronger in this era, he would definitely have a place for himself in the great celestial realm in the future. Lin Fei flashed like the wind, using the sacred dragon steps to the limit as he headed towards the central Saint region. After the news of the Fufeng Immortal King spread out, the various powers in this area arranged for scouts to search for Lin Fei's whereabouts. However, they still couldn't find him. Today, a few scouts from one of the major powers were searching for danger zones when they saw a figure flying over. With a single glance, they were filled with joy. Quickly look, that's Lin Fei, the fellow who obtained the key to the immortal emperor. Stop him! Lin Fei was no longer sneaking around. Instead, he was charging straight at them in broad daylight. Without waiting for them to act, Lin Fei flicked his finger. A gust of wind gusted and blasted the scouts into pieces. Quickly send out the news. That scout who was slower to react stared at Lin Fei leaving. His face was filled with excitement. He finally discovered Lin Fei's whereabouts. Quickly inform the people in front to stop Lin Fei. Don't let others beat us to it. This news was sent out by the scouts, causing a huge commotion. More than 20 million miles ahead, a sect called the Mountains and Rivers sect gathered a group of subordinates and was searching. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men was stunned. Then, his face lit up with joy. Great Elder, there's news. The scouts have sent news that Lin Fei is heading in our direction. The Great Elder of the Mountains and Rivers sect, Qin Yuan, was an immortal at the peak of the early stage of the Earth stage. He belonged to a major power. When he heard the news, he was overjoyed. Set up the formation immediately and seal off this area. Our chance to make a contribution has come. Qin Yuan stroked his white beard. As long as our Mountains and Rivers sect catches Lin Fei, it will definitely be a great contribution. The reward will be ours. Chapter 950. He's here. Lin Fei is here. A beam of light flew over at high speed, causing the air to tremble as if it was about to be flipped over. The members of the Mountain River sect were very excited to see it. Bay opened. Boom, boom. As Lin Fei charged into the area, a formation flag flew out from all directions and locked the space in place. It was a formation used to trap people. Lin Fei, there's nowhere for you to run. You'd better surrender. The Mountain River sect's Grand Elder, Qin Yuan, took out an ancient bronze mirror. It was a divine artifact, and green light shone on Lin Fei's body. The light corroded his divine body. It was extremely vicious. Herbolite. Lin Fei's body shook, and the divine power runes exploded. The light that corroded his divine body was shattered into pieces when it met the divine power. It could not harm his divine body. The three divine bodies had fused to create the golden indestructible divine body. The divine light attack was like a tickle to him. Clang, 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 Lin Fei took out the heaven-shaking bell and activated it with his immortal power. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the bell became a sound wave attack, catching them off guard. The disciples of the Mountain River sect bled from their 7 orifices. They hugged each other's heads and struggled, but their bodies exploded. Grand Elder Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and watched as his disciples died. These were the elite disciples of the Mountain River sect. Elders, let's attack together and suppress him. The remaining elders were all furious. Lin Fei was so arrogant even at death's door. He should be killed. Suppress me? You don't have the ability. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He dashed to the nearest elder and raised his head. Sword chi filled the sky. He held the judgment staff in his hand and smashed the elder into pieces. Lin Fei, how can he be so powerful? All the elders were shocked. The information recorded did not match. Lin Fei rushed towards another elder, punching out with his fist. The first stance was the body eruption stance. That elder was merely a human-ranked immortal king. His back instantly bulged out like a rubber ball as a violent surge of energy erupted forth from his body. With his divine power reaching 2 million dragons, Lin Fei could kill people at will, and no one could block a single strike from him. In the blink of an eye, his fists landed on flesh, killing 6 elders. Old thing, it's your turn. Lin Fei punched out more than 100 times, the wind from his punches turning into tornadoes of divine power. The bronze mirror that Qin Yuan took out exploded with a crash, turning into scrap. Bang! A killing fist blasted out from the tornado, blasting apart the saint armor. The saint armor he was wearing was only an ordinary low-grade saint armor. With a single punch, it was blasted apart, instantly killing his opponent. After keeping the interspatial ring, Lin Fei brought Hairball and flew forward once more. The people from the Mountain River sect couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lin Fei. Lin Fei's divine power had increased, and he was on par with Earth-ranked immortal kings. Hairball was a descendant of the primordial evil dragon. Her fleshly body defense was also monstrous. After Lin Fei left, the people chasing after Lin Fei arrived. When they saw the traces of battle, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. 7 to 8 human-ranked immortal kings and an Earth-ranked immortal king couldn't hold back Lin Fei? Lin Fei was simply too powerful. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Fei was only at the Golden Immortal Realm? This combat prowess? Chase. Lin Fei has appeared. This time, he won't be able to escape. There's already an inescapable net in front of him. I don't believe he can break out. The moment Lin Fei appeared, it was unknown how many people's hearts were stirred. Wave after wave of people chased after Lin Fei. What? Lin Fei broke through another blockade? The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were all wiped out. Even the Grand Elder was slapped into a meat patty? The news that came back one after another caused them to be dumbfounded. They almost suspected that they had heard wrongly. Was Lin Fei really that powerful? Mount Tai suppression. With a loud rumble, a mountain range below them collapsed. Lin Fei and Furball swept through everything in their path. Very few people could stop them, and almost no one was a match for them. For the Emperor key in my hand, you guys really think highly of me. Immortal kings that I usually don't see have appeared one after another. Lin Fei looked at the mountain range below and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Earth-class peak early-stage immortal kings are indeed not easy to deal with. They can withstand a blow for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei's body was covered with wounds. Just now, he had encountered an Earth-class peak early-stage immortal king. It took a head-on clash to kill him. He could be considered a difficult opponent. Master, there's a lot of people coming. Hairball turned into human form and licked her lips. She had eaten quite a few people along the way. Since they were all here to kill him, Lin Fei told Hairball to eat as much as she wanted. The Central Saint region is not easy. Lin Fei's eyes were resolute. Even if it's not easy, I have to get through it. Only when I get there will I be like a fish in the water, a tiger in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, Lin Fei felt a chill in his heart. Subconsciously, he dodged and a ray of light flew past his cheek. A 10,000 feet tall mountain in front of him exploded. Rocks flew everywhere. It was flattened in front of him. After dodging the first arrow, the dangerous aura didn't diminish. It continued to envelop Lin Fei. Each arrow was stronger than the one before. A soft cry came from afar. Invincible golden body. Lin Fei used the saintly dragon step and his divine body shone brightly. He dodged one after another. The last arrow hit Lin Fei's arm, and the vicious energy exploded. One of his arms exploded into powder, along with half of his body. The remaining vicious energy attacked his internal organs instead. He had met a master. What domineering archery! It can even injure my invincible golden body. Lin Fei didn't want to fight. It was rare to see someone who could use archery to this level. Apart from Tai of the monster race, no one else had such a dangerous aura. He stopped Hairball and dashed into the depths of the void. Whoosh, in the clouds in the sky, an enormous violet bird could be seen. It was at least 3,000 meters long, and it blotted out the sun. Lightning crackled around it, and arcs of electricity covered its body. As the violet bird moved, arcs of light flashed, exploding through space. This was the famous lightning bird, and it excelled in speed. There were a few youths standing on the purple bird. In the center, a black-clothed youth put away the purple bough in his hand and clasped his hands behind his back. This Lin Fei is quite capable to be able to resist my star-chasing arrow. It looks like the rumors are true, that he has cultivated an incredible divine body. Ordinary people would have died to my arrow. Senior brother, Lin Fei's reputation is only a rumor. How can he be compared to Senior Brother Chu? I thought Lin Fei was very powerful. Senior brother, you injured him with one move. He couldn't even withstand one blow. Senior brother, Lin Fei took a star-chasing arrow and his divine body is injured. We should capture him quickly to prevent others from beating us to him. Chapter 951. On the way to the central Saint ruins. A black-robed man moved extremely fast. The left half of his body kept on exploding, and one could see the bones within regenerating and exploding at times. It was a shocking sight. I was too careless. I didn't expect to meet a fellow with unparalleled archery. If I hadn't created the golden body, undying divine body, the situation might have been even worse. After fusing 3 divine bodies, even an earth-ranked immortal king wouldn't be able to break through his defense in a short time. The opponent's archery was terrifying, and he managed to break through his defense. Death energy, devour. After being struck by an arrow, the remnant law energy in Lin Fei's body kept invading his flesh and blood, causing the golden body, undying divine body, to be unable to recover. This allowed him to see a true expert. Compared to this person, Huang Tianzi and the others were too far apart. At this moment, within Lin Fei's body, the black power of laws contained a vicious aura, continuously destroying the flesh and blood of his divine body, making it impossible for him to recover. Only 70% of the power of death contained the aura of the Great Tao. Even if it was just a trace, it could still suppress the power of laws, devouring them completely. The arm that couldn't recover finally returned to normal. Letting out a turbid breath, Lin Fei relaxed, and a clump of fine threads appeared in his palm. This damnable law energy is really troublesome. The person behind the scenes is probably using this to track my whereabouts. That fine thread of law energy kept on struggling, but it was suppressed by the death energy. This thing came from his body. Lin Fei never thought of himself as invincible. In this world, there would always be people stronger than him. He wasn't surprised at all. That person's archery is unparalleled, and his law energy is strange. It can destroy the recovery of a divine body. Lin Fei frowned. If I want to kill this person, I have to suppress him and be faster than him. Before exchanging blows, Lin Fei could already sense how powerful this person was, as well as the strange law energy. If he fought head-on, even the golden body, undying divine body, wouldn't be able to withstand it. The geniuses of the heavens were indeed extraordinary. It doesn't matter. I'll go to the central sanctuary first. Lin Fei exerted some force in his hand, and the power of the laws exploded and dissipated into thin air. When the power of laws exploded, the purple-haired young man on the back of the lightning bird revealed a strange expression. This Lin Fei can break through my 9 netherworld energy and escape my pursuit? Do you think you can get rid of me like this? Crash! The lightning bird below him let out a long cry and spread its wings. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as it turned into a bolt of lightning. Its speed reached its limit, and everyone only saw a bolt of lightning flash by. After breaking free from the law energy, Lin Fei's sacred dragon steps reached its limit, and his speed surpassed that of the lightning bird. Whoosh! Millions and millions of miles later, accompanied by the shout, a black pagoda suddenly pressed down from the sky in front of Lin Fei. It grew to a height of 10,000 meters and shone with a resplendent holy light. It pressed down on Lin Fei's head. Bang! This black pagoda was incomparably heavy. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, he had to use both hands to support himself. Even with his invincible golden body, divine body, he found it strenuous. His entire body was pressed into the ground, and with a loud rumble, mountains collapsed and the earth split. Junior sister, is this the Lin Fei you were talking about? I don't think he's much. A red-haired young man walked out with a group of people behind him. It was Xianyuan Wucheng of the Divine Palace. Senior brother Xianyuan is right. Lin Fei is too weak. Senior sister suppressed him with one move. And here I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Crack, 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 cracked before the people behind him could finish speaking. The 30,000-meter tall pagoda on the mountain range rumbled and moved, shaking the earth veins. Earth fire swarmed out, and the area below was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Fairy you, it's not good for you to sneak attack people like this. If it weren't for my sturdy body, I would have been suppressed by you. Under the 30,000-meter tall pagoda, a giant kept growing taller. The 30,000-meter tall pagoda was on the verge of collapse, unable to suppress him. Lin Fei's laughter came from under the pagoda, and suddenly the pagoda shook up and down. Brat, you dare to be rude to senior sister? Eat my sword. In the sky above the clouds, a sword light slashed down. It turned out to be a disciple of the divine palace who had always regarded senior sister Yu as a goddess. How could she tolerate a brat's nonsense? She took out a green light sword and slashed down, wanting to teach Lin Fei a lesson. This sword was majestic, and it was also a low-grade holy weapon. The sword slashed down with extraordinary power, and it slashed down on Lin Fei's body. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of flint, metal and iron collided. You're fine. Yu Linglong saw that the situation was not good. Junior brother, save your holy sword. Haha, I've taken a fancy to this thing. Laughter came from below. The crowd saw Lin Fei stretch out his hand, and the holy sword fell into his hand. With a pft, the disciple who was controlling the holy sword coughed up a mouthful of blood. I've lost control of the holy sword. Not good, he's going to escape. Yu Linglong urged the exquisite 9-layer pagoda to suppress Lin Fei again. She was extremely shocked and she clenched her teeth. It's only been a few days, but Lin Fei's strength has increased again. In the end, he must have eaten a miraculous pill to be able to resist my exquisite 9-layer pagoda. Damn, this woman is like a ghost that won't go away. Lin Fei's divine body was resisting the 30,000-meter-tall pagoda, and his qi and blood were surging. It was not good. Lin Fei, you killed a disciple of the divine palace. Today, you must pay with blood. Shenyuan Wuqing waved his sleeve, and his words were righteous, as if he was judging evil with justice. 10 Supreme Swordplay. Shenyuan Wuqing unsheathed his sword. It was a blood-red sword covered with immortal runes, like a blazing sun. It was as if it wasn't a holy sword, but a blazing sun. Whoosh, 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 rays of sword light, like the blazing sun, collided with Lin Fei's body and exploded one after another. The sword energy exploded, cutting Lin Fei's divine body, and instantly turning him into a bloody mess. Shenyuan Wuqing's strength was indeed not ordinary. Lin Fei, just admit defeat. Shenyuan Wuqing laughed. Lin Fei was a nobody, and yet he dared to act so lawlessly. Did he really think that he was invincible? Ha, who do you think you are? You just want my sovereign key. Lin Fei's body suddenly expanded, and a majestic divine power exploded, sending the 10,000 zhang tall tower flying. He was like a god walking over. You talk about righteousness, don't you know that I despise people like you the most? Lin Fei rushed in front of Shenyuan Wuqing and smashed Mount Tai on his head. At this moment, his body was covered with wounds, and he looked like a villain coming into being. Shenyuan Wuqing was indeed a genius. As he retreated, he took out a bronze mirror above his head, and it shone brightly. The light contained a strange power, and it offset part of the power. Bang! An attack hit the bronze mirror, but it only made Shenyuan Wuqing step back, and his qi and blood tumbled. This mirror is a treasure. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He reached out and cut off the connection, and the bronze mirror fell into his hand, struggling everywhere. My green destiny mirror! Shenyuan Wuqing shouted. Stinking brat, how dare you snatch it in front of me? A cold snort rang out from behind Lin Fei. A middle-aged man pointed his finger at Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Earth stage celestial king. Lin Fei's mind popped up, and he turned back to meet the attack with his palm. I will snatch it, what can you do to me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are old. The finger and the palm collided, and the surging power exploded upon contact, and the violent power spread in all directions. I'm not playing with you anymore, I will leave first, ha! Lin Fei took the opportunity to keep the bronze mirror, and his figure appeared a million li away, and then disappeared without a trace. The people of God Palace had ugly expressions, especially Shenyuan Wuqing, who had lost the green destiny mirror. It was found in a secret realm, and it could defend against attacks. He had always treated it as a treasure, and in the blink of an eye, it had become someone else's possession. We still underestimated Lin Fei. To be able to withstand my palm, his strength is already at the Earth stage Celestial King stage. The middle-aged elder's expression was cold. What? He has the strength of an Earth-stage celestial king? Xianyuan Wuqing's expression turned even uglier. How is this possible? Isn't he a golden immortal? Yu Linglong kept the exquisite pagoda. Idiot, do you think a golden immortal brat can withstand the elder's finger? Damn it. Looks like we have to inform the sect leader and rearrange our forces to deal with Lin Fei, the elder said. We have missed this opportunity, next time we have to go all out. Whoosh, the clouds in the sky parted. Between heaven and earth, a lightning bolt flashed, and the void exploded. Lin Fei, you can't escape, take my star-chasing arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sun, moon, and stars fell, and the starry sky collapsed. The arrow flashed in front of them, and the terrifying aura caused them to feel fear. The person who shot the arrow. I finally understand why Lin Fei didn't dare to continue fighting with me. So the person who shot the arrow is chasing after Lin Fei, Yu Linglong thought, and came to a sudden realization. Chase, we must not let the person who shot the arrow beat us to it. Elder Qing's expression was solemn, and with a wave of his hand he swept them up, and like a huge bird, they flew out. Lin Fei didn't expect that the other party would catch up so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived. It must be that lightning bolt. Master, that's a lightning bird that contains an ancient blood seed. It can release lightning, and it's even more proficient in speed. Hairball was drooling. It tastes very good, eating it is equivalent to eating a few meals. Lightning bird? No wonder. Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, the arrow light shot over, a total of 9 arrows, sealing everything in the world, more domineering than the previous arrows, firmly locked onto him. I have to kill this guy. Lin Fei's Jingguang was flourishing, and his sword intent surged, trying to divert part of the power, but the effect was minimal. Hairball, can you scare that lightning bird? Hairball patted her chest. This is no problem. My bloodline is nobler than his. As long as I release my aura, I guarantee that lightning bird will be scared witless. Lin Fei had an idea. Listen to my orders. Go go. Chapter 952. Lin Fei had just shaken off the group of people from the Divine Palace, but Chu Yun immediately caught up with him. With his bow in hand, he shot 9 arrows at Lin Fei, shaking the sun, moon, and stars. Ha, let's see where you can run to. On the lightning bird, Chu Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. You used a divine artifact to break my star-chasing arrow. Do you think you can block it? You don't know what's good for you. Chu Yun smiled faintly. To be honest, he was shocked. Chu Yun had seen people use sacred artifacts to block his arrows before. Most people would not be able to bring out several sacred artifacts in one go. Bang! The sun, moon, and stars fell. Lin Fei used the divine artifact he had stolen to block the first attack. Ordinary low-grade divine artifacts were not worthy of Lin Fei's attention. His opponent's divine arrow attack contained horrifying and troublesome power of laws. Lin Fei did not block it head-on. He used the divine artifact to block it head-on. He did not feel the pain of losing it. Bang, bang, bang. 1 arrow and 2 arrows collided with the divine artifact. They canceled each other out and were completely destroyed. Lin Fei used the divine artifact to block part of the attack. He rushed hundreds of thousands of miles away. The lightning bird flashed, turning the area into a lightning hell. Explode! Runes filled the sky, densely packed together, turning into a wall of divine power, blocking the remaining sun, moon, and stars in a single breath. Purple-haired guy, how dare you sneak attack me in the dark? No matter where you come from, I will beat you up today. Lin Fei used his invincible golden body. He was not affected by the sun, moon, and stars. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. His 6 arms rushed above the lightning bird. Lightning exploded and slammed down. Go! Chu Yun did not think much of it. He raised his hand and shot out with his bow, destroying one of Lin Fei's arms. Then he raised his bow and shot out arrows, destroying Lin Fei's arms. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 arm left. Lin Fei, you should not have rushed up. You shouldn't have rushed up. Everyone knows that I, Chu Yun, have a godly archery technique that is unparalleled in this world. Within 100,000 miles, I am invincible. Chu Yun shook his head. You are not my opponent. Sun as the bow, moon as the arrow, sun and moon divine arrow. Chu Yun put away his bow, and a bright moon rushed out from behind him. The moonlight was pure and bright, illuminating the sky, and a blazing sun. The two were compatible, not repelling each other. The bright moon landed in Chu Yun's hand, turning into an arrow. The blazing sun turned into a golden bow. Before it was knocked, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Fei. You are fortunate enough to die under my burning sun, Saint Bao. You can rest in peace. Chu Yun laughed. Look too much. Hairball, do it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 10,000 zhang away. The lightning exploded on Lin Fei's body, tearing his flesh. Hairball roared. The aura of the primordial evil dragon was like rolling dark clouds that shrouded the sky above the thunder-light domain. It was just as Chu Yun had said. The Thunderbird contained a trace of the primordial evil dragon's bloodline, but how could it contend against Hairball? The moment the primordial evil dragon's aura appeared, it scared Lei Guangfei so much that the lightning on his body exploded. He fell from the sky and crashed into a mountain. What's going on? What's wrong with the Thunderbird? The people on the flying beasts were caught off guard. When the lightning exploded, their faces were covered in dust. They all revealed surprised expressions. Clang, 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 Lin Fei took out the sky-shaking bell. The sound of the bell reverberated in the sky. The disciples who shot the arrows all vomited blood. Hairball took the opportunity to rush down and swallow them. Lin Fei, you're courting death. Chu Yun flew into a rage. With the golden divine bow in hand, he shot an arrow at Furball. The starry sky collapsed, leaving behind a long tail. But what was Furball? It was a spatial beast. With a whoosh, it drilled into the void, causing the arrow to miss and flatten a mountain range. Suppress! The sky-shaking bell flew to the sky above Chu Yun. The sound waves continued to reverberate. Lin Fei dashed to Chu Yun's left. His fingers formed a powerful eagle claw and he used the third move, Divine Strength 100 Tremors, to snatch away a large piece of Chu Yun's flesh. Arg! I'll kill you! Chu Yun hadn't expected that he would lose the initiative and the best opportunity to attack. With a bow in his hand, a terrifying divine power exploded in his body. Starting from his head, it exploded all the way to his lower body. His flesh and blood completely collapsed. His arms and thighs were all blown to pieces. Lin Fei's Divine Strength 100 Tremors was a move that specialized in breaking the flesh. He had calculated that his opponent's flesh was not as strong as his. Otherwise, he would not have ambushed him from hundreds of thousands of miles away. After 100 tremors, the genius Chu Yun was only left with a golden bow and a silver-white arrow. They floated in the sky. Lin Fei grabbed them. What a treasure! A high-grade sage artifact. It's a good thing I didn't attack. I had the upper hand. On the other side, after Harry Ball dodged the arrow, it rushed forward, its aura crushing the lightning bird. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the giant creature, letting out a satisfied burp. Master, this guy is too delicious. Hairball looked satisfied. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Of course the lightning bird with the ancient bloodline tasted good. I wanted to refine it into a divine strength pill, but you beat me to it. Even though he thought this, if not for Hairball frightening the lightning bird, he would not have had the chance to attack. Instead, he would have had to take on the attack of the golden bow. Let's go. He collected the rest of the storage rings, including the Origin Immortal Stone, and threw them all into the Heaven and Earth Furnace. They turned into boundless immortal power to recover the immortal power he had lost. Chu Yun's arm had exploded, and he had used up a lot of immortal power. You still dare to chase me? Lin Fei was a few million li away when the people from Shen Palace caught up. Lin Fei, you can't run. The central sanctuary is in front of us. There are countless disciples training there, and experts are everywhere. Do you think you can escape if you go there? They were indeed people from Shen Palace. When they saw the battle below, they were dumbfounded. They were instantly filled with fear for Lin Fei. In such a short time, Lin Fei killed the person who shot the death arrow? How was that possible? That was a long-range attack expert. Even they had to be careful. Lin Fei rolled his eyes and slowed down. What do you think I should do? Elder Qing, that fellow Lin Fei is most definitely injured. As long as we close the distance between them and have Elder Qing activate the treasure, we will be able to suppress him in one fell swoop. Our disciples in the vicinity of the central sanctuary will immediately arrive, Yu Linglong said through voice transmission. Lin Fei must be injured. I can feel his qi and blood churning. He must have paid a great price to kill the person who shot the death arrow. Elder Qing nodded. As long as we close the distance and use our treasure, we can definitely suppress him. Wuqing, don't do anything rash. Don't waste your time. Xianyuan Wuqing wanted to take revenge. He didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei. Elder, don't worry. I won't do anything rash. Lin Fei, you and I are both from the 4 academies. As long as you hand over the Great Emperor's key, we can let bygones be bygones and allow you to leave, Yu Linglong said. Really? Lin Fei's speed slowed down again. The distance between them was hundreds of thousands of li. In less than a breath's time, they could close it to 500,000 li, of course. Do you think we're joking? Fairy Yu, do you think I'll believe that you'll sneak attack me from behind? Lin Fei suddenly grinned. Eat my arrow. Swish, swish, swish. A golden bow appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Swish, swish. He shot out a dozen arrows. They turned into blazing suns and covered the distance of 600,000 li in the blink of an eye. Not good. The Elder Qing's expression changed. She used her treasure to block the arrow. However, the person behind her wasn't so lucky. Under the overbearing attack of the golden holy bow, his body exploded. He couldn't even block a single arrow. Chapter 953. Lin Fei, you're so shameless. Yu Linglong, who usually didn't get angry, was furious this time. Her hurried breathing caused her chest to tremble. Even she didn't know that she had lost her composure. Likewise. This is called reciprocity. There's no need to thank me too much. Let's meet again next time. Wrong, it's best if we don't meet. I'm afraid that you'll sneak attack me again. It's better if we don't meet. Lin Fei threw out these words and ran away like a wisp of smoke. What a joke. Waiting for them to fly into a rage was not a good thing. Damn, this golden Saint Bao is really awesome. It's just that it consumes too much immortal energy. Lin Fei, who was running away, couldn't bear to part with this golden Saint Bao. Its might was too tyrannical. Lin Fei was still brooding over Yu Linglong's sneak attack. He wanted to use the golden Saint Bao to sneak attack them when they were close. The only thing he didn't expect was that the golden Saint Bao was so tyrannical. It killed half of them in one breath. Of course, the immortal energy consumption was also very terrifying. This kind of consumption was nothing to Lin Fei. Killing people and robbing them would give him a lot of great Luo immortal stones. He didn't need to worry about not being able to replenish them. At this moment, Lin Fei rejoiced that Hairball's timely attack gave him a chance to kill the guy who shot the godly archer. Otherwise, he would definitely be delayed. With the addition of the people from God Palace, he would be in danger. Lin Fei, I won't let you off. Yu Linglong was infuriated. She had been defeated by Lin Fei once again. Lin Fei's shot killed 8 junior apprentice brothers. His archery was incomparably tyrannical. The scorching sun melted them. Once they came in contact with it, they didn't have time to save them. Their bodies either exploded or melted. Lin Fei is really not a good thing. So sinister. He tricked us. Violet smoke flew up. She was in a somewhat sorry state. She hated Lin Fei to the core. She had almost died to the arrows herself. If I'm not wrong, he should have killed Chu Yun, the godly shooter. Yu Linglong calmed down. I heard that Chu Yun has a Saint Bao called the Golden Great Bao. It's unparalleled and is the treasure that made Chu Yun famous. With one arrow, a blazing sun appears. Lin Fei must have obtained the Golden Great Bao. That's why he dares to be so unbridled. Even though Lin Fei's aim wasn't very good, he still managed to put them at a huge disadvantage. After all, the Golden Bao was forged from sun gold stone. Once it was unleashed with immortal energy, it was incomparably domineering. It should be the gold great bow. Elder Qing's expression was very ugly. I didn't expect him to kill Chu Yun, who was a godly archer, and steal his famous sacred tool. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have given him the chance to attack. Elder Qing, I remember that godly archer is outside the central sacred region. There's a sect encampment there. Send a message and try to stop Lin Fei. Chu Yun is one of the genius disciples of godly archer. Now that he lost the gold great bow, godly archer might not be able to tolerate this. Xianyuan Wuqing was also in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had been played by Lin Fei over and over again. He hated Lin Fei to the bone. That's the only way. Elder Qing said. We're almost at the central sacred region. Let's quickly send a message to the encampment and have them stop Lin Fei. We can't let him enter the central sacred region ruins. After Lin Fei killed Chu Yun, he had a long-range attack sacred tool. It saved him a lot of trouble along the way. Anyone who dared to attack was killed with a single arrow. Lin Fei wasn't proficient in archery, but he could roughly grasp the position. His immortal energy could withstand the consumption, so he could naturally kill people. Anyone who chased after him was killed. This chase lasted for 2 days. I've arrived at the periphery of the central sacred region. After 2 days and 2 nights of pursuit, Lin Fei finally arrived at the periphery of the central sacred region ruins. It was boundlessly vast. What entered his vision was a deathly stillness, a true deathly stillness. Millions of li away from Lin Fei was a stretch of light pillars. It was unknown how many of them were erected, but the light pillars propped up a heavenly barrier. Inside this light pillar barrier was a black, deathly still ruin. It stretched for billions of miles, and the ruins could be vaguely seen. Before Lin Fei arrived, an ancient aura reverberated within the barrier, crashing into the light pillar. This is the area of the central heavenly court in the past? Lin Fei could feel the terror within. It seemed that there was a terrifying and unknown danger in the depths of the central heavenly court. His heart trembled. The light pillars outside should have been arranged by the immortal emperor to prevent the aura left behind from spreading out. Lin Fei had some guesses. If the aura is allowed to spread out, this area will truly become a deathly stillness. Without the light barrier, the aura of the deathly stillness world would definitely rush out like a ferocious beast. Even Lin Fei himself would feel his scalp going numb. Resist? Nonsense. Even the immortal emperor couldn't erase the existence within, let alone him. Lin Fei knew very well that the central heavenly court had been one of the main battlefields in the past. Countless immortals, powerful immortal kings, and immortal emperors had fallen here, all of whom had comprehended the Tao. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The moment Lin Fei appeared, beams of light shot towards him, covering the sky. Each arrow was no weaker than an earth-ranked immortal king. They were even more terrifying than Chu Yun. Lin Fei, you killed my godly archer. Do you really think that none of us can suppress you? A cold voice exploded in the sky above Lin Fei. Without saying a word, Lin Fei held the golden bow in his hand and activated his immortal force, turning it into a sky full of divine arrows that shot towards the arrow lights. He himself rushed towards the central sacred region. He was depressed. How could there be a godly archer in the central sacred region? Unbeknownst to him, the central sacred region was the battleground of the past. It contained the aura of the great Tao left behind by the immortal emperors and all kinds of treasures. It had always been a training ground for disciples. Usually, many factions or sects would set up a station near the central sacred region. After a long time, it gradually became a trading ground. No matter who went to the central sacred region and obtained all kinds of treasures, they could sell them at the trading ground. Bang, 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 the arrow lights exploded one after another. Elder, that's junior brother Chu Yun's golden bow. The arrow lights dispersed, and a group of people rushed out. The leader was an old man, but if anyone really thought so, they would be gravely mistaken. Chase after him. He killed our godly archer. He won't be able to escape death even if he runs to the ends of the earth, the old man said coldly. The old man said coldly, The Holy Heaven Academy behind him won't dare to stop us from chasing after Chu Yun. We'll definitely retrieve junior brother Chu Yun's golden bow and the great emperor's key. As Lin Fei flew, he activated the golden bow and suppressed the people behind him. However, the Earth-rank immortal king behind him was terrifyingly strong. He was suspected to be at the mid-rank Earth rank. Rumble. The commotion spread throughout the trading ground. Lin Fei, hand over the great emperor's key. A 5-elemental mountain pressed down from the sky. It was a treasure refined from the 5 elements, trying to suppress Lin Fei. Explode! Lin Fei raised his hand and fired an arrow. The resplendent blazing sun blasted apart the 5-element mountain, and a figure fell from the sky. Lin Fei raised his hand and fired another arrow, killing that person. Not good, there are too many people. Lin Fei's immortal energy was dense, and under the continuous activation, the consumption was very fast. There were countless people surrounding him, and he didn't know how many of them he killed. Waves of tyrannical energy enveloped over, all of them trying to snatch the great emperor's key from Lin Fei. At this moment, he was like a pile of minced meat, very popular. Amitba, benefactor, listen to this old monk. Hand over the great emperor's key, and this old monk can guarantee your life. Another monk walked out from the sky. He was wearing a kasaya, and a lotus flower bloomed beneath him, turning into a lotus path that led to a place tens of thousands of miles away from Lin Fei. Damn monk scrammed to the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lin Fei didn't hold back. He raised his hand and shot a few arrows. This lowly monk also came to interfere? Did he really think that he was an idiot? Guarantee my life? Damn it, who do you think you are? Most importantly, I'm not interested in monks. All of them are people with lotus-blossoming tongues, able to turn death into life. This monk had a fat head and big ears, and a kind face, neither sad nor happy. The arrow light that could kill an immortal king was destroyed when it reached a few thousand meters away. Damn! Lin Fei was astonished. This monk was too strong. Just by relying on his Buddhist light, he was able to neutralize his attack. Killing is the original sin. The monk continued, Benefactor, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. You are fated with my Buddhist sect, so let this old monk help you become a Buddha. In the future, you will definitely become a victorious fighting Buddha, and your name will spread throughout the Buddhist sect. Amitba, excellent, excellent. Everyone looked at the bald monk in the sky, and they were all surprised. The compassionate monk of the Buddhist sect is here. It's over. Rumor has it that the compassionate monk of the Buddhist sect has boundless dharma. He has cultivated for 3 lives, and each life is stronger than the last. If he really purifies Lin Fei, the Buddhist sect will have another expert. Last time, a genius disciple of a certain sect met the compassionate monk. With just a few words, he was purified and converted to Buddhism. They fought for a long time. After recognizing the compassionate monk, many people were quite fearful and didn't dare to make a move. This Buddhist immortal king was famous, and his strength was terrifying. Old bald donkey, I can purify Lin Fei, but the prerequisite is to hand over the great emperor's key. Do you want to keep it for yourself? Finally, a peak early-stage Earth realm immortal king couldn't take it anymore, and rushed out from below, glaring at the compassionate monk. Benefactor, you've gone too far. The compassionate monk clasped his hands together, then stretched out his hand and pointed. You have committed grave sins. Repent and become a Buddha. Death is the best ending for you. Why don't you quickly end your life and free yourself? That immortal king's expression changed. He knelt in the air, exuding an incomparably holy aura as he mumbled, I've sinned, 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 I've sinned. Damn, he's dead? Lin Fei drew in a breath of cold air. This monk was so powerful. With a single sentence, he caused a peak-stage Earth-ranked immortal king to disintegrate. This monk was 100 times more tyrannical than that formless immortal king. Everyone held their breath. Lin Fei, quickly convert to Buddhism. The great monk of mercy took a step forward and pointed at Lin Fei. Damn monk, I don't want to be a monk. Chapter 954. Central Sanctuary, the trading ground in the periphery. Lin Fei's appearance caused a huge uproar. Recently, the most discussed topic was Lin Fei. He had snatched the Great Emperor's key from the Prince of Hell. He now had 3 Great Emperor's keys to himself. Any Great Emperor's key would allow one to enter the Eternal Emperor's treasure trove. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had 3 Great Emperor's keys. Wasn't he purposely slapping their faces? They prepared to snatch the Great Emperor's key from Lin Fei's hands. This scene was not surprising. Damn monk, I don't want to be a monk. The compassionate monk pointed with his finger. It was an ordinary action, as if he was doing it casually. In that instant, Lin Fei felt an immense pressure. An incomparably mystical power was like the Sanskrit chanting from the 9 heavens, constantly chanting in his ears. The Sanskrit chanting manifested Buddhas in every inch of his flesh and blood. He was momentarily dazed. Divine strength 100 tremors. Lin Fei was fearful. He activated his divine strength, turning it into a divine strength river that washed over the Buddhas in his body. If this continued, he would be purified and lose himself. Pung pung pung, the divine strength river crushed down, blasting the Buddhas one after another. The divine strength runes outside his body also exploded, isolating him and barely suppressing the Buddhist chants. Old bald donkey, there seems to be a problem with your purification. It seems like your Buddhist monk doesn't want me to join the Buddhist sect. If that's the case, don't force it. While Lin Fei spoke casually, his heart was not at ease. This Buddhist expert was stronger than him, and before he could even make a move, he had nearly succeeded in converting him. Without saying a word, Lin Fei immediately ran toward the central sage domain. That Lin Fei blocked the compassionate monk's purification? How is that possible? Many people were shocked. Lin Fei had blocked the compassionate monk's purification. There might not be a second person in the same realm as him. If they were in his shoes, they might not end up better than Lin Fei. The compassionate monk had a peaceful expression on his face. He waved his hand again and summoned a 5 elements mountain. Of course, this was not the 5 elements mountain from before. With this, the 5 elements mountain grew with the wind and became a towering mountain. On top of the mountain, Buddhas sat and chanted. Behind them, a Vairocana vaguely appeared. His eyes were like torches, piercing through the endless void. Crack, 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 crack. As the 5 elements mountain pressed down, a large area of the void collapsed on the spot. This is the Buddhist Divine Ability 5 Elements Mountain. It's extremely terrifying, and rumor has it that only a few people can successfully cultivate it. I didn't expect the great monk of mercy to have mastered it. The perfected golden immortals and immortal kings present sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw the great monk compassionate benevolence's attack. The Buddhist world was indeed worthy of being a place that produced experts. Mount Tai suppression. At the critical moment of danger, Lin Fei struck out with his palm, and his divine power transformed into a huge mountain. This was the second move of the attack, and it collided head-on with the 5 elements mountain to buy time for himself. He rushed towards the sacred region ruins at an even faster speed. Your efforts are futile. The 2 mountains collided with a boom. In just a breath's time, the divine power mountain was covered with cracks and shattered into pieces. The great monk compassionate benevolence caught up. Lin Fei, you and the Buddha are fated. Converting to the Buddha is the best way out for you. Rumble, the 5 elements mountain pressed down again, covering the entire sky and the sun. Damn, this damned monk must be at the peak of the earth rank. His strength is much more terrifying than my divine power. Lin Fei looked back and saw the divine power mountain exploding. He estimated the strength of an earth-rank immortal king. My Mount Tai suppression is not as good as his. You want to suppress me? No way. 3 heads and 6 arms, hold on. The Saint Dragon's step reached its limit. The great monk compassionate benevolence's 5 elements mountain surpassed the Saint Dragon's step and pressed down on Lin Fei's head. The space twisted and turned into an impenetrable wall. Lin Fei transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms pushed up, his feet stepped on the ground, his body reached the sky, and he held the 5 elements mountain. In just a breath's time, Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5 Elements Mountain was too heavy. Its strength exceeded 2 million divine dragon power. The pressure made his blood and qi churn, and he kept pressing down. This Lin Fei is so terrifying. Even the 5 Elements Mountain held, but he met the great monk Compassionate Benevolence. Little did he know that at this moment, the great monk Compassionate Benevolence was also extremely shocked. I heard that Lin Fei was just a vile person intoxicated by success. But today, it seems that the rumors were wrong. Lin Fei can be considered a cultivation genius. The 5 Elements Mountain is a Buddhist divine ability that can subdue demons and exterminate devils. Instead, he held on. If he was given more time to cultivate, I'm afraid the 5 Elements Mountain wouldn't be able to suppress him today. F***ck, I won't end up like the monkey son and be suppressed under the 5 Elements Mountain, right? Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. The central sanctuary is right in front of me. I can't accept this, I really can't. The 5 Element Mountain's Buddhist sect's great magic skill was horrifying. Lin Fei found it very taxing to block it. The surrounding distorted space constantly tried to tear his body to shreds. There must be a way. Lin Fei was unwilling to fall into the hands of a Buddhist expert just like that. Don't struggle. No one can break this old monk's 5 Elements Mountain divine ability. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence took a step forward and sat on the 5 Elements Mountain with a lotus throne in full bloom. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence suppressed Lin Fei. Although many people were unhappy, they didn't dare to make a move. Elder, what should we do? Let the Buddhist expert take Lin Fei away? The group of elders who were shooting the arrows looked at each other and didn't know what to do. The situation on the battlefield was clear. Lin Fei had lost, and it was difficult for him to turn the tables. Wait. That's right, we're waiting. An elder said, Lin Fei has the great emperor's key, which was left by the eternal emperor to help him become a god. The major forces won't let the great monk Compassionate Benevolence take him away. Another group of people, including Elder Qing from the Divine Palace, also arrived. We're one step too late. Lin Fei is still suppressed. Elder Qing sighed. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence has cultivated for 3 lives. His strength isn't comparable to an ordinary Earth-stage immortal king. Although the Divine Palace was strong, it was still inferior to the Buddhist world. When Lin Fei was suppressed by the Buddhist expert, some people were naturally happy. Xinyuan Wuqing was one of them. His face was expressionless, but he was secretly laughing. Good suppression. You deserve this. After suffering losses one after another, Xinyuan Wuqing had long hated Lin Fei. When he saw this scene, his thoughts were incomparably smooth. Lin Fei seems to have run out of strength. That goes without saying. Rumble. On the ground of the central holy region, a towering mountain kept shrinking until it was only 1,000 feet tall. It suppressed Lin Fei in one fell swoop. The sky was filled with Buddhas chanting scriptures. The great monk Compassionate Benevolence waved his hand. The Buddhist divine ability, the sleeve world, unfolded and was about to collect the 5 Elements Mountain. At this moment, a sword light appeared in the void. It was vast and mighty. Everyone felt their eyes light up. The sword in the void had broken the great monk Compassionate Benevolence's palm world. Chapter 955. The great monk of mercy suppressed Lin Fei and wanted to take him away as soon as possible. However, he did not expect that someone would make a move and break the Buddhist divine art with a sword. It's you, Sky Sword Immortal King. No wonder you could break this old monk's sleeve world. The benevolent monk no longer acted. His gaze landed on the person who walked out from the void. Everyone didn't regard him as an outsider. But when they heard the name, they were filled with respect. In the void, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. He had a scholarly appearance, but it was a pity that he couldn't hide the sharp sword chi in his eyes. This was no longer a human but a heavenly sword. When the sword was drawn, heads would fall. The Sky Sword Immortal King, a powerful sword king of the great metropolis world. That's right, it's me. The Sky Sword Immortal King calmly spoke. The benevolent monk came from afar. Logically speaking, I wouldn't dare to stop you. However, This brat Lin Fei killed a disciple of my Myriad Swords Mountain Manor. This brat shall be handed over to my Myriad Swords Mountain Manor to deal with. The Sky Sword Immortal King broke the benevolent monk's technique with a single sword strike. His reason was that he had the upper hand and was righteous. Wrong, wrong. The benevolent monk spoke. There's a saying in the Buddhists, put down the butcher's knife and immediately become a Buddha. Lin Fei has already put down the butcher's knife and is naturally a disciple of our Buddhist sect. This old monk will not allow you to bring any of our disciples away. Shameless. The Sky Sword Immortal King cursed in his heart. The people of the Buddhist sect were all the same. Put down the butcher's knife? Why don't you say that you suppressed Lin Fei instead? Damn monk, this daddy doesn't want to be a monk. Everyone outside, listen up. Whoever can kill this old monk, this daddy will give him the great emperor's key without any hesitation. People of the Buddhist sect, what capabilities do you have? Even if the great emperor's key is to be distributed, it should belong to the people of the great metropolis world. Below the five-element mountain, Lin Fei's enticing voice resounded through the air. If you want the great emperor's key, I'll let you guys fight to the death first. Below the five-element mountain, Lin Fei was suppressed. He coldly laughed and continued to think of ideas. At that time, I'll make you guys waste your efforts. Ha! Lin Fei's words were indeed very tempting. Reverend Compassion, you've already heard Lin Fei's words. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, the experts of our great metropolis Immortal King, the Sky Sword Immortal King's eyes gleamed as he stared at the Reverend Compassion. Subconsciously, these words were a threat to the great monk of mercy. If he did not hand over Lin Fei, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would not be ganged up on. Yes, that's what it meant. The Sky Sword Immortal King is truly shameless. There's also that brat Lin Fei. The great monk Merciful cursed in his heart. It was not easy to catch Lin Fei. In the end, after struggling for a long time and planning to harvest the fruit, Lin Fei came knocking on his door. Magic bean soldiers. The great monk of mercy did not say a word. He muttered something and waved his sleeve. The Buddha's light was like a bean, and heavenly soldiers and generals jumped out of the void. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and their killing intent was cold. Kill! The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were clad in armor and wielding weapons. They rode on clouds and charged toward the group of people below. The great monk Merciful, I knew that you would act. The Sky Sword Immortal King laughed uproariously. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it at the great monk Merciful. The sword light was like a shooting star, as expected of a sword king. The great monk Merciful's kasaya glowed with Buddha light. So it turned out that this was an impressive holy robe. A string of Buddha beads appeared in his hands and he waved them at the Sky Sword Immortal King, transforming into a gigantic Buddha god that blasted out with a palm strike. They finally started fighting. The Five Elements Mountain was suppressing Lin Fei. The people above could clearly see the situation. The Sky Sword Immortal King's sword arts were outstanding and he fought to a draw with his opponent. The entire scene was in chaos. The more chaotic their battle is, the better I can break this damnable Five Elements Mountain. Lin Fei knew that he didn't have much time left. If more experts came, it wouldn't be so easy for him to leave. What I'm thinking about now is how should I break this Five Elements Mountain? Lin Fei supported the Five Elements Mountain. If he erupted forth with his god force, he might be able to break the Five Elements Mountain. But if he still couldn't escape, that would be a problem. The Five Elements Mountain was an innate art. Lin Fei vaguely remembered that there was a talisman suppressing the Five Elements Mountain. The talisman had the power to suppress him, affecting the surrounding space, causing the five elements to be in chaos. If I want to leave this place, I have to break free from the suppression of the Five Elements Mountain. This Five Elements Mountain is formed purely from an innate art. My god force isn't able to break it apart. This has become the greatest problem. Lin Fei frowned. The Five Elements Mountain wasn't easy to deal with. Hairball. At this moment, Hairball appeared from the distorted space. Lin Fei was overjoyed. You are unaffected by the spatial distortions? When the great monk Merciful acted, Lin Fei got Hairball to flee so that she wouldn't fall into their hands. Master, there are many experts outside. Hairball rushed in and reported the situation. I think we should hurry and escape. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think I can escape like this? Oh right, can you enter this innate art? Let me try. The 5 Elements mountain was suppressing him. Even 2 million dragon god force couldn't hold up a mountain. This innate art was definitely not simple. Lin Fei got Hairball to try. Hairball entered the 5 Elements mountain without any obstruction. After a while, Hairball came out. Master, I saw a talisman with Sanskrit chants on it. Is this thing suppressing you? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The Buddhist world's foundation is really deep. A talisman turned into the 5 Elements mountain and suppressed me. What if I get this talisman? Hairball, try and see if you can eat the talisman. Lin Fei was suppressed by the 5 Elements mountain. He couldn't do anything else. He could only rely on Hairball to think of a way. Furball slipped away and returned to the 5 Elements mountain. Lin Fei was worried that he wouldn't be able to succeed, but he was also afraid that something might happen. Something that could suppress him with a talisman was naturally not ordinary. At this time, the sky above the 5 Elements mountain was in chaos. Many immortal kings fought to be the first to attack. The area within 100,000 li became a forbidden area. The battle between immortal kings caused shockwaves. Mountains were destroyed. The remnant power of laws shrouded the sky. If one was not careful, they would die. The battle above was a mess. There were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. As a result, when they approached the 5 Elements mountain, their bodies exploded on the spot. Only then did they know how terrifying the 5 Elements mountain was. Master, it's done. When Hairball came back, she bit a talisman in her mouth. Hairball's speed was very slow. It seemed like she would fall at any time. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The talisman landed on one of his arms. An unexpected force pressed down. Fortunately, he used his divine power and barely managed to take it. What a terrifying talisman. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The pressure on his body immediately lightened. This 5 Elements mountain's divine power is probably due to this talisman. I'm afraid that Monk didn't expect that I had Hairball. I can break through the restrictions and take the talisman out. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This is a treasure. I really want to doze off. Someone sent me a pillow. Big brother, hey, do you think this talisman can be refined into a treasure if it fuses with the black stone coffin? Lin Fei tried to communicate with Big Brother He Yao. Your luck isn't bad. This is a gravity talisman refined by an expert from the Buddhist world. It augments it with the powers of the 5 Elements, making it extraordinary, said He Yao with a smile. That black stone coffin is also an impressive item. By fusing the two together, you will have a powerful treasure in your hands. It can reach the level of a supreme-grade sage artifact. A supreme-grade sage artifact. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once again. Can Big Brother He refine it? Lin Fei was at a loss when it came to refining artifacts. I don't, but you can. You have a unique divine fire that can smelt the black stone coffin. When the time comes, I will guide you and you will definitely be able to refine a supreme-grade sage artifact. With that said, Lin Fei thought about it. The black stone coffin's weight was in no way inferior to the talisman. To refine it, there was probably no one other than his heaven-earth divine fire. Retrieve. Lin Fei put away the talisman. A heavy force pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. It was as though he was carrying a mountain. When I escape, I must refine it. Lin Fei made up his mind. Hairball, take me away. The battle above was a mess. Lin Fei didn't dare to show himself. He was afraid that if he went out, he would become the target of a group of people. Now, he could only rely on Hairball to escape. Hairball opened her mouth and swallowed Lin Fei. She traveled through the void underground, heading straight for the central sacred region ruins. Everyone stop. If you continue fighting, it's hard to guarantee that someone won't pick it up. Since the Sky Sword Immortal King made his move, more than 10 Immortal Kings had intervened in a short period of time. They almost destroyed the Sky Dome. It was not easy for them to stop after a few words. Even so, they were still on guard against each other. This group of immortal kings were all Earth immortal kings. Many of them were famous experts. It was not easy for them to kill each other. If there was a good solution, they naturally hoped that there would be a good solution. This old monk heard that each great emperor's key can bring 10 people in. Lin Fei has 3 great emperor's keys, which is equivalent to bringing 30 people in. Since there are 30 slots, why should we fight to the death? In the end, it'll only benefit others. This seat has also heard of this matter. It is indeed so. 30 slots, there is indeed no need for us to fight to the death. After saying this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. If they joined forces, it would be a good idea. They would not have to start a massacre. Great monk benevolence, we will split the 30 slots equally. Release Lin Fei. The Sky Sword Immortal King said anxiously. In reality, the others were more or less the same. Great monk benevolence had no choice but to withdraw the 5 Elements Mountain. If they continued fighting, it would be hard for him to guarantee his own death. It was better to split the 30 slots equally. The 5 Elements Mountain flew up, and a huge pit appeared below. However, the person they expected did not appear. Where is he? All the immortal kings were dumbfounded. How did he disappear? God damn it, this old monk's 5 Elements gravity talisman has disappeared. A wail came from the great monk benevolence. Lin Fei, you bastard. You will die a horrible death. Quickly return this old monk's 5 Elements gravity talisman. Chapter 956. While the immortal kings were doubting, the compassionate monk's wailing scared them. They weren't angry yet, so what was there to wail about? It's not like his wife was stolen. Wrong, monks don't have wives. One of the immortal kings said softly, you don't know, the 5 Elements Mountain that the compassionate monk used just now is a talisman. It's incomparably precious, and rumor has it that it was refined by the Holy Buddha. Now that it's gone, don't you feel heartache? Swoosh swoosh, the compassionate monk's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The immortal king was silent, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Even you have this day. Not good, quickly block the entrance of the sacred region ruins. Lin Fei wants to run into the central sacred region. The Sky Sword Immortal King was the first to react, and the group of immortal kings suddenly realized. The battle ended with the disappearance of Lin Fei. It made people sigh. Just what was Lin Fei's background? How did he manage to escape from the hands of the compassionate monk? He even managed to steal one of the Buddhist monk's treasures. The entrance of the central sacred region. The immortal kings and Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals who were stationed here thought that something big had happened. Who went in just now? The immortal kings who were stationed here shook their heads. One of them gathered his courage and said, reporting to the immortal kings, no one went in just now. Not even a mosquito? The compassionate monk asked. No, absolutely not. Since the end of the war, the central sacred region turned into ruins. The immortal emperors worked together and spent a lot of materials to set up a formation. Since then, the ruins became a place for disciples to explore and train. Later, some powerful forces united many forces and listed the central sacred region as a forbidden area. They set up guards, and anyone who entered had to pay a certain fee before they were allowed to enter. If they forced their way in, they would become the enemy of the major forces here, and they would join forces to hunt them down until they were killed. Boom. At this moment, in the central sacred region, there was a huge tremor, and then it returned to normal. It's him. It must be Lin Fei. I don't know what kind of treasure he used to escape from me. He stole the holy talisman and even tried to force his way into the central sanctuary. The compassionate monk was neither sad nor happy. He could hardly conceal the anger in his tone. I used my divine sense to search, but I can't find Lin Fei's whereabouts. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have escaped into the central sacred region ruins, a celestial king said. It's obvious why Lin Fei came here. But he doesn't know anything about the central sanctuary. Back then, the Grand Emperor set up a grand spell formation to prevent his aura from leaking out. There's a portion of it that has spatial turbulence set up. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would have to hold a guide token in their hands in order to avoid the danger. The disturbance just now must have been caused by Lin Fei. He must have been seriously injured by the spatial turbulence and won't be able to recover in a short time. Everyone chase him. The last sentence struck a chord in everyone's heart. Now that Lin Fei was injured, their hope had come. Whoever was lucky would be qualified. A group of celestial kings took the guide token and rushed into the passage, afraid of falling behind others. In the blink of an eye, a group of celestial kings entered, leaving behind a group of people. Let's go in too. Lin Fei encountered the spatial turbulence and must have been seriously injured. It depends on who's lucky. No one could resist the temptation of the Grand Emperor's key. Under the spatial turbulence, Lin Fei would inevitably be injured and would be teleported to one of the places in the central sacred region. If they were lucky, how could they miss such a great opportunity? Get out of the way. A group of people rushed up from behind, murderous. They took out their guide tokens and rushed in one by one. Don't offend the people who are good at shooting. Those who were good at shooting, except for the last few people, all stayed outside. Immediately send a message and inform the sect elders to arrange for disciples to encircle Lin Fei. This person was hit by the spatial turbulence and must have been seriously injured. Our chance to shoot is here. News spread from the outside of the central sanctuary. F***ck your sister, you can't cheat people like this. In a certain place in the central sacred region ruins. It was a dark place, as if it was covered by a layer of black clouds. It could be said that one could not see their fingers in front of them, and basically lost the ability to see. On a large pile of rocks, a young man lay, his skin and flesh were torn apart, revealing his white bones. A tyrannical and terrifying power continuously corroded the young man's flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, only a dark golden skeleton was left. It was very horrifying. The person on this pile of rocks was none other than Lin Fei. When he passed through the barrier, he encountered a terrifying power that bounced him out of the space, and the invincible golden body completely collapsed under the spatial turbulence. I didn't expect to be seriously injured in a moment of carelessness. Lin Fei used his divine sense to check, and his injuries were very serious. If not for the invincible golden body, which changed his bones, he would have long been a pile of mud. I don't know where I am now. He tried to release his divine sense, but it was suppressed, limited to a few dozen miles. Within a radius of several dozen miles, there were corpses and bones everywhere, forming a path of white bones. There was no doubt that this was once a battlefield. It seems that I am in one of the battlefields? Woo 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 woo. In the darkness, clusters of green appeared, and the number kept increasing, densely packed. Lin Fei's scalp went numb, and he had no idea what they were. Swish, 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 those clusters of green light continued to get closer, and only after a few dozen miles did Lin Fei see clearly. Wraiths, these are wraiths, wraiths formed after death. Wraiths, formed by the resentment of experts after death, were very fierce. What's going on? Why are there so many wraiths in this area? After looking around, Lin Fei gasped. There were no less than millions of wraiths, and they could completely drown him. If his divine body was not injured and unable to recover, Lin Fei would not be afraid of these wraiths. At this moment, roar roar, the clusters of green light made a path, and monsters with crossed tridents rushed over. After seeing this, Lin Fei's heart sank again. Yaksha, it's an Azura Yaksha, it's over. If the wraiths advanced, they would become Yaksha and then Azura Yaksha, and their strength would also increase. Swish, 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 the Azura Yaksha waved its trident, and a large number of wraiths rushed towards Lin Fei like meteors. After being seriously injured by the turbulence, his divine power was almost depleted, and so was the immortal power in his body. There was no time for him to recover. Was he really going to die here? Black stone coffin. Just as he was about to drown, Lin Fei used the last of his strength and took out the black stone coffin. With a rumble, the ground shook, and a large number of rocks exploded. Chapter 957. Whoosh 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 too fast. Lin Fei flashed into the black stone coffin, and countless specters swarmed in. Bang, 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 Many of the specters couldn't bear the weight of the coffin and exploded, turning into dust. He let out a sigh of relief. Absolute immortal stone, true spirit, burn. Lin Fei's bones turned dark gold as he withstood the pressure of the black coffin. A volcano erupted, and large amounts of absolute immortal stone and true spirit entered the heaven and earth furnace, turning into pure immortal energy. Whoosh, Lin Fei recovered some of his flesh, but the terrifying power in his bones didn't disappear. His efforts were in vain. How could this be? The problem was serious. His body recovered, but he couldn't recover his ability to protect himself. Master, I'm so pitiful. At this time, Hairball slipped in from outside. She was white and plump, but she was also stained with blood. Scram, scram. Hairball's body was covered with specters, trying to burrow into her body. This angered Hairball. She slapped the specters to pieces and finally rushed in. It's good that you're fine. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really worried that something had happened to Hairball. Master, we encountered space-time turbulence just now. Hairball was very ashamed. Space-time turbulence? I seem to have encountered it before, and it didn't seem to be this dangerous. What's going on? Lin Fei frowned. So this power was space-time turbulence. Thinking back to that scene, Lin Fei's heart palpitated. He was almost done for. What Master encountered before should have been ordinary space-time turbulence. What we encountered before should have been set up by an expert. Hairball's face was full of fear when she mentioned this. A space-time turbulence that even Hairball was afraid of. One didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Not easy to deal with. Hairball, can you still travel? There were countless spirits outside, including yakshas and shura yakshas. Lin Fei didn't want to stay here. After all, this wasn't a safe place. Hairball shook her head with a bitter look on her face. Master, the space-time turbulence is too powerful. I'm injured now and the space has collapsed. I need time to recover. So serious? Yes, yes. Can the ghosts outside nourish me greatly after eating them? No. Lin Fei was disappointed again. Too many specters was not a solution. Lying in the black stone coffin, Lin Fei clearly saw a large number of specters rush in and explode. However, this could not hide the vast army of specters. What should we do? The remnant space-time turbulence in his body prevented him from recovering his flesh body. Over time, it would be a problem. The spirits outside were so interested in his skeleton. By the way, why are you interested in me? Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. Specters liked flesh and blood, but he was a skeleton. There's a problem, there's a problem. Master, look, there's something floating there. Hairball shouted, pointing at something not far away. This is? Lin Fei was moved. This is the power of death. Are these wandering souls formed from the power of death? So many ghosts, are they formed from the power of death? The black stone coffin itself was extraordinary. Lin Fei remembered clearly how it suppressed the power of laws. If one's body wasn't strong enough, once they fell in, their body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would self-destruct. Lin Fei saw clearly that after the ghosts died, they left behind the power of death. Could it be formed after a powerful person died? An unimaginable result appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and he couldn't stop it. Other than this explanation, other explanations don't work. It must be the power of death in my body that triggered the reaction. Lin Fei pondered, increasingly convinced that his guess was correct. The specters outside were attracted by the power of his laws. Lin Fei couldn't imagine that this place had been left behind by an expert who cultivated the power of death. After his death, the power of death hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had turned into specters, yakshas, and Ajura yakshas that guarded this area. Hua hua hua, the ghosts surged in like a tide, and so did the yakshas. Not good, the yakshas can withstand the power of the black stone coffin. Lin Fei was moved again. Although he didn't know what the yakshas could do to him, it wasn't anything good. I have to stop it. Lin Fei couldn't think of a solution. At this time, a fingernail-sized ball of death energy floated over. As it approached, Lin Fei was shocked to discover that the sky above the skeleton had turned into a black vortex that devoured the ball of death energy. Lin Fei was stunned. He felt a fluctuation. His power of death had refined a small part of the power of death. Devoured them? By the way, I refined the Celestial Devil Emperor's death force. That's a terrifying existence that cultivates the Tao. Therefore, my death force contains the existence of the Tao. That's why it attracted the death force left by the previous expert. In an instant, Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. So that's what happened. My skeleton contains the power of space-time turbulence. I can only recover after I get rid of it. If I want to resist, I must have the power to resist. I can't count on divine power for now. It seems that I can only rely on the power of death. Lin Fei made up his mind. Come out. Lin Fei had 70% of the power of laws, containing the aura of Tao. He flew out of the dark golden skeleton and turned into a black-clothed man. He opened his mouth and swallowed the power of death. It works. The black-clothed man swallowed the power of death and wiped away the traces on it, becoming a part of himself. Heaven and earth furnace, refine for me. Lin Fei clenched his teeth, and the heaven and earth furnace turned into a sea of fire. He had thought that it would take some time, but the divine fire of heaven and earth was the bane of ghosts. It exploded with balls of power of death, some large and some small. The black-clothed man sat down cross-legged and began to devour the black power of death. His 70% of the power of laws began to rise. 10%, 20%, 30%, 70%, 80%, 100%, 80% of the power of laws. An hour later, Lin Fei was moved once more. In such a short time, his power of laws had risen from 70% to 80%. Was this too? Could it be that the person who had died here had been an emperor? Otherwise, how could so much power of death be gathered here? Continue to devour. Although Lin Fei couldn't activate the heaven and earth furnace, a large number of origin immortal stones had turned it into a large furnace. Whether it was ghosts or yakshas, once they entered, they would be turned into the power of death. The ghosts outside were endless, charging in without any care for their lives. The number of yakshas was also increasing. 80% of the power of laws. 90% of the power of laws. One day later, the black-clothed man with 70% of the power of death broke through the shackles and transformed into a whole body. Apart from being unconscious, it was practically a single person. Lin Fei hadn't expected this. I can actually control it? Lin Fei tested it and realized that he could control it. He couldn't help but think, isn't this equivalent to an incarnation? Death incarnation. At this time, the Asura Yaksha outside roared. A large number of ghosts exploded, and the power of death entered the Asura Yaksha's body. An Asura Yaksha charged in from outside. The Asura Yaksha charged in, and the power of death turned into a death scythe. Without a word, it attacked the incarnation of death that had just become an incarnation. As expected, it hadn't been easy for Lin Fei to create an incarnation of the power of death. How could he let it die? That would be a pity. Go. The heaven and earth furnace didn't refine the ghosts anymore. It pressed down on the Asura Yaksha's body, pouring down divine fire. If even Yakshas could be refined, how could an Asura Yaksha? The Asura Yaksha was also afraid of the divine fire. The power of death turned into a circle of black runes, blocking a portion of the divine fire. However, it also made the Asura Yaksha furious. It wanted to break free, but it was powerless. It was constantly being suppressed by the divine fire. Exhaust you to death. Lin Fei didn't have any methods to deal with the newly formed incarnation of the power of death. He also didn't dare to take the risk and use the heaven and earth furnace to exhaust the Asura Yaksha. This Asura Yaksha was extremely strong. The power of death surged as it struggled, trying to break out of the mountain. However, it was constantly suppressed. After refining for a full 2 hours, the Asura Yaksha was finally refined to death. Devour! As soon as the Asura Yaksha died, it was refined by the heaven and earth divine flame, and a ball of death energy exploded out. This ball of death energy was extremely dense, far surpassing the previous one. It was the size of a fist, and there were runes flashing on its surface. Lin Fei lunged forward and swallowed the ball of death energy in one gulp. Hong, the moment he swallowed it, the world seemed to explode. Who dares to touch my power? Who dares to touch my power? Who dares to touch my power? In the air, an illusory existence roared. After which, a palm pressed down towards Lin Fei. A dangerous aura instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Go all out. You've been dead for so long. Now that I've met you, all your power belongs to me. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would resign himself to fate. When this palm pressed down, only a giant black hand was left in the world. His entire consciousness started to collapse. Once it did, he would be finished. God Emperor pressure, suppress the consciousness. At the critical moment, a ball of light appeared in his consciousness, shining brightly. The originally dark and gloomy consciousness was replaced by the radiance of Jingguang. It was as if the sky had cleared up after the rain. A divine light giant walked out from within. Blasphemy, blasphemy, kill. The divine light giant stepped out and appeared below the giant hand. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The supreme power dissipated like smoke. After which, the consciousness returned to normal and the divine light giant disappeared. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At least it was settled. Chapter 958. Central Sanctuary. Where the heavenly court used to be, it was now a wasteland, a training ground. After Lin Fei forced his way in and stirred up the space-time turbulence, the forces of the great metropolis world set their sights on the central sanctuary at the same time. Usually, waves of experts entered the central sanctuary in search of Lin Fei's whereabouts. As the one being searched for, Lin Fei was currently receiving a large amount of information. So this place is the burial place of a heaven-rank immortal king. After his death, his resentment didn't dissipate, and it evolved into a land of death, after a long time. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a flash of understanding flashed through them. Fortunately, I'm different. Otherwise, if I landed in this land of death, I would definitely die. After heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Fei understood all the secrets of this place. The mass of death energy contained some information, and he roughly understood everything. This place was a dangerous place formed by the essence, qi, and soul of a heaven-rank immortal king that died in the war. Any living person entering was equivalent to offending this heaven-rank immortal king. Devour mountains and rivers. Lin Fei's death incarnation opened its mouth and inhaled. The wandering souls swarmed over, and before they could reach it, they exploded, turning into pure death energy that continuously fell on the death incarnation. One day later, the land of death formed by the death of a heaven-rank immortal king returned to normal. I finally got rid of the space-time turbulence. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. His flesh and blood body had recovered, and his divine power was also starting to recover. It wouldn't be long before his divine power returned to normal. I didn't expect an accident to happen. My death energy reached the grand completion stage, and I transformed into a death incarnation. This death incarnation is equivalent to an earth-rank immortal king. Lin Fei's complexion was a little pale, but when he saw the death incarnation standing next to him, he still looked very excited. I'm afraid they didn't expect that a small accident would help me. An earth-rank death incarnation. From digesting the power of death, Lin Fei obtained an ultimate technique from this celestial king, the 13 Blades of Death. Back then, this celestial king had been an assassin in the dark. After refining the power of death, it was the same as grasping it completely. With a thought, Lin Fei's death incarnation merged into the void, not revealing any information at all. What a marvelous concealment technique! After trying to search with his divine sense, he still couldn't find anything. The death incarnation seemed to have disappeared, no longer existing. If not for the connection between them, Lin Fei would not have believed that there was a death incarnation lurking around him that could deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. With a thought, Lin Fei put away his death incarnation. Brother He, I want to forge a sacred artifact. Although his injuries had mostly recovered, the place left behind by a heaven-ranked immortal king had almost killed him. There was no need to talk about other places. Hence, Lin Fei decided to increase his strength first. After triggering the space-time turbulence, Lin Fei believed that those people would rush in to kill him. With an additional treasure in hand, it would be able to increase his combat strength. With regards to forging, Lin Fei only had a smattering of knowledge. He believed that Brother He Yao would be able to help him. He wanted to forge a sacred artifact as soon as possible. With regards to forging, I don't know much. However, I have a refining technique of the great emperor back then. It's called the 13 transformations of heavenly stars. It's a refining technique. A new technique appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was extremely profound, and he had the thought of reading the wordless heavenly book. Thankfully, He Yao kept explaining, so Lin Fei wasn't confused. This 13 transformations of heavenly stars is a powerful technique. Once you grasp it, it should be more or less done. He Yao said, if you want to fuse that god talisman, you have to refine this technique to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation? Lin Fei didn't waste any time. He found a place, took out the heaven and earth furnace, and started to cultivate this refining technique. The 13 transformations of heavenly stars was complex and profound. In one transformation, there were dozens or even hundreds of transformations. It was extremely difficult to improve in a short period of time. The first step of forging was naturally to smelt the embryo and remove the impurities. Lin Fei had many materials on him. He didn't lack materials to practice. In the blink of an eye, he had a perfect embryo. Even if He Yao saw it, he wouldn't say that this divine fire was unique in the world. Bang! In terms of technique, Lin Fei was a little rusty. It exploded on his first try. I failed? Lin Fei didn't believe it and continued. With a lot of materials, Lin Fei was determined to master the 13 transformations of heavenly stars. 1 day later, Heavenly Star 1 became. 2 days later, Heavenly Star 2 became. He mastered 1 transformation in a day. On the 5th day, Lin Fei finally mastered the 5th transformation and could forge an ordinary divine-grade immortal treasure. You really are a refining genius. You reached the 5th transformation in such a short time. He Yao thought that Lin Fei would need at least a few months, or even a year or two to master the 5th transformation. But he succeeded in 5 days. Lin Fei chuckled. It's all right. I've mastered the 5 transformations of heavenly stars. Can we start? Just barely. Most people would have a 90% chance of success. However, you're different. You have a unique god flame. Not even my master was able to reach your level. If you don't make any mistakes during the concocting process, you should have a 70% chance of success. Meng Hao said. Only 70%? He Yao rolled his eyes. 70%? You should be satisfied. Back to the topic, Lin Fei took out the black stone coffin. With a boom, the earth shook like a mountain. Firekill, aren't you going to take out some of the saint tools? Nope. Since I'm going to forge them, I might as well forge them together. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time. He wanted to forge the saint tool first. He believed that it would be a tyrannical saint tool. Bold. The divine fire of heaven and earth poured down on the black stone coffin, turning it into a blazing volcano. An hour later, the black stone coffin started to melt. Holy shit, what kind of material is this? It can resist the divine fire for an hour. This is a rare earth magnet. It's used to suppress the body. So this is a earth magnet? The plentiful treasure's immortal king is amazing to forge a black stone coffin to store his sovereign key. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. The divine fire burned the black stone coffin. The huge black stone coffin turned into molten iron and began to melt. Half a day later, almost everything inside and out had melted. Even though it had only been half a day, Lin Fei's face showed signs of fatigue. Chapter 959. There were very few people like Lin Fei who could refine artifacts. At the very least, there were not many of them. If a real weapon refining grandmaster were to see this, he would definitely shout out the word, freak. It was almost rare to see someone master a set of complicated refining techniques in less than 6 days. Normally, a refiner would practice day and night to master it. They wouldn't be in a hurry to refine a divine tool. A divine tool involved many aspects. It wasn't easy to refine. Most importantly, it required materials of this level. Failure was equivalent to losing cultivation resources. Unless one was in a hurry, they wouldn't refine it blindly. But Lin Fei had the guts to do it. Lin Fei, have you thought about it? What kind of divine tool do you want to refine? If you want the shape, use the embryo. Follow your thoughts. Black Demon had a certain understanding of refining, so he spoke unhurriedly. The fiery red ball refined by the divine fire gradually changed shape under Lin Fei's control. It turned into a square object. It looked like a seal from afar. That's it? Of course. Do I still need to decorate it? Lin Fei replied. Alright, can I fuse the divine talisman into it now? This was Lin Fei's first time refining an artifact. It was impossible for him to make exquisite carvings. What kind of joke was this? Saint artifacts were used to fight, not to be used as art. Why did they need to be so exquisite? Remember that you have gravity. Now that your divine power is complete, it won't be of much use. You can fuse it into the seal. With that, the gravity he refined in the 9 secluded secret realm could be put to good use. He cut it off without hesitation and sent it into the seal. All the gravity was cut off. Take out the divine talisman. Lin Fei carefully took out the Buddhist talisman. Once it landed in his hand, the gravity pressed down. He had to use his divine power to resist it. Go! A force flew out from the Emperor's Senfu and suppressed the divine talisman. It moved into the seal. The seal that Lin Fei controlled immediately became different. Quick, unleash the 13 transformations of the heavenly star and fuse with the divine talisman. Lin Fei also knew that his big brother Black Demon had helped him greatly. He collected his thoughts and formed seals one after another. His hands danced like butterflies. It was pleasing to the eye, and even he himself did not notice it. The process was very long. Lin Fei continued to fuse the seal. He could clearly see that after the dermic seal entered the seal was clearly changing, gradually changing in his direction. 1 hour, 2 hours, 6 hours. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days later, Lin Fei exhaled deeply and stood up. There was a look of excitement on his face as he looked at the large seal hovering in the air. This was his first sacred artifact. The seal shone with the resplendent holy light, meeting the standard of a holy artifact. The black stone coffin was no ordinary item. After refining it, its quality would not be low. It would definitely be able to refine a holy artifact. I'm finally done. Refining a sacred tool is really not a joke. I'm exhausted. Lin Fei sighed with emotion. Hurry up and refine the seal with your blood. Imbue it with your divine sense and make it your sacred tool. Lin Fei took a deep breath and sent out his divine sense to completely refine the seal. Only then did he stop. With a thought, the seal turned into 100 zhang tall mountain and smashed into a nearby ruin. With a loud rumble, a bottomless pit appeared. What a domineering attack! Lin Fei's mouth was wide open. If it smashed down on a person, wouldn't that person be smashed into a meat patty? This casual attack was no weaker than an Earth Stage Celestial King's attack, and its power was even stronger. Amazing! This is your first time refining, and you have such achievements. Even Master was not as good as you back then. Black Demon congratulated. This seal is refined from geomagnetic iron, and you added in your gravity and precious Buddhist treasures. Just this seal alone can be big or small. Even an Earth Stage Celestial King would not dare to face it head-on. Come back. A small seal flew back and landed in Lin Fei's hand. Its weight was astonishing and he could not bear to part with it. If anyone dares disobey me, I'll throw a seal at them and make them unable to move. Lin Fei played with it. If I meet that Buddhist monk again, I'll teach him a lesson. This seal can be big or small. I'll call it Fantion Seal. Good name. Black Demon praised. Your heaven-flipping seal is a top-grade sacred tool. In the future, it won't be a problem to refine it into an immortal tool. After refining the Fantion Seal, Lin Fei did not immediately leave. Instead, he spent several days recovering his god force and immortal energy. With the addition of the Fanteon seal and the Death Incarnation, his strength had greatly increased in a short time. Time for revenge. After the space-time turbulence, Lin Fei had used up most of his origin immortal stone and true spirit. He had to go out and replenish them, and the people chasing him were undoubtedly the best choice. The central sacred region was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. In the War of the Heavenly Court, there had been countless casualties. Spectres could be found everywhere. Yakshas and Asura Yakshas were not among them. Whenever they appeared, there would be a vast group, numbering in the millions. Not long after Lin Fei came out, he encountered several waves of specters. At first, there were 100,000 specters, which was easy for him to exterminate. But later, he encountered 1 million or even several million, and he lost interest. After wandering aimlessly for a while and encountering danger several times, Lin Fei began to be careful, afraid that he would enter a place he should not go. As for people, he did not see or encounter a single one. Lin Fei suspected that he was in the center of the central sacred region. Otherwise, there would not be a death zone formed by the death of a heaven-step immortal king. If he had landed somewhere else, the situation would be hard to say. I can't go on like this. I should at least find someone and get a map to get a general understanding. Lin Fei thought as he carefully flew. Swish, 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 an air-piercing sound rang out as several killing intents locked onto Lin Fei. It was the ancient sword technique, Sunrise Slash. Lin Fei used his hand as a sword and used the ancient sword technique to deflect the attack. A muffled groan came from the void, indicating that he had been injured. Enemy attack. Sonic booms rang out in the surroundings as 10 odd people appeared one after another, surrounding Lin Fei and eyeing him covetously. So, it's a little golden immortal. How dare you attack the people of the Tianyi Pavilion? An arrogant young man wielded a sharp sword radiance that contained the power of metal. His swordsmanship was outstanding, and he attacked Lin Fei from the top, middle, and bottom. Lin Fei could use this opportunity to learn more about the situation. Swish, 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 Lin Fei used his hand as a sword again and pointed at the sword radiance. The sword radiance refracted, dodged the sword radiance, and charged at the young man, catching him off guard. He hurriedly dove down to block the sword radiance, but he was still embarrassed. When he was about to attack again, someone rushed out from the side and said, "Senior Brother Lei, calm down." "Brother Lei, don't be angry. He is a friend of mine. It must have been a misunderstanding just now. I apologize on his behalf." The one who came out was a young man dressed in beast skin. Half of his body was naked, and a horned dragon was tied up. He carried a large bow on his back, and his body was filled with explosive power. When this man came out, Lin Fei was shocked. He saw the large bow on his back, and a familiar face emerged. Tai. This man with a large bow looked like Tai who had ascended. Lin Fei. The young man turned around and smiled. Ever since he came up from the lower realm, he had not heard any news about the people who had come up from the lower realm. He did not expect to meet them here. Senior Brother Lei looked very cold. After looking at Tai, he looked at the young man and waved at the others. Oh, so it's Tai's friend. It just so happens that no discord leads to friendship. There must have been a mistake just now. Everyone, disperse. Tai lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lei." Seeing this, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. After saying a few words, Tai flew over. He was a little excited. He stopped on a nearby ruin and said, "I didn't expect to meet you again. Congratulations on ascending and reaching the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm so quickly," Lin Fei said with a smile. "You are indeed the #1 young hero back then." "Haha, I don't like what you said." Tai was as forthright as before. "How am I the #1 hero? Don't be fooled by your Golden Immortal Realm. I'm afraid your combat power has reached the Golden Immortal Realm. Don't think I don't know that you were amazing back then." The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting. In a mountain valley not far away. "Senior Brother Lei, that kid is just a little golden immortal. He's just relying on ancient sword techniques. Why don't you kill him? One of Lei's trusted disciples said discontentedly. Tai is nothing. So what if he's talented? Senior brother Lei still has him under control, another subordinate said. Lei Ming, a disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion, had reached the early stage of the human rank. He had a certain reputation in the Tianyi Pavilion. Since he was the son of an elder, he naturally had a large group of followers. Rice buckets, you're all a bunch of rice buckets. Don't forget that we're here for a divine implement. If we want a divine implement, it will be very dangerous. Do you know why I let Tai come out? He'll be very useful. He'll be our friend, and he can help us explore the way. Why not? Lei Ming snorted and set up a formation around them. He was not worried about eavesdropping on their conversation. Quiet, you guys. Lei Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Senior brother Lei, you're so smart. I'm sure you can get that divine artifact this time and kill that bastard Tai. Lei Ming was quite proud of himself. Of course, Tai dared to steal the daughter of the sect master from me. Of course, I have to give him face. Haha, I've been preparing for a long time to deal with him. I can't let it be ruined because of a trivial matter. Having one more kid or one less person makes no difference. It's better to have a companion before I die. Ha. Chapter 960. Lin Fei was very happy to meet Tai in the great metropolis Celestial. When he was in the lower realm, he fought his way up and did not have many friends. Tai was one of Lin Fei's friends. After listening to what Tai had to say, Lin Fei finally understood what had happened after Tai had come up. After ascending, Tai's luck was much better than Lin Fei's. He was not chased and ascended to an ascension point of the demon race. Plus, his talent was good, so he joined the Sky Gate Pavilion. The Sky Gate Pavilion was a sect of the demon race with many experts. It was one of the overlords of the southern region. Lin Fei was happy that Tai had joined a sect with a strong foundation. He told Tai about his situation, including the fact that he had been chased by someone else and had kept the Emperor key. By the way, did you come here to train alone? Tai asked. I was originally with my senior brothers, but then I encountered an Azura Yaksha. Lin Fei laughed and made up a lie. Tai did not suspect anything. He thought about it and said, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me? The ruins are dangerous. If you fall into a dangerous place created by experts, your life will be in danger. We have an accurate route, so it's not easy for us to run into danger. Once we complete the mission, we can go out and train. Lin Fei shook his head. He did not want to cause Tai trouble. If those people found out, they would definitely come after him. That would only bring trouble to Tai. You just need to give me the map of the central sacred zone. Plus, your senior brothers are not friendly to me. If they join us, it will make things difficult for you. Tai snorted coldly. They are a bunch of trash. They wasted their time training. Don't mention it. If you want a map, I have it. I'll make a copy for you. Lin Fei could tell that Tai was not friendly to his fellow disciples. He did not ask further. Every family had their own problems. It was not appropriate for him to get involved. Junior brother Tai, your friend is alone, right? Lei Ming brought a group of people over. My friend was just separated from the sect. Senior brother Lei, why are you asking this? Tai asked, staring at Lei Ming. Tai, how can you talk to brother Lei like that? Lei Ming glared at his confidant. What nonsense are you spouting? You have no respect for your elders. Junior brother Tai, it's like this. Your friend's swordsmanship is pretty good. When we go to that place, we just happen to need a sword expert. Originally, I was enough, but it's not enough. Your friend has comprehended the primordial sword will. If your friend joins us, our mission will be twice the result with half the effort. Senior brother Lei, my friend has some matters to attend to and is about to leave. I'm afraid he won't be able to help you, Tai said. Junior brother Tai, that's not very kind of you. You two are friends, and you should help each other out. Don't tell me you can't even do me a small favor? Lei Ming looked at Lin Fei. Don't you think so, my friend? Tai Yi's tone was heavy. He knew that Lei Ming was not a good person. If it were not for the fact that Lei Ming was stronger than him, he would not have been so restrained. Brother Lei, don't push me too far. Ha, you can't say such nonsense. Could it be that I'm bullying the weak? Lei Ming laughed. Ask everyone who saw it. No. Senior brother Lei is a good person. Why would he bully the weak? Junior brother Tai, you must have seen wrong. Our senior brother Lei is a good person. The disciples behind him all chimed in shamelessly. I'm going to help. Is there a treasure to be taken? Lin Fei understood everything in the blink of an eye. He did not know why they were targeting him. They were clearly trying to stop him. If they were not for the fact that they were Tai Yi's senior brothers and were from the same sect, he would have taught them a lesson long ago. If you're of great help, there will definitely be a treasure, Lei Ming said with a smile. I just don't know if you're willing to help. I'm Tai Yi's friend. As long as I can help, everything is negotiable, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. It won't take too long, right? Of course not. Why would I? Lei Ming laughed happily. Then it's settled. We'll rest for another hour, and then we'll depart. We'll need your help then, brother. As soon as they left, Tai Yi looked apologetic. Why did you agree to help them? It's all my fault. I dragged you into this. It's fine. Don't you know that I've always been a kind-hearted person? Lin Fei could tell. If they're sincere in asking me for help, then it's fine. If they're harboring evil intentions, then I'll make them regret it. When the time comes, you and I will be together. No matter what he wants to do, he won't dare to do anything rash. Tai Yi's tone was still serious. Lei Ming was a mortal rank immortal king. He was improving rapidly, but there was still a long way to go. After resting for an hour, the group set off again. On the way, Lin Fei learned from Tai Yi that they were going to a battlefield of elites. There had been treasures left there. Be careful, everyone. We're here. Several hours later, they appeared in a desolate mountain range. Why was it called desolate? In reality, the mountain range had lost all signs of life. The spirit veins were gone. It was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Whoosh, 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 a large number of spirits flew out like a tidal wave, surging endlessly. Hundreds of thousands of spirits surged toward them. Kill them. Let's go in. Lei Ming calmly dealt with the situation, commanding everyone to kill the specters, slaughtering their way in. These spirits aren't that impressive. The disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion had at least a low-grade sacred artifact. They were fully armed with sacred armor, so killing the spirits was a piece of cake. There are yakshas ahead. Be careful, everyone. After killing the spirits, hundreds of yakshas appeared in front of them. They had green faces and sharp fangs. They were terrifying. Tai Yi, shoot them. Tai Yi didn't like Lei Ming. However, he still took out his bow and shot at the yakshas. Soon, the yakshas died one after another. Among them, Tai Yi was the one who contributed the most. Tai Yi, your archery has improved a lot, Lei Ming said with a smile after killing the yakshas. After killing the yaksha, Lei Ming chuckled. He seemed to be praising Meng Hao, but the jealousy in his eyes betrayed him. He hit it well and no one saw it. The thing is just ahead. Be careful, everyone. After killing the yakshas, there was a faint aura of sacred light coming from the deathly stillness ahead. They could vaguely sense that there was a sacred artifact not far ahead. Soon after, a lake appeared in the mountain range. It was rippling with dark green water. Look! A disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion pointed at the center of the lake. The sacred light was flashing. Lin Fei, be careful. It's too quiet here. There might be yakshas lurking around. Tai Yi reminded Lin Fei through voice transmission. Got it. Lei Ming was very excited. He had put in a lot of effort to get this treasure. Now, he was only one step away.